Chapter 751. Property, Dragon Family, 1/7 of Demon Bloodline. Rank, Peak of the Ocean State. Combat Strength, 117. Aptitude, High Mid-Level. Talent Skills, Low-Level Agility Talent, Low-Level Strength Talent, Mid-Level Acceleration Talent. Bloodline Skills, Heaven Expansion Roar, High-Level Phantoming, Void Fire. Laws Mastered, Lightning Class Boom, Darkness Class Annihilation. Skills, Wind Protection, Frost Protection, Fire Protection, Thunder God's Armor, Dark Demon Shield, Thunder King's Body. Dozens more. 117 points. That was the Dark Dragon Hound's combat ability. What surprised Su Ping was that the mid-level phantoming ability had been improved to high-level phantoming. High-level phantoming could ignore physical and energy attacks, and significantly weaken the attack of the power of laws. It was undoubtedly an important self-protection skill. Su Ping was speechless. He didn't expect that the Dark Dragon Hound could improve its bloodline talent to the high level with the understanding of two laws. That pet was truly talented when it came to self-protection. Who could have thought that such a ferocious-looking battle pet would actually be fully armed with defense skills? However, the Heaven Expansion Dragon had indeed taught a few powerful aggressive techniques to the Dark Dragon Hound. The Heaven Expansion Roar, for example, was a powerful attack skill with a wide effect area. The Void Fire wasn't bad either. It was the true fire of the Heaven Expansion Dragons, which was strong enough to burn space itself. It had mid-high aptitude in the past, and high-mid aptitude right now. Although it's stronger than the Inferno Dragon, its aptitude is actually lower. Is it because its level is higher and it has a better bloodline? The Heaven Expansion Dragon's bloodline inheritance was better than that of the Purple Blood Dragons that the Inferno Dragon had acquired. After all, even the strongest of the Purple Blood Dragons had only reached the Star State. The strongest Heaven Expansion Dragon was at the peak of the Star Lord State, and had hoped to reach the Ascendant State. The cluster of clouds would have been even broader if I would have imparted the knowledge to the Dark Dragon Hound before the tribulation, Su Ping thought. The Dark Dragon Hound was almost as strong as himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge his own combat ability. However, based on his experience from recent battles, he was confident of killing a regular Star State enemy on par with the Lord of the Deep Caves, even without merging with a pet. The power of two laws, mid-level acceleration, the low-level agility talent and strength were his trump cards to fight enemies beyond his level. More importantly, he had reached the second level of the Solar Bulwark. His body was already as hard as that of the Fate State mythical beasts. The Fate State mythical beasts could easily defeat Fate State warriors. Star State warriors might not be able to kill them. Furthermore, Su Ping had a divine body, and a sword technique he created with the power of laws. The Chaos Star Chart, his cultivation technique, also came from an ancient era and was quite horrifying. All things considered, he could still beat his pets even after teaching them the power of laws. After all, Su Ping had been through the same hardships that the pets went through. He had also fought on the battlefield. He had not just commanded his pets from the rear during their training sessions. He had endured devastating battles that he thought would break him. The energy purity in his body was as good as that in his pets. It had been further purified after the refining in the Golden Crow world. The Dark Dragon Hound fused the laws into its own skill right after I taught them, but the Inferno Dragon still hasn't. It has to learn it in real battles, just like how I created a sword technique based on the power of laws, Su Ping thought. He looked at the purple python in the rear. That was a battle pet he had personally bred, but it could hardly keep up with him at the moment. Joanna had warned him about this outcome. Most battle pet warriors would abandon pets or terminate contracts when they couldn't keep up. Then they would buy and train stronger pets. After all, it was too costly to train an underperforming pet when they should be as strong as them. While the battle pet warriors invested most of their resources on their pets, they would only choose to do so with the ones that showed promise. Not every pet deserved all the investment. Battle pet warriors didn't have endless resources. Therefore, every battle pet warrior had a main pet, several deputy pets, and a lot of expendables. Su Ping didn't intend to give up on the purple python. He had been suppressing the snake's level, stopping it from evolving or making a breakthrough so that it would be easier to train it. This would eventually raise its aptitude to a higher level. That was exactly his main objective. Su Ping raised his hand and began to pass knowledge onto the purple python. The transfer was done after half an hour had passed. Su Ping then looked at the purple python's specs. Property, combat family. Level, advanced phase of the 6th rank. Combat strength, 98.2. Aptitude, ultra mid-level. Talent skills, low-level agility talent, low-level strength talent, mid-level acceleration talent. Bloodline ability, tying swallowing. Skills, lightning flash, rock escape, violent mincing, million-ton whip, 3-phase sprinting, wind summoning, mountain collision, scale shield. Ultra mid-level. Su Ping breathed heavily when he saw the glittering purple words next to the aptitude figure. The Inferno Dragon's high aptitude had already broken the record of his training, but the purple python went and raised the bar once again. Ultra mid-level. Even more shockingly, the purple python's combat ability was as good as the peak of the Fate state even while being a 6th-rank creature, but it only had an ultra-mid aptitude and didn't make it into the Chaos Multiverse ranking. Could the beast not make the cut until it was as strong as a star state being? That was too unbelievable. It had to be noted that the purple python was only in the 6th rank, not even a beast king. Another creature of its level would have been terrified by a beast king, yet it could already fight a peak Fate state beast. It was definitely a super genius that would shock every member in its clan. And yet, it was still unable to enter the list. How many great talents had been recorded in the system's database? Ding! The system's notification sounded. It's been detected that the host has developed a pet with ultra aptitude for the first time. The host will be rewarded with a random advanced training skill. Please keep it up. Ding! It's been detected that the host has developed an ocean state pet with high aptitude. Professional training service for Beast Kings can now be offered by the shop. Ocean State, Void State, and Fate State pets can be trained. The second notification was within Su Ping's expectation. He had removed the Dark Dragon Hound seals and improved its level exactly in order for it to attain a high aptitude. This way, the king-level professional training services would be activated. As for the first notification, it was rather a pleasant surprise. A random advanced training skill. Su Ping instantly opened the storage space and found a glowing book inside. Advanced Energy Transmission Technique. Su Ping was quite curious about the name and instantly chose to learn it. The skill book soon disappeared into his head as a streak of golden light. Su Ping then felt that an overwhelming amount of information flooded into his head, almost making it explode. There was so much information that it could have filled a library if it were written on physical books. However, Su Ping had extraordinary willpower at the moment. He digested the information at a fast pace, even though his head felt it was swelling with the effort. Is this the advanced energy transmission technique? Su Ping widened his eyes in shock after understanding the skill. Its effect was truly horrifying. The advanced energy transmission technique was an ancient training technique that could allow one's own energy to communicate with the pets. It was similar to the energy sharing used by titled warriors. However, the energy sharing was conducted through the contract, and there would be losses during transmission. For example, when someone transmitted 100 energy points to his pet, the pet could only receive 50 or barely 20 points. The energy transmission technique was quite unbelievable. It didn't rely on contracts, and there was no energy loss. Su Ping could also share his energy without the use of a contract to other beasts, so that they could be improved to new levels with the additional energy. He could also collect the energy he had sent out. Both parties would benefit immensely when his energy and the pet communicated. It meant that, if Su Ping sent 100 energy points to a beast that had 100 points, the beast would then have 200 points. But when Su Ping retrieved the energy, he would receive 120 energy points, and the beast would also have 120 points remaining in its body. It would be a win-win. The advanced energy transmission technique is just like the divine fruit that Joanna found for me earlier, but this technique can be used infinitely. Su Ping was quite shocked when he considered the implications. It could easily allow him to help other beasts break through. It would be a simple task for them to reach the legendary level from the 9th rank. They couldn't sense the heavenly tribulation. Energy could solve all their problems. Su Ping could simply handle the energy issue with the abundant astral power in his body, so that they could break their bottlenecks and invoke a heavenly tribulation. More importantly, the energy transmission technique didn't just work on beasts, it also worked for humans. After all, the system had taught Su Ping the idea that every creature could be a pet. Naturally, human beings weren't special. As to why a human couldn't bind another human with a contract, Su Ping had yet to figure this out. Maybe it was because the contracts had been established by ancient humans. Su Ping learned of their existence in the Golden Crow world. It seemed that the blue planet wasn't the origin of humankind. Human beings had already existed in the primordial age. They had been as strong as the mythical Golden Crows. Maybe the contracts were the inventions of the top sages among the ancient humans, all to aid them in commanding other species and improving their combat ability. After all, a human without a pet would definitely be crushed by someone of their level who did have one. Provided there were enough resources, an ocean state human could sign contracts with a dozen peak void state pets and command them. This person would then have the strength to brutalize a void state or even a fate state enemy. The contracts were of great significance to humankind. If I use this new technique on the Dark Dragon Hound or the Inferno Dragon, our energy will increase much faster than with regular training. We'll be in a super training state all the time. Su Ping was excited. Su Ping looked at the purple python after he understood the basics of the technique. The purple python was still not as strong as a star state beast, even though it had also inherited the power of 2 laws and the mid-level acceleration talent. Maybe it had a chance to escape from the weakest star state enemy. It has mastered the power of laws, but it still can't fight star state beings. Is it because it's being restrained by the physical form? After all, it is only at the 6th rank. It's like a baby who cannot perform any sophisticated tricks with its tiny, soft hands. I need to further polish its body and compress the energy inside it. Chapter 752, Rapid Growth. Su Ping stopped passing knowledge right then and there. The void bug was also one of his pets, but he had never trained it much. He had only signed a contract with it because he was curious about that special insect that had once invaded the demigod burial. The bug would feed on the gods and was quite usual. However, Su Ping had never studied its other potentials, nor did he send it to battle. It was unnecessary to pass knowledge to it yet. As for the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon, it was a recent acquaintance. He didn't know whether to keep it as a pet yet. He had only captured it for the system mission. Although its aptitude wasn't bad since it was a mid-level wild beast, Su Ping already had an Inferno Dragon. He had vowed to train the Inferno Dragon so that it would become the strongest dragon in the world. Su Ping was aiming to deliver on his promise and wasn't interested in other dragons. Even if he got one, he wouldn't spend too much time and effort on it. After all, if he did manage to find the additional time and effort needed, he might as well invest them on the Inferno Dragon to make it stronger. The quality of pets rather than their quantity was what really mattered. He wouldn't consider getting more pets unless it was impossible to further improve the pets he had. However, Su Ping was still far away from reaching the limits of what his pets could achieve. The Pet Aptitude book can increase the aptitude by 1 level, right? If I apply it to the purple python, Will it enter the Chaos Multiverse ranking? Asked Su Ping. The Pet Aptitude book can only increase the pet to the ultra-high level, replied the system. Su Ping's eyes widened and he asked, shouldn't there be a one-level improvement? That is exactly a one-level improvement.
Yes.
Su Ping was gobsmacked by the answer, but still, he realized that it would still be quite horrifying if the ultra-mid level was upgraded to the ultra-high level. The purple python would probably get a few powerful skills. However, since it was impossible for his pet to enter the Chaos Multiverse ranking, giving it the book was not quite the best choice. Even if its aptitude was improved to the ultra-high level, it would only have a star state combat ability. Su Ping considered for a moment and decided to save it until the little skeleton returned. So far, the little skeleton was his strongest pet. He wasn't biased towards it. He had to strengthen his best pet for his own safety. It was just like the edge of a saber. It had to be the sharpest part. The little skeleton was Su Ping's edge. After pondering a bit more, Su Ping decided to return to the temple with Joanna. Then he set off from the temple and went to a dangerous place in the demigod burial with a star-state god warrior. Die! Su Ping commanded the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon and the green alligator to charge at an ocean-state beast in that place. The creature had absorbed some divine energy and had become some sort of a semi-divine beast. The beast could unleash a combat ability close to the void state when it made use of the divine energy. Boom! The green alligator was quite brutal, decidedly charging at the enemy. However, it quickly lost its ferocity when the beast roared at them. That flinching moment was enough for the beast to get close with the air of divinity and a much higher speed. It slapped the green alligator in the head and tore off part of its scalp. The agony and the intimidation robbed the green alligator of its fighting will. It turned around in panic and fled. As for Su Ping's command, they had just signed a temporary contract. The creature was only partly loyal to Su Ping. It became furious when Su Ping basically asked it to kill itself. It no longer obeyed him. The killing intent skill was activated. Su Ping pointed with his finger from a distance. The crazily fleeing alligator suddenly had bloodshot eyes and erect scales. It roared furiously and charged at the beast. The latter was slightly surprised, not expecting its prey to suddenly become that fierce. However, you dare to fight back. I'm going to kill you. The nearby 9th-rank drakeling didn't back off. It released various lightning skills to block the beast's attack. Boom! The fierce green alligator was torn to pieces. The beast then roared when it saw the drakeling, since it was still casting skills. The roar was quite intimidating, but the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon didn't stop attacking after shivering for a moment. It looked even more ruthless. Su Ping slightly nodded as he watched the battle. The young dragon was even more relentless than the green alligator, perhaps because it had been intimidated by the Dragon King before. The young one was not as scared when facing the ocean state beast, which was far weaker than the Dragon King. The wild beast felt it had been severely insulted when its roar didn't awe its enemy. It became even more furious and quickly took action. A rock spear rose from the ground and pierced through the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon like a mountain. Revive! Revive! Su Ping instantly revived both of them and commanded them to continue fighting. The young dragon was obviously stunned. Then Su Ping's command came. The dragon turned around and looked at Su Ping. Then it thought of what had taken place in the thunderous woods. Its father had blocked the hunters on its own to protect it. Its mother begged desperately for its safety. It had never felt more helpless or devastated before. Roared! The drakeling roared crazily, determined to become stronger. It was determined to become stronger. The drakeling charged forward even more bravely than the green alligator, doing so without the boost of Su Ping's killing intent skill. It was covered in dazzling lightning that tore apart the space around it. That was in fact a bloodline ability unique to the vast sky thunderous dragons. That dragon race was congenitally familiar with space. They could understand it and directly enter the void state when they became adults, as long as their brains were normal. At this moment, the white-scaled dragon was only in the 9th rank, but its move had already shaken the surrounding space. The skill hit the beast through space like a flash. Bang! The skill struck and injured the enemy, but it didn't cause any heavy wounds. The beast roared in shock and fury. It abandoned the green alligator and charged at the vast sky thunderous dragon. Flash dodge and attack. The young dragon showed great battle prowess, quickly dodging the beast's attack and continuing with a flurry of attacks. The green alligator was obviously surprised by the strength of its shorty comrade, especially since its level was too low. Killing intent. Exactly at that moment, Su Ping used his skill and filled its head with killing intent. Roar! The green alligator also roared and charged out. 5 minutes later, the place gradually became quiet when the battle ended. The white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon and the green alligator had worn the beast to death. The little one had perceived the mysteries of space after the battle. It could have broken through to the void state if it had enough cultivation. It would have been a great battle pet outside. Su Ping saw that its aptitude had been improved from the mid-level to the mid-mid level. One fight had produced a minor improvement. Su Ping gave a slight nod. He intended to train the dragon to attain a high-level aptitude. The young beast had a great power of understanding. Su Ping would have chosen it as his main pet, but he already had the Inferno dragon. They had developed a deep bond. He could only train it as a substitute pet for the moment. Su Ping had quite a few pet positions anyway. He could keep it until he found a more suitable pet. Space trembled after finishing off the ocean state beast. Then a void state beast stormed out. Right on time. Su Ping instantly asked the pets to keep fighting. He also asked the dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon, and the purple python to look for other beasts. If they wanted to exercise, they could only look for the peak fate state or star state beasts. There were also a lot of exotic fruits in the place. Many gods in the demigod burial would collect the fruits, but that place was so dangerous that they might accidentally get killed even though the fruits were great. Right then, Su Ping was simply collecting the unusual flowers and fruits he saw on the way while the training progressed. He directly gave most of what he collected to the dark dragon hound and the inferno dragon, even if some of them were lethal. The pets could be revived even if they were killed anyway. If eating the fruits once would get the pets killed, they could keep on eating them until they became resistant and were able to absorb them. Some of the fruits that the frost beasts loved contained a powerful ice energy. The Inferno felt quite uncomfortable after eating some of them. Still, it was later able to perceive some water skills after the digestion. As for the remaining fruits, Su Ping would take them back and sell them in his shop. However, Su Ping had soon realized that pet food was not nearly as profitable as the training services. That was another reason why he preferred giving the precious pet food to his pets instead of selling it. He preferred foregoing some of the possible profit if they could be strengthened by the fruits. A day passed by. The green alligator had already been trained until it reached the mid-level aptitude. Even though it was only an ocean state creature, it had understood the mysteries of space along with the young dragon. It could flash through the secondary space. It could also use skills to hit the enemy through the secondary space. Such results proved that one could make faster progress by following a top student. While the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon's aptitude was still mid-mid, it was even more familiar with the mysteries of space. Su Ping trained it as his secondary pet. He would take it to future training sessions, and its aptitude would reach a high level sooner or later. Su Ping returned to his shop. He then went to the demigod burial again, this time with the other vast sky thunderous dragons he had caught. Since there were 10 of them, he could only take them in with 2 batches. Su Ping had chosen the void state dragons for the first batch. All of them were quite surprised to see the drakeling, since it was a huge scandal in their clan. Leshen, the Dragon King's child and the strongest warrior in the clan, had mated with a low-born serpent and given birth to a crossbreed. The white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon was exactly as it was claimed to be, a low-born crossbreed. The young beast was also surprised to see fellow clansmen. However, it didn't have time to catch up with them. It quickly started fighting again. The drakeling was even more ferocious in the next round of battles, and was making progress even faster. The other vast sky thunderous dragons were shocked by its performance. They didn't expect that the inferior hybrid could be that brutal. It was only a 9th-rank creature, but it already had the strength to resist a void state beast for half a minute. It was almost unbelievable. Chapter 753, Business and Sales. Once the training for the first batch of vast sky thunderous dragons was over, the white-scaled dragon was already capable of fighting against an early-phase void state beast. All the beasts living in the dangerous lands of the demigod burial were brutal. If those trained dragons were in the outside world, they would already be able to handle mid-phase void state foes. Su Ping decided to go deeper into the dangerous territories when the turn for the second batch of dragons came. 3 of them were at the Fate State. He came across many Fate State beasts, with the occasional one at the Star State. The drakeling had just become accustomed to void state foes, but it was soon facing Fate State enemies. It was cornered and pushed to its limits again. Apart from rapidly growing drakeling, the dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon and the purple python had also benefited a lot from the battles. They were more familiarized with the power of laws that Su Ping had taught them, and they could fuse it with their own skills. Adding the exotic fruits they ate on the way, their combat ability was further improved. The purple pythons even reached 99 points. Su Ping felt a headache when he met such a limit again. But he wasn't too anxious this time. If he could perceive another law and teach it to the purple python, its combat ability would probably surpass the 100 mark. The training in the demigod burial made the vast sky thunderous dragons panic. The Fate State trio was even appalled. None of them had been aware that the human kept such a horrifying secret. They had never been to that place, and the beasts were entirely different from those on the rumbling Thunder continent. Most of them carried a sacred aura and were able to unleash a much greater strength. One of the older dragons, which actually had an advanced Fate State level, was even taught a lesson by a mid-Fate State beast. However, all of them showed quick growth when Su Ping revived and healed them. Su Ping was not afraid that the pets would leak the secret after they left. Thanks to the binding power of the almighty power of the system, they would never be able to reveal any secrets of the cultivation sites, even if they learned the human language. The silencing ability was beyond what Su Ping could understand. Time zipped by. The sun rose and the stars fell on planet Rhea. The night was over. Many people had gathered on the street when it was barely dawn. This street was particularly lively on that day. If one were to make a turn on that street, there would be a young vast sky thunderous dragon standing outside a pet shop named Stars. The creature was a dozen meters long and could be considered a teenager. The street was so wide that the dragon didn't block the way whatsoever. Next to the young dragon were several female employees who were promoting the store's specials. The vast sky thunderous dragons are on sale. New vast sky thunderous dragons with B+ qualities are waiting for you. Not every customer was interested. Lots of hunters were trying to catch vast sky thunderous dragons on Rhea in that time of year, and many battle pet warriors made the trip on spaceships to buy them. Therefore, many pet shops offered special discounts on those dragons so they wouldn't miss out. All those pet shops either had their own training bases or hired professional hunters to catch dragons on the rumbling Thunder continent. While the vast sky thunderous dragons were popular, they were available in a lot of shops. Only those with high quality could attract attention. B+ quality was already high for a beast. Further above was the quality, which couldn't be acquired without strenuous training. Such dragons were the best in their clan. Some customers were soon attracted to that shop by the B+ quality advertising. I was told that someone sells vast sky thunderous dragons on this street. Is it this shop? I don't think so. I remember that the place is called Pixie Pet Store. That's quite easy to remember. But there's also dragons available in this shop with B+ quality. Should we take a look at it? More and more customers were attracted and started to gather outside the shop. Some of the customers, who had visited Su Ping's shop the day prior, found it impossible to squeeze in, so they simply went to Su Ping's shop. However, they found that Su Ping's shop was still closed when they got there. It's already 9 o'clock. The shop hasn't opened yet. Many people were speechless. Some even wondered if the shop owner was frustrated by the B+ quality pets in the other store and preferred not to be eclipsed by them. The shop is still not open. I'll pass. Let's go back to the first shop and see how much the B+ dragons go for. Many people ran out of patience outside of Su Ping's shop and were about to leave. Right at that moment, Su Ping's shop was opened. This many people. Hardly had he opened the shop when he found dozens of people outside. He was slightly surprised, but not too much. After all, the arrival of 10 vast sky thunderous dragons was quite a good marketing strategy. Tang Ruyan and Zhang Lingtong were still learning the common tongue, so Su Ping would have to welcome the customers on his own. "Come on in, please," said Su Ping after he turned around and entered the shop. "Hurry, hurry." A lot of people had glittering eyes when Su Ping opened the shop. After all, a shop able to take in 10 dragons in one go surely had a powerful background, and the dragons themselves couldn't be too bad. Even if they weren't B quality, C quality would still be fine as it was more affordable to most people. Not everybody was seeking a quality ultimate pets, which were only affordable to the wealthy. Most people would settle for one that was good enough. They would at the very least be happy if they could summon one. Who could tell the quality of a pet from its appearance? "Boss, where are the vast sky thunderous dragons? Are they available today? I want to buy one." "I was already here yesterday. Boss, I came first." Many people swarmed into the shop. After seeing so many people rushing in, Su Ping quickly said, line up, no fighting." One brawny man yelled in the crowd and squeezed his way to the front. "Get lost, I came here first, get out of the way." The brawny man emitted a void state aura which intimidated the others. The person who lost his spot to the man was an ocean state battle pet warrior. He was angry but unwilling to argue against the rude fellow. "As I said, don't fight. Please go back to your position," said Su Ping coldly after seeing that happen. The brawny man had just gotten in the position he stole. He was stunned to hear what Su Ping told him and replied with an angry tone, "Boss, mind your own business. When did I fight? He gave his place to me willingly. Anyway, hurry up and stop wasting our time." He saw that Su Ping was only an ocean state warrior, so he didn't consider him a big deal. That was indeed a powerful shop, since they had been able to catch 10 dragons. That young man was definitely not the one who did it. The burly man saw Su Ping as a mere representative of the real owner. Su Ping became completely cold after his response. He said, "Please leave. You're not welcome in this shop." "What?" The brawny man almost couldn't believe his ears. The other customers were just as surprised. The victim didn't even complain, but the owner is going to oust the guy anyway. The brawny man was furious after hearing what Su Ping said. He laughed in fury and quickly snapped, "You're asking me to leave? I'm here to buy 3 vast sky thunderous dragons. Do you even know who I am? Do you know how much money I have?" Su Ping said indifferently, "I don't care who you are. My shop, my rules. Anna, throw him out." "Yes, sir." Joanna, who was standing by the pet room door, accepted the task and casually approached the brawny man. Chapter 754, Class A Aptitude. It was not until that moment that everybody finally noticed Joanna. Everybody was amazed by her. They found it hard to believe that such a gorgeous woman would be working in that little shop. Joanna was one of the prettiest even among the gods. 90% of human beings would find her likable. She's even more beautiful than Alika, isn't she? "Oh my God, I adore her. It's true that the real beautiful girls are never on TV. I'll be a hardcore fan of this shop just because of her." The men were all excited, staring with glowing eyes. The women felt uncomfortable when they heard the whispers, but they found Joanna so extraordinary that they almost couldn't envy her. "You're really going to kick me away?" The brawny man changed his expression when he saw Joanna. It would be humiliating for any male to be kicked out in front of such a beautiful woman. He was slightly regretful. He would have acted like a gentleman and not forced his way to cut in line if he had known of her existence. He would have then shown off his wealth by buying 3 Fate State dragons in one go. He was sure he would have caught that girl's attention. "I gave you a chance," said Su Ping indifferently. The brawny man said angrily, "Do you know who I am? You're just a minor manager. If keep on pissing me off, I'll just spend some money and ask your boss to fire you." He wasn't threatening to close the shop, but to fire Su Ping. It wouldn't be a problem for him to pay some money to the owner and ask him to replace the manager. Anyone would be willing to replace a manager for several $100 million. After all, managers could be hired anywhere. "Do it." Su Ping no longer bothered to waste time on him. "Miss, this shop will be closed sooner or later with such a manager. The brawny man spoke to Joanna with a different tone, an attitude as a way to impress her. However, Joanna simply extended her fingers and grabbed him by the nape after confining him. She held him at a distance as she pulled him out of the shop. Well, everybody's jaws reached the ground when they saw that happen. The brawny man was a void state warrior who was openly showing his cultivation. And yet, the girl was able to carry him away that easily. The brawny man was rather stunned as well. He tried to break free, but he found that his astral power had been blocked, as if a layer of cement were stuck to his skin. There was also a horrifying power that was restraining all his movements. The brawny man looked at Joanna in shock, having a hard time believing that she could be that strong. Bang! The next moment, the brawny man was thrown out of the shop. He fell on the ground and tumbled rather embarrassingly. The passers-by on the street were greatly surprised. "What happened? Is someone causing trouble in this shop?" "This man was thrown out. He's a void state warrior, isn't he?" "Look, oh my God! Are my eyes deceiving me? Is she the boss of this shop? I believe in love again." Many of the people outside were enthralled by Joanna. Just like the goddess she was, Joanna acted cold and indifferent when she threw the man out and then returned to the shop. She didn't say a single word because those people didn't deserve her time. That's right, she was that proud. The customers inside the shop were dazed. It never occurred to them that the troublemaker would really be thrown out of the shop, as Su Ping promised. The shop had just opened, and it had competitors on the street. Contrary to custom, the first thing Su Ping did was not to sell the vast sky thunderous dragons as quickly as possible. Instead, he kicked out a major client who was hopping to buy 3 of them. Is he crazy? Should anyone do business like that? Is he not afraid of pissing off other customers? Although the person thrown out was a line cutter, he was also a customer. Some of the people present were blindly taking his side. Some people were actually looking at Su Ping in an unfriendly way at the moment, since they were only considering a customer standpoint. The line cutter was a customer, and supposedly a king. Many of the modest customers thought that they would be further despised, given how a major client had been kicked out. A few guys who felt disrespected, as customers urged Su Ping unhappily. "Boss, sell the dragons already. I want to see their quality. I'll go to the Star's pet store right now if they aren't B+ quality. Maybe I can get one there." "Yes, boss, time for business." The other people didn't say anything, but they were obviously hopeful to see the vast sky thunderous dragons too. Su Ping didn't waste any more of the time, seeing how eager they were. He asked Joanna to take 3 vast sky thunderous dragons out after she returned. 3 dragons walked out of the pet room soon after and stood in the lobby. They had been miniaturized and were only 5 meters long. The lobby, which had already been filled with customers, quickly became even more crammed. One of them is a Fate State dragon. Oh my goodness. It takes top hunters to catch Fate State, vast sky thunderous dragons, doesn't it? Boss, how much are they? What's the minimum price? Everybody looked at the dragons excitedly. Some were already asking Su Ping for a quote. Su Ping looked at them and said, "The vast sky thunderous dragon No. 1 is in the advanced phase of the void state. Its price is 420 million. Does anyone want it?" The shop was caught in a brief silence spell after he spoke. The young man whose position in the line had been stolen earlier quickly said, "I do." Everybody else snapped out of their stupor and looked at Su Ping in shock. 420 million. One vast sky thunderous dragon for 420 million. Did my ears deceive me, or did the boss misspeak? I remember that the lowest price for a vast sky thunderous dragons is 1 billion. Even the younglings are 600 to 700 million. Su Ping's offer shocked all the customers. That was too cheap, much lower than the market price. Su Ping seemed impassive on the outside, but their exclamations were stabbing his heart like knives. Although the hunting had been a walk in the park, and selling one dragon for millions of energy points was a fair deal, he surely would have earned much more if he could have sold the dragons for the market price. However, the vast sky thunderous dragon was just a normal, unremarkable species in the eyes of the system. "You want it, right? Pay up then," said Su Ping to the young man who bid first. The young man was stunned, clearly not expecting Su Ping to accept without waiting for other bidders. "Is this not an auction?" Enthused, he quickly approached Su Ping and said, "Thank you, boss." Su Ping wasn't in a hurry. He said, "Let me tell you the rules first. You cannot resell the pet or terminate the contract within 10 years unless the circumstances are special." The young man was quite stunned, knowing that Su Ping was afraid that he would sell it to someone else. He was instantly hesitant. He had been quick to bid exactly because he was intending to resell the pet. The low price indicated that the vast sky thunderous dragon was of an inferior quality. Even though it was an advanced void state creature, there was a chance that its real combat ability couldn't even be compared to the mid-phase of the void state. The dragon looked ferocious, but the price belied its lesser quality. Some of the vast sky thunderous dragons were abnormal due to the poor environment they grew up in. They couldn't even defeat some of the other beasts in their level, not to mention the stronger dragons of their species. They were like sick, lethargic tigers that even dogs might be able to defeat. Well, the young man hesitated. Exactly at the same time, another brown-haired young man shouted, "Boss, I'm willing to buy it." "Me too. I also want to buy it." A few other customers joined in the bidding, but not as enthusiastically as before. All of them were thinking along the same lines. Such a low price suggested that the pet was definitely flawed. Why else would it be so cheap? "Boss, I'm buying it for my own use. I won't resell it." The brown-haired young man was quite earnest. He didn't have much money. Even if that dragon had flaws, he could still train it and make do with it. It was a vast sky thunderous dragon anyway, better than most pets as it was. "Deal," Su Ping nodded. First come, first served. He guessed what was on the young man's mind, after seeing the latter's hesitation and unwillingness to accept the terms. The brown-haired young man quickly transferred the money. "Go and sign the contract," said Su Ping. The young man moved forward and signed the contract under everyone's eyes. Roar! Hardly had the contract been completed when a brutal and ferocious roar echoed in his consciousness. It was the roar of the vast sky thunderous dragon. The brown-haired young man raised his head, only to find that the dragon had cold eyes and a brutal aura. His heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw those eyes. He felt like he was looking at a lethal beast. What is going on? A flawed vast sky thunderous dragon is this brutal. I feel like it will even attack me if I force it to follow an order. The brown-haired young man was quite shocked. Character was the key to the pet's weaknesses. The stronger a pet was, the more brutal and aggressive it would be. Even the pets that played cute in front of their masters could be exceptionally brutal against enemies, even if their master had tamed them. Someone really bought it. This vast sky thunderous dragon is well decorated. It looks intimidating, but it can't be as strong as it seems. A void state vast sky thunderous dragon for 420 million. That's the new minimum price. The other people were disapproving of the young man's decision. A deeply flawed vast sky thunderous dragon would never beat a good quality pet. The brown-haired young man simply kept the dragon in the storage space after the contract was completed and left Su Ping's shop to have his pet assessed across the street. He intended to find out how exactly the pet was flawed. That way, he could give a proper report to his trainer for pertinent training later. Su Ping began to sell the second vast sky thunderous dragon after the brown-haired young man left. Su Ping made another offer, advanced void state 415 million. Everybody was shocked again as they heard the second offer, not expecting the beast to be just as flawed as the first one. The price was actually lower than the first one. Doesn't it mean that it's even worse? While everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, a girl spoke up in the crowd. "Boss, I want it." It was a purple-haired Ocean State warrior. She felt rather nervous to talk in front of a bunch of Ocean State and Void State warriors. "Okay," Su Ping nodded and said, "You know the rules. Don't resell the pet or you will permanently be blacklisted in this shop." "I'm buying it for myself," said the purple-haired girl in a low voice. Su Ping nodded. A hunched old man shook his head and said, "Young lady, it's best not to buy such a greatly flawed pet. You might as well buy a Class B Void State pet with the money. It may have a better fighting ability than this one." "That's right. Even if you want to train this dragon, it would still cost a lot, and it wouldn't be as effective as you think. I didn't think that all the vast sky thunderous dragons in the shop would be flawed." Someone was curious about the vast sky thunderous dragon's aptitude. "Boss, what's the aptitude of this vast sky thunderous dragon? It can't be D, can it?" A D vast sky thunderous dragon was almost rare. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He was still lost when it came to aptitude classification according to the Federation, but the system considered the vast sky thunderous dragon to have a mid-level aptitude already. "All the pets in my shop have average aptitude," said Su Ping. "Average? What do you mean by average? That's so ambiguous. Is it possible that the pet isn't even? Oh my God." Everybody found it hard to understand what Su Ping said. "Average? You have an average look and average body figure. Was average a good remark? Also, a pet whose aptitude was likely Class D was said to be average according to Su Ping, then wouldn't Class B be ultimate?" Another person couldn't help but ask, "Boss, you just said that all the vast sky thunderous dragons you sell have average aptitude. Are they all like this?" The other customers also became anxious. They had heard that there were 10 vast sky thunderous dragons in Su Ping's shop. They were intending to see something else. If all the dragons were as flawed as the first one, wouldn't their hopes be dashed with such a deal? They were starting to regret, thinking that they had made a long trip over for nothing. "Average aptitude is the minimum requirement for the pets sold in the shop. There will be higher aptitudes later," said Su Ping. A lot of people felt concerned once they heard that. Even though Su Ping claimed that the average aptitude was the lowest requirement of his store, they didn't know how high the aptitudes could be for the best pets. Someone was even suspecting that the 10 vast sky thunderous dragons that Su Ping's shop had were inferior beasts acquired through illegal sources. If they were inferior beasts, getting 10 of them wouldn't be a problem at all. While everybody guessed, exclamations and roars were heard outside. "Oh my God, I heard that the pet assessment shop over there just found a Class A pet." "Are you serious, Class A? What's the pet?" "It seems to be a vast sky thunderous dragon. Let's go there and find out." Some of the most disinterested customers heard the exclamations and quickly left Su Ping's store to check things out. Chapter 755, A Hit. Class A Aptitude. A vast sky thunderous dragon. All the customers gathered outside of Su Ping's shop were stunned by the whispers. None of them were weak, being warriors able to afford and have a vast sky thunderous dragon. They could overhear the conversations hundreds of meters away, unless they were being blocked by astral power. They were all excited to hear that there was a beast with Class A aptitude. Class A aptitude meant that it was an ultimate battle pet, which was extremely rare. Tier 4 or Tier 5 planets would only have a handful of them. Those beasts were as rare as the battle pet warriors enrolled in the top 5 academies in Sylvie. Let's go there and find out. A Class A pet, which is also a vast sky thunderous dragon. I wonder if he's willing to sell it. Tisk tusk. I've never seen a Class A vast sky thunderous dragon before. I wonder what it looks like. All the customers in Su Ping's shop instantly swarmed out and headed to the pet assessment shop. That shop was flooded by Su Ping's previous customers and the battle pet warriors on the street. A Class A pet was beyond astounding. The fact that it was a vast sky thunderous dragon made it all the more exhilarating. Oh my God, it really is a vast sky thunderous dragon. Look at the readings, they're really purple Class A. Many people looked at the test pillar in the hall, which was glowing with all kinds of data glamorously. There was also a projection that showed a vast sky thunderous dragon being scanned in the test room. Someone experienced remarked with envy and jealousy, the readings are starting to stabilize. It's definitely a Class A pet. Having a Class A pet was shocking enough, but it was actually the popular pick, a vast sky thunderous dragon. Is the pet owner someone from the Ryan family? Not necessarily. Maybe he's from another planet. He could have tested it in his family's facilities. Someone was so envious that he wailed, "When can I get a Class A pet? I'm fine with any from the combat class." That was how the world functioned. Beautiful girls for rich guys, ultimate pets for major families or powerful organizations. People like him who had no background could only watch. It was also why so many people hunted pets in the wilderness. All of them hoped they could catch a wild ultimate pet and then grow rich overnight. One common vast sky thunderous dragon would cost 1 billion at least, while one graded with a class was worth tens of billions. Some of the major families would even go as far as to spend 100 billion on such a pet to nurture and empower a descendant. A brown-haired young man was rooted on the spot, right in the midst of the crowd while feeling completely blown away. He had simply tested the vast sky thunderous dragon he had just fought to detect its flaws. However, the testing pillar emanated purple light. The readings didn't drop either after becoming purple. It was obvious that no flaws had been detected to drag them down. A Class A pet. I only paid about 400 million for a Class A vast sky thunderous dragon. His ears were ringing considering all the jealous remarks directed at him. He felt as if he were dreaming. Everything was so unreal. Well, everybody exclaimed. The result is out. The test has been completed. It really is a Class A. It's actually A, but that is still extremely rare. It can be sold for tens of billions. Everybody in the assessment shop exclaimed excitedly. All of them coveted beasts, such as the great vast sky thunderous dragon, and wanted to claim it, but they knew that whoever owned such a pet would most likely have some backing, and they couldn't do anything. A young purple-haired woman quickly walked to the brown-haired young man in the crowd. "Hello, your pet has been tested. This way, please, let's have a talk," said the woman passionately. Those who knew her were quite surprised, as they had done everything to catch her attention and failed in the past. They never thought she would look at a male so invitingly. The brown-haired young man finally moved his eyes away from the A result on the testing pillar and looked at the purple-haired woman. His eyes glittered the moment he looked at her. She was very beautiful and elegant. Still, he came to his senses and said warily, "A talk? About what? Who are you?" "Sorry for my presumptuousness, I'm the manager of this shop. This is my place," said the woman quickly and sincerely. "I wanted to talk to you about the selling of your pet." "Selling?" The brown-haired young man changed his face. "They want to get my dragon because of its A rating." "Is she being serious?" There was no way that he would give away such a great pet. The conversation between the young man and manager soon attracted everybody's attention. Many of them looked at the unremarkable youngster. This A-battle pet belongs to him. This guy looks downright mediocre. Weird, he looks awfully familiar. I think I've seen him from somewhere. I remember it now. Isn't he the guy who bought a flawed vast sky thunderous dragon in the pet shop? Damn, that's right, seriously. Is this dragon the one he bought just now? How is it possible? He bought that one for a measly 400 million. They can't be the same. The customers who had been to Su Ping's shop were discussing it heatedly. The others who weren't present during the sale were surprised that any vast sky thunderous dragon could be sold for such a low price. Dude, is this vast sky thunderous dragon the one you bought in that shop? Someone couldn't help but ask. The brown-haired young man thought of Su Ping's shop and was shocked. He looked at everybody else. The customers who had been to Su Ping's shop were obviously suspicious and found it hard to believe. A treasure trove. That shop was a treasure trove, and nobody knew about it. The brown-haired young man's eyes were bloodshot. A random pet he got was already rated as A. What about the other vast sky thunderous dragons in the shop? Nobody had realized it yet except him. Swoosh! The young man's heart was beating so fast he felt it was about to jump out of his chest. His mouth was dry, and he had no time to talk to the pretty girl. He simply sent his dragon back into his storage space. He then excused himself and quickly left the crowd. He walked so fast, he almost seemed to be running. Many people were awed by the A-pet, so no one dared to stand in his way. Those whom he bumped into only dared to secretly curse at him, yet no one said anything out loud. The young man soon rushed to the shop's entrance. Then he took a turn and went straight to Su Ping's shop. Once he was by the door, those who noticed where the young man was going exclaimed, "He's going to that shop. Did he really buy the dragon there?" All the people in the lobby were deeply shocked by this. He paid 400 million for that dragon. How is that possible? Were the pets in that shop never tested? If so, the boss of the shop is being too careless. An employee next to the assessment shop's door said suspiciously, "I just saw that he came from that shop right across the street." Many people rushed out of the shop with glowing eyes once they heard that. Boom! Some people who had previously waited in line to enter Su Ping's shop were so shocked that they crazily ran back to the Pixie Pet store without considering whether that claim had been true. The crowded assessment shop only had a few clerks left. Even the door had been broken by the swarming people. The purple-haired woman walked to her employee and asked very solemnly at this moment, "Nana, are you sure of that?" The clerk panicked. She casually replied, I'm sure." Whoosh! The manager quickly disappeared and joined the crowd heading to Su Ping's shop. Is the Class A rating very high? Su Ping also heard the exclamations earlier. He was surprised to see that all the customers had rushed out to check the assessment store in the blink of an eye. If it's that attractive, is it because it's a rarely seen super pet? Even he became slightly curious. However, there was one customer left in his shop, which was the young purple-haired girl who was willing to buy another vast sky thunderous dragon. "Make the transfer if you want to get this dragon," Su Ping said to the girl. The purple-haired girl also looked at the crowd leaving but refrained from joining. She was more intent on finishing her own deal first. She nodded. "Yes, I'd like to buy 2 dragons if it's possible. Do you have any void state ones?" "Yes." Su Ping nodded and said, "All the pets in my shop must be under contract when they leave the shop, meaning that you must at least have 2 pet positions." "I do." The purple-haired girl was rather timid. Once he saw that, Su Ping said to Joanna, "Take a void state dragon out." Joanna went to the back without saying a word, soon returning with the requested void state dragon. "This one costs 480 million. Make the payment first," said Su Ping. The girl looked at it and found that it was slightly stronger. The difference was obvious even though its size had been reduced. She nodded and transferred the money to Su Ping. Chapter 756, Competition. The money for the two vast sky thunderous dragons was transferred. Su Ping felt slightly satisfied when he looked at the energy points he had obtained. He would make 40 to 50,000 if he could sell the 10 dragons. It happened to be the last day of the week. The Thunder Ocean fruit would be replaced by another product once the day was over. He would have enough energy even if only 5 dragons were sold. "Go sign the contracts," said Su Ping. The purple-haired girl nodded and walked to where Joanna and the 2 dragons were, ready to bond them as pets. Someone broke into the shop right then. It was exactly the brown-haired young man who had returned, breathing heavily due to the running. He was surprised to see that the store was empty, but then he felt delighted. He had feared being too late to get the other dragons. However, the others didn't seem to have realized how precious Su Ping's vast, sky-thunderous dragons were. All of them had been lured away by the assessment across the street. Nobody was in his way. It was almost the best opportunity. The young man was excited. He then recognized the purple-haired girl who was in the process of bonding pets, and his expression changed. The girl heard the noise when the young man broke into the shop. She turned around and recognized that he was the one who bought the first vast sky thunderous dragon. Why did he run back so quickly? Is there something wrong with the dragon he bought? The girl became uneasy as she thought about that. Su Ping was slightly curious to see the young man return, but the latter's eyes made him realize that the guy must have found that the dragon he had bought was well worth it. Su Ping knew that the pets he sold were definitely the best among the pets in the same price range. His conclusion was based on his knowledge of the system and his confidence in his training. That was the reason why he didn't have to please customers. He only needed to sell the pets in order. "Boss, I'd like to buy those 2 dragons," the young man said, seeing that the girl hadn't completed a contract yet. He thought again and added quickly, "I'd like all the vast sky thunderous dragons in your shop." "What?" The purple-haired girl was wondering whether to ask for a refund, but was then shocked by what the young man said. "You're not here to return the dragon. And you're planning to buy all the pets in Su Ping's shop." While the girl was racking her brain about it, many more customers broke into the shop. The door of the shop would have been busted open if it were normal, but it withstood the effort as if made of iron. Some void state battle pet warriors tried to push the edge of the door, only to find that it was impossible to shake. Some of the customers who actually intended to break the door were greatly shocked. They eventually had to squeeze through the crowd. Once the customers were lined up, Su Ping would usually ask them to stay in order. He had already kicked a line cutter out. No wonder that shop didn't sell anything when it was opened, even kicking honorable guests out. They'd be happy even if Su Ping yelled at them right to their faces, as long as he sold the Class A pets to them. Don't push, damn it. Stop trying to squeeze through. Boss, do you have any more vast sky thunderous dragons? I'd like to take them all." "Get lost, I want them too." "Boss, I only need one. Just name your price. I'll pay you 10 billion immediately as long as it has Class A aptitude." "Get the hell out of here. You want to buy a pet with Class A aptitude for only 10 billion. It's a vast sky thunderous dragon, not a FC King Big Gray Cat." Big Gray Cat. All the customers were pushing and shoving each other. Those who failed to reach the front could only yell to make their offers. The fierce competition dumbfounded the purple-haired girl, who was even more shocked by the customers' exclamations. She wasn't a fool. The fierce competition she saw, plus the noises outside, was the pet that was assessed to have a Class A aptitude, the vast sky thunderous dragon from Su Ping's shop. The purple-haired girl was stunned. But that dragon was only sold for 400 million. How could it possibly have a Class A aptitude? Su Ping thought along those lines upon seeing their reaction. He asked the brown-haired young man, "Is the vast sky thunderous dragon I sold you just now the Class A aptitude pet they're all raving about?" The young man became quite anxious when he saw the customers behind him, especially those who were bidding high figures. He was shocked to hear Su Ping's curious question, knowing he was truly lucky. The boss doesn't seem to know how terrifying his pets are. He suddenly lost interest in buying more pets. Turning around and fleeing the place suddenly felt like a more sensible choice. Why would he flee? Based on Su Ping's reaction, he became certain that the shop had never tested the pet's aptitude. It was just selling the pets at random. Maybe he had been unbelievably lucky to have purchased the only Class A pet in the shop. If the boss learned of that, he might vomit blood in fury and demand the customer to return the pet. There was no way that he would return such a precious pet he had gotten with only 400 million. Well, faced with Su Ping's question, the brown-haired young man thought for a moment and then clasped his hands in salute. "Thank you, boss. I'll be on my way." "Su Ping, I only asked you a random question. Why are you so panicked? Also, didn't you want to buy all the remaining pets? You don't want them anymore." Su Ping always abided by the first-come, first-served policy. He might sell all the pets if the guy was willing to buy them and had enough open spots. That son of a bitch is leaving. Why doesn't he want the other vast sky thunderous dragons? Is this whole thing just a marketing strategy? Does he work for this shop? Some of the customers were shocked and suspicious to see that the young man was leaving. The young man then saw that the shop was crammed with people. He could not leave. There were also many guys who wanted to go in. He uneasily squeezed through the crowd, not caring about anything else. He didn't want to be stopped by Su Ping or forced to return the pet. Su Ping didn't stop the young man who was determined to go. He looked at the crowd and said, "Quiet." He exerted strength on his throat, making his human voice sound like a dragon roar. His intimidating aura instantly silenced the noisy shop. Many people looked at Su Ping and found him as threatening as a dragon that had assumed a human shape. "Line up, leave this shop if you don't want to," declared Su Ping coldly. "Don't yell or cut in line while in my shop. First come, first served. Visit us another day if you don't get what you want." A lot of people widened their eyes after hearing that. How could there be such a businessman? Visit us another day if you don't get what you want. Do you think yours is the only shop in the world? Many people were infuriated, but held back when remembering the young man's top dragon. Whether or not it was a marketing strategy, they decided to check out Su Ping's remaining pets first. Su Ping gave Joanna a hint, asking her to help line up the customers. Most of them calmed down after they saw Joanna and obediently stood next to one another. The brown-haired young man finally found a gap when the customers were lined up and quickly left the shop. "Lily." A purple-haired woman drew close at that moment and saw the girl with the same hair color. "Why are you here? Did you also buy a pet?" The purple-haired girl was rather surprised to see her. She exclaimed, "Sister Cleo." "Don't cut in line, okay?" someone said to Cleo unhappily. Cleo looked at him and ignored him. She said to Su Ping behind the counter, "She's a cousin of mine. Can I say something to her?" Su Ping shrugged. "You have to wait in line if you want to buy something, but you're free to do anything else." The others calmed down once they saw that Cleo was not another competitor. Cleo quickly approached the purple-haired girl and asked, "Did the young man who just left buy a vast sky thunderous dragon in this store?" "Sister Cleo, why are you here? Did he test the pet in your place? Does it really have class A aptitude?" asked Lily in disbelief. "Answer my question first," said Cleo solemnly. "Yes, that guy bought a pet here. A lot of people witnessed it. He only paid a bit over 400 million, said Lily. The customers who hadn't been to Su Ping's shop earlier gasped when they overheard that. 400 million for a vast sky thunderous dragon was a true bargain. The dragon had also been tested, and it had a Class A aptitude. That guy was truly lucky. Cleo was taken aback when she heard Lily's answer, but she soon came to her senses and glanced at the girl's newly bought dragons. "Did you buy these too?" "Yes, I've already paid for them and was about to establish contracts with them." Lily nodded and asked, "Sister Cleo, did the guy test his dragon at your place?" Cleo didn't reply. She simply asked telepathically, "How much did you pay for these two pets?" About 400 million each, no more than 1 billion in total. Hurry up and establish the contracts. I'll test them in my place, Cleo instantly urged her. She was thinking exactly as the brown-haired young man did. She believed that the shop had never tested the vast sky thunderous dragons, and one of the seemingly inferior beasts acquired through certain channels turned out to have great potential. Oh, okay, Lily accepted the proposal, slightly shocked. She quickly finished the contract establishment. Chapter 757, another hit. Lily completed the contracts. Then Cleo instantly asked her to put away the pets and took her out of the shop. They went straight to the assessment shop. Manager, hurry up and activate the test room. Cleo quickly gave orders. Lily became excited and hopeful after seeing Cleo's actions. She didn't even dream that the dragons would have Class A aptitudes. She would be satisfied even if they were only Class B. She wouldn't suffer any losses even if they were Class C. After all, Class C was quite normal. Most of the pets on the market had Class C ratings. It was the most ordinary tier. Class C was already acceptable, Class B was excellent, and Class A was a rarely seen aptitude. A couple of customers entered the shop right behind them. They had failed to squeeze into Su Ping's shop and were eager to find out the newly bought pet's aptitude. Cleo noticed this but chose to ignore them. She wasn't planning on hiding the assessment results either. It never crossed her mind that all the pets being sold would be Class A, which was in line with the brown-haired young man's reaction. The guy had obviously been the lucky one to have picked an unidentified treasure, so he quickly ran off, fearing that the boss would try to recover the pet. On the other side, inside Su Ping's shop. Once Lily and Cleo left the shop, the other customers were even more anxious, considering that 2 fewer vast sky thunderous dragons were available. A middle-aged man at the front of the line hesitated for a moment, but then gritted his teeth. "Boss, I'd like to buy 3. He added, "I'd like 3 void state vast sky thunderous dragons. Are they available?" "Yes," Su Ping nodded. He restated the buying policy, seeing that the man was a new customer. You must establish contracts with the pets immediately, and you can't resell or terminate those contracts in 10 years. You have to request permission here if you must resell them. Do you accept the terms? The middle-aged man was obviously stunned, and so were the customers who hadn't heard about this. How could there be such bizarre terms? The pets would be mine after you sell them to me. Why do you care so much? Su Ping ignored their doubts and simply stared at the customer. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. He eventually gnashed his teeth and said, "I'd like to buy 2 then." He could only contract 2 more pets. Su Ping nodded and asked Joanna to bring another pair of dragons. "This one goes for 430 million, and that one is 440 million, Su Ping said. Around 400 million again. All the customers were shocked. Were all the vast sky thunderous dragons in Su Ping's shop pegged at that price? If they were sold for 400 million, how much did they cost when they were bought? "This shop doesn't accept installments. Can you pay up front?" asked Su Ping. "No problem," the middle-aged man nodded. "Boss, I'll pay 500 million, someone behind shouted, trying to bid for the pet. Some of the other customers joined the bidding and made more offers. "I'll pay 800 million. 1 billion. 1 billion 50. Soon after, the price rose to 1.5 billion, which was the market price for void state vast sky thunderous dragons. The price could actually go higher, but the brown-haired young man's confusing and hasty departure made many people feel that everything was just a publicity stunt. If that was the case, it was unlikely that the rest of the dragons would have a similar aptitude. That was the most logical scenario. How could a pet shop owner be dumb enough to sell a vast sky thunderous dragon with Class A aptitude so cheaply? The middle-aged man looked awful once he heard the onslaught of biddings. He couldn't pay 3 billion up front for the 2 pets at the moment. Su Ping glanced at the customers but didn't try to stop them. He finally spoke when no one proposed a higher bid. "I get to decide the prices in my shop. Not a coin more, not a coin less. Like I said, if you want them, come here early and immediately establish contracts with the pets. His announcement stunned everybody. All the customers looked at Su Ping in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. He wouldn't sell the pets for 1.5 billion each. Two of them would add to 3 billion. He would only make 970 million with the current price. The gap was over 2 billion. Is this shop really open to make money? Is it actually doing charity? Or is this some sort of novel marketing approach? While faced with eyes of disbelief and confusion, Su Ping looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Do you have the money? Pay up if you do." The middle-aged man was also stunned. He thought that the pets would belong to someone else. Little did he expect that Su Ping would insist on the original price. If he weren't sure he wasn't connected to Su Ping's shop whatsoever, he would have suspected that the latter had hired him to act out the purchase and thus attract everyone's attention. Even though he was confused and lost, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate, fearing that Su Ping might regret his decision. He quickly paid with his phone. Once he received the money, Su Ping checked his balance and said calmly, "Go and settle the contracts." The middle-aged man nervously walked to where the vast sky thunderous dragons were, only to find that they had sharp and brutal eyes. They seemed to be excellent beasts. Had it not been for their low prices, they would have attracted the attention of many people. He quickly completed the contracts and sent the dragons to his contract space. "Thank you, boss." After expressing his gratitude, the middle-aged man left for the assessment shop, intent to find out why the pets were so cheap. Once the man left, the second person in line, who was a void state man with deep eye sockets, said, "I'd like to buy a Fate State Vast Sky Thunderous Dragon." Su Ping looked at the Fate State Vast Sky Thunderous Dragon nearby. A price soon popped up in his head. 990 million, said Su Ping. Everybody was shocked once again. A Fate State pet being sold for just 1 billion. It's a dragon. Even a mediocre subdragon would have been much more expensive if it reached the Fate State. The man was also stunned for a moment. He wasn't too delighted by the reply, rather, it made him frown. He would have been happy if the price was slightly lower compared to other shops. However, it was so low that he felt uncomfortable, as if he were buying a flawed pet. "Boss, is there something wrong with this pet?" the man asked straight away. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and replied casually, "No, the only problem would be that it's not strong enough." Many people misconstrued his words. "Not strong enough? Are you implying that it's extremely weak?" "That's like the biggest problem possible." The man's frown deepened as he asked, "How weak is it? Can it defeat its peers?" "It can defeat the normal ones," said Su Ping, "but there's nothing it can do in front of Star State enemies." The man was at a loss for words. "I wasn't asking you if it could fight a Star State enemy." He didn't even consider the possibility, as the pet was unlikely to have in Class S aptitude, which could allow it to defeat enemies one level higher. The rest of the customers in the shop thought the same. They were also rendered speechless. "Do you want it?" Su Ping asked with a slight frown. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and shook his head. "Never mind." Hardly had he said that, when exclamations burst out on the street. "Another Class A rating. Oh my God, another vast sky thunderous dragon with Class A aptitude. It's unbelievable. 2 pets with Class A aptitude have emerged on this street the same day." The people in Su Ping's shop were dumbfounded by the exclamations. Another vast sky thunderous dragon with Class A aptitude. Let's go there and find out. I think the commotion is happening at the assessment shop. The customers who were too behind in the line and knew they didn't have a chance were distracted by the noises and left the shop. More and more customers at the end of the line decided to leave the shop. The assessment shop was crowded with customers again. Everyone present was looking at the testing pillar in the lobby, which was emitting an astounding purple light. Very soon, the data displayed gradually stabilized in the purple area. The final rating was Class A. Not A, but straight A. There were 3 levels in the same rating, namely plus, straight, and the ratings without plus, or minute, was the nominal value. That vast sky thunderous dragon turned out to have an even greater aptitude than the previous one. More importantly, since it had a straight aptitude, it also meant that it was a different dragon. The shop had assessed 2 pets with Class A aptitudes in one day. It was unbelievable. Well, the purple-haired Cleo behind the counter was gazing at the readings on the device in her hands, too shocked to speak. Lily, who was shorter than her but still taller than most girls, was equally stunned. It was a Class A beast. The pet being tested was one of the vast sky thunderous dragons she had just bought. It was beyond her expectations. The pet turned out to be even stronger than the vast sky thunderous dragon that caused a hit earlier. After a few minutes passed, Cleo was finally unable to hold back. How is this possible? Yes, how is it possible? A pet that only cost 400 million had a Class A rating. She almost found it surreal. Cleo suddenly had a thought, and then had the second vast sky thunderous dragon tested. Soon, the data of the second dragon was out. It was A. Cleo held her breath when the indicator stopped in the purple sector. Considering her experience as the assessment shop owner, most pets that reached the purple area readings would have a ratings in the end. Was it possible that both of the pets that Lily had bought would have in a class? If that was the case, considering the brown-haired young man's pet, which was obviously bought in Su Ping's shop, 3 Class A pets had been sold in a row. To top it off, all those pets were vast sky thunderous dragons, the most popular pets. Cleo had trouble breathing. What the shop had done was too horrifying. Let's go to that shop right now. We'll buy all the other pets no matter what. Cleo came to her senses after hearing all the exclamations in the lobby. Her usually cold and calm face was overflowing with madness. Lily, who was standing next to her, was still stunned. Her ears were ringing. Never had she thought that, being a bottom-level member of the Ryan family, she would get the chance to have 2 Class A pets one day. Most importantly, the pets were vast sky thunderous dragons which had a star state bloodline. She would be able to use the pets for a long time. Whoosh! While everybody exclaimed, Cleo flashed out of her shop and instantly reached the Pixie Pet Store through a secret spatial technique. Chapter 758, A Spot Worth 60 Billion. Cleo had planned to flash into Su Ping's shop, only to discover that he couldn't tear open the space in the shop. It was absolutely indestructible. Is there a space confinement seal in the shop? Cleo was even more shocked by the mysterious shop. Su Ping's shop was currently not as crowded as before. The shocking news of yet another Class A pet had distracted a lot of people's attention. While those people followed the news, Su Ping completed the transactions of another 5 vast sky thunderous dragons. 2 of them were Fate State dragons, which were purchased by a Void State battle pet warrior. She was a 30-something woman of average looks. Nevertheless, she had an enticing body figure. This woman replaced the middle-aged man who had declined the purchase, paying for 2 dragons up front. She didn't hesitate, although either of the dragons had cost only 990 million. Even if there was anything wrong with any of the 2, she could resort to spending a few billion for a trainer to treat them. Besides, she had a trainer friend who could give her a discount. She couldn't possibly suffer a loss. She had planned to buy out all the remaining Fate State dragons in Su Ping's shop, but she could only buy 2 because she only had 2 open pet spots. 3 more Void State dragons were then bought by 2 Ocean State battle pet warriors. One person who was at the front of the line was a 9th-rank battle pet warrior. Even though he was next in line, there were no Ocean State pets at the moment. He had to give away his spot to someone else, considering the store's policy to directly seal a contract with the purchased beasts. Another Class A pet. Oh my God, it's already the 3rd one, isn't it? Is this a special day? Am I dreaming? All 3 of them are vast sky thunderous dragons. Did he search the entire rumbling thunder continent and find all the best ones? Exclamations came from the street again, and shocked a lot of people inside the shop. 3. What is going on? Damn it, is it possible that all the 3 vast sky thunderous dragons were bought here? I saw that the 2 women went straight to the assessment shop. Tell me about it. I know one of them, her name is Cleo. She's from the Ryan family and runs the assessment shop. Everybody whispered and looked at Su Ping in a weird way. Were the 3 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons sold by Su Ping just then? The customers who had just purchased pets were also stunned and had pounding hearts. If that was the case, it was possible that they had also bought excellent pets. I should hurry and test them. Someone couldn't hold it any longer and was intent to have the pets tested. Cleo entered the shop at that moment. Her expression had a slight change when she heard the whispers. She quickly went to Su Ping's counter and said, "Boss, I'll take all the remaining pets in your shop. Just name your price. How about 50 billion? All the customers were excited. She's Cleo. She's the woman we saw just now. 50 billion. So the Class A pets that were just assessed really came from this shop. Everybody was astounded, and a young man in the middle of the line shouted, "Boss, I want them. I'll pay 60 billion. There was another change in Cleo's expression. Knowing she couldn't keep it a secret any longer, she slapped the counter and stared at Su Ping before she declared in a dominant fashion, "I'll pay 100 billion or 200 billion if it's not enough. Just name your price. I'll take all of them." She would not take no for an answer. No one made a sound. The price was raised to 200 billion, or any number Su Ping wanted. It seemed that the Class A pets had indeed been purchased at this shop. Why else would she act in such a crazy manner? The young man waiting in line was also shocked by Cleo's determination. He hesitated, because he might have to borrow money from his family if he wanted to offer a higher price, which meant that he would owe someone a favor. Besides, he wasn't sure whether or not the remaining pets in Su Ping's shop were all Class A. He would earn a lot if they were, but he would be screwed if they weren't. Everyone was currently gazing at Su Ping and holding their breath. 200 billion. That was more than what many Void State battle pet warriors could earn in their entire lives. They couldn't make 200 billion unless they found a desolate Tier 5 planet that didn't have many experts, so that they could loot most of the planet's revenue. However, such Tier 5 planets were extremely rare. How could they find one so easily? Let me repeat myself. Su Ping remained calm when Cleo stared at him from close-up. He had to admit that the woman had beautiful eyes. Her pupils seemed to be hidden by silver rays of light. Plus her pretty face and her vague fragrance. Few people could refuse her when she stared up close. However, Su Ping was already used to Joanna. He was rarely amazed, except when he looked at himself in the mirror. If you want to buy anything in this shop, wait in line and don't cut in. And another thing, I'm the one who decides the price, not you. Whether it's 10 billion or 10 trillion, the price that I announce is fixed. No bargaining, said Su Ping casually. He talked in a calm and poised way, but his heart was bleeding. 200 billion. Damn you, system, did you hear that? Su Ping's words rumbled in everybody's ears. All of them were looking at him in shock. He had been offered 200 billion, but Su Ping then said that no bargaining was allowed. Was he really insisting on selling the pets at such a low price? Cleo was slightly surprised, too. Once she snapped out of her shock, she looked at the young man with disbelief in her eyes. Is this guy deaf? Did he not hear my offer? If you're unsatisfied, just keep raising the price. Give me a number. After saying that, Su Ping ignored the woman and looked at the vast sky thunderous dragon nearby, before he said, "This vast sky thunderous dragon is at the Fate State. Its price is 990 million. PFF. Everybody was astounded again. Su Ping had just refused a buyer who offered 200 billion, and he was selling this pet for only 990 million. Cleo was also dumbfounded. She observed Su Ping carefully, only to find that the young man was calm, seemingly talking in earnest. He's truly crazy. The next moment, Cleo suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, why on earth would someone sell a Class A pet for 400 million if he weren't crazy? The two pets that Lily had just bought cost no more than 1 billion in total. However, they had been assessed to have legitimate Class A aptitudes. She could only conclude that such a crazy man and his shop didn't care in the slightest about making. Why would they do this? Cleo was befuddled, but she thought quickly and came up with a solution. She suddenly turned around and said to the man at the front of the line, "Give up your spot to me." Seeing that, Su Ping frowned. "As I said, no line cutting." 1 billion. "Give me your spot," said Cleo, apparently not taking no for an answer. The man was about to refuse her when he heard the number. He was shocked, but he soon shook his head and said, "Sorry, but I want to buy it." A Class A pet was being sold at such a low price that even he could afford it. The pet could be worth 100 billion if it was resold, yet this woman wanted his spot for only 1 billion. After being declined, Cleo's expression had a slight change as he gazed at him. 10 billion. Sorry. 50 billion. So, think carefully, I'm from the Ryan family, Cleo straight out threatened him. The young man changed his expression. He was truly tempted by the 50 billion offer. He wasn't confident that the pet he was going to buy would have a Class A aptitude. Even though the first 3 pets had been confirmed, who could promise him that all the other pets were the same? On the other hand, if he accepted Cleo's proposal, he could surely earn 50 billion. "Well, I'll give you another 10 billion. Think carefully," said Cleo gravely. The customers still waiting in line didn't like Cleo's attitude. However, she had claimed she was from the Ryan family. They could only hold back and stop trying to compete with her. Nevertheless, it was still insane of her to pay 60 billion for just a spot. "Fine, I'll give it to you." The young man hesitated for a long time and then gritted his teeth. "But you have to pay me up front." "No problem. I'm a VIP member of the Universe Bank. My transfer limit is 100 billion, said Cleo casually, regaining her calmness after the man accepted her proposal. At the same time, she was secretly relieved. Su Ping stared at them expressionlessly while standing behind the counter. Once their conversation was over, he finally said, "Sorry, but no spots can be sold in this shop. Please leave if you don't want to buy the pet." Both of them were stunned. Cleo couldn't help but glare at him. "Boss, are you purposefully giving me a hard time?" "This is nothing personal. I'm simply saying that all of you are I misspoke. Let me rephrase. This is nothing personal. All of you are just It's just one of the rules in this shop that every customer has to follow," said Su Ping. Cleo felt like her heart had just been heavily struck after hearing that. "Is that really not personal?" She grimly looked at the long line and said to Su Ping, "Boss, if I pay them and ask them to leave, would I be the first in line?" Su Ping said expressionless, "That's possible as long as you can make it." Cleo felt like it was personal again. She turned around grimly. It would cost her 60 billion for her to assume the first man's place. Did she have to pay the same to the second, third, and the other customers in the line? They wouldn't give away their spot if her offer was low, and she couldn't afford it if her offer was too high. Chapter 759, All Class A. Cleo couldn't hold her temper any longer and said to Su Ping coldly, "Boss, I'm a customer as much as everybody else. Why can't you sell them to me?" She had already revealed her identity as a member of the Ryan family. The Ryan family were like gods on that planet. There were many other families, organizations, and forces, but they all had to respect them. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Like you said, you're a customer as much as everybody else. Why must I sell it to you, and why can't you follow the rules like everybody else?" He slightly modified Cleo's words and threw them back at her. Enraged, Cleo said, "There are so many people in your shop. Will there still be any pets left when my turn arrives?" "If there aren't any, you can come early next time," said Su Ping. Cleo stomped in fury and demanded, "Are you saying I should just stand outside your shop every day? Rules are just words. If a Star State warrior were here, would you ask them to follow your rules too?" She thought Su Ping was simply going against her. There were no rules in that world when it came to real experts. If the leader of the Ryan family or any other Star State experts were to show up, he would definitely invite them in. If a Star Lord were there, he would probably even offer pets for free. Su Ping became indifferent. Even if gods were here, they would have to wait in line if they want to buy a pet from this shop. Cleo was so mad she could hardly breathe. She and Su Ping had never met before. There was no way she had ever offended him. She was a beautiful woman who belonged to the Ryan family. Why did the guy have to give her a hard time? Did he hold a grudge against the Ryan family? As she thought of it, she suddenly wondered if the guy really considered the Ryan family as an enemy. Her eyes flashed. She suddenly calmed down and then thought of many things. He had sold 3 vast sky thunderous dragons with Class A aptitudes, which already meant a loss of 100 billion. If Lily, another member of the Ryan family, weren't one of the customers, she would have suspected that it was this shop's marketing strategy. Wait a minute. She suddenly became confused when she thought of Lily. Lily is also from the Ryan family. Why did Su Ping sell her pets so easily? Is it because Lily's position in the family was too low and the guy doesn't know it? The more she thought about it, the more likely Cleo found it to be. She decided to check the shop's background in the tax bureau. She remembered that the shop had existed on that street for years, but never caught any attention in the past. Little did she expect that it would cause such a huge tide. Please wait in line. Even if the pets are sold out, this shop still offers training services that can strengthen your own pets, said Su Ping casually. He wasn't really hostile towards the woman, it was just business. Cleo looked at Su Ping in confusion and thought for a moment before she said, "Okay, I'll take a look then." She then headed to the end of the line, only to find that it had already extended out of the shop. Cleo was at a loss for words, but she held back and stood at the end of the line obediently. She also sent a message to a member of her family and asked him to help investigate the shop. With Cleo's competitive bidding gone, the remaining vast sky thunderous dragons were soon sold out. All the remaining customers looked awful, filled with regret for having run out earlier. They would have had a better chance to get to the front of the line when everybody else had left. Su Ping had earned more than 50 million energy points once the 10 dragons were sold. He had gathered almost 100 million energy points. This would allow him to upgrade the Chaos Spirit Pool immediately. Still, instead of the upgrade, he chose to buy the Thunder Ocean Fruit first. The Chaos Spirit Pool could be much more effective than before after being upgraded to level 5, with a chance of breeding Star State pets. The Star State actually included the Star State, the Star Lord State, and the Ascendant State. The Star State was the system's collective name for the 3 sublevels. Above the Star State was the Divine State, although that was too far away from Su Ping at the moment. However, he knew that the cost for each breeding session in the Chaos Spirit Pool was 100 million, which was the same as the cost of upgrading. He could create Ascendant State pets if he was unbelievably lucky. However, the odds of that happening were quite low. Getting Fate State beasts was more likely. It wasn't easy for Su Ping to earn 100 million presently. He felt that he would become depressed if he were to spend 100 million on a Fate State beast. Everything that had happened assured him that he was not a son of destiny or favored by the goddess of fortune. If he intended to win against the odds, he had to invest much more than he could afford. Besides, even if he upgraded the Chaos Spirit Pool, he would run out of money and would remain unable to use the upgraded Chaos Spirit Pool. The Thunder Ocean Fruit, on the other hand, might be gone for good if it disappeared. He had to seize it. A young man who finally had his turn asked nervously, "Boss, are there any more vast sky thunderous dragons?" He had heard that 10 dragons had been delivered to the shop the day before, while 10 had already been sold. He wasn't sure if any more of them were still available. No, Su Ping shook his head. He had already trained the white-scaled drakeling to reach a mid-high aptitude, and the high aptitude wasn't far off. He wouldn't sell it easily. Everybody sighed in frustration after seeing that Su Ping shook his head, even though they had seen it coming. Those pets were regular beasts at first. They couldn't have gotten mid-level aptitudes without the training done in this shop. Su Ping knew it was an opportunity to promote. You can consider the training services in this shop. They will be worth every penny. Training services. Can you give them Class A aptitudes with your training? Can you train any kind of pet? Many people asked questions. Su Ping had become quite trustworthy when he talked about training, since he had indeed sold 3 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons. Many customers thought it was impossible to catch 3 wild Class A dragons in a row, so there was the chance they might have been trained. However, some other customers simply observed coldly without feeling tempted. All of them knew that Su Ping's dragons had been shipped over the day before. One day was probably enough for assessments, but not nearly enough for them to be trained, unless he was a master trainer. The trainers in the Federation were divided into 5 tiers, each with a corresponding number of stars. There were 5 levels in each tier, classified by 5 crystals. The 5-starred trainers were the weakest, but they were more respected than Ocean State warriors. The 5-starred trainers were known as the Holy Spirit trainers on the Blue Planet. They could enlighten pets with talents. Underneath the 5-starred trainers were the 9-crystal trainers. They were also known as apprentice trainers. The most famous trainer on Rhea was a 4-starred trainer. He dedicated his services to the Ryan family and had special privileges. As for the 3-starred master trainers, even the leader of the Ryan family would have to treat them respectfully. 2-starred trainers were extraordinary trainers that the leader of the Ryan family wasn't even qualified to meet. 1-starred trainers, who were at the top of the tiers, were also known as the godly trainers. They were the most admired in the Federation. Even Ascendant State warriors would have to treat them respectfully. To train regular vast sky thunderous dragons until they had Class A aptitude overnight was something that even the 4-starred master trainer working for the Ryans couldn't do. This shop offers 2 kinds of training services. The first kind is the normal training. Your pet will grasp at least 1 new skill or slightly increase its combat ability with each training session. The second kind is professional training, which will significantly increase your pet's aptitude, but it takes longer and costs more, said Su Ping. Seriously, pets would grasp a new skill after each training session. Do minor skills count? Someone couldn't help but ask. Su Ping said, the skills they perceive will be at least of their own level. Are you serious? If a pet is at the Fate state, will it grasp a Fate state skill? That is correct. Su Ping nodded. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment and shock. That sounded too unbelievable. The young man at the front who failed to buy a dragon gritted his teeth and made a decision. Boss, I want to train my pet. He then asked, I intend to have an Ocean State Starflower dragon trained. Is it possible? What's the price? Yes, said Su Ping. Normal training costs 100 million, while professional training goes for 10 billion. To enable a king-level professional training required a high-aptitude beast king to be trained. Su Ping's dark dragon hound was exactly a high-aptitude pet at the peak of the Ocean State. That expensive? Everybody was shocked for a moment, but then they were back to normal. The price was slightly higher than the cost to hire a regular 5-starred trainer, but much lower than that of a 4-starred trainer. After all, it required tens of billions to hire a 4-starred trainer to develop a pet. If the trainer had 4 stars and 5 crystals, it would mean that he was only second to the 3-starred master trainers. His services would cost 100 billion. However, 3-starred master trainers mostly catered to Star State pets. While 100 billion was slightly expensive for Star State experts, it was still affordable. Boss, is the trainer in your shop 5-starred or 4-starred? Asked someone curiously. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He had just moved to a place more in touch with all the Federation and wasn't familiar with many things. He said, that's a secret. Boss, just tell us. Your shop will definitely hit the headlines if you have a 4-star trainer, someone encouraged him. Su Ping said casually, I'm not interested in that. The training will be effective. If you've tried it and found it unsatisfactory, you don't have to come again. Everybody was slightly confused and awed by Su Ping's statement. He's that confident. Exclamations were heard coming from the street. Oh my God, another Class A vast sky thunderous dragon. What happened today? Why are there so many class of vast sky thunderous dragons showing up in a row? Did something happen to the rumbling thunder continent? So many vast sky thunderous dragons with Class A aptitude have emerged out of nowhere. The exclamations would have been inaudible to ordinary people, but they came from the assessment shop, which wasn't soundproof to the ears of the battle pet warriors in Su Ping's shop. Everybody was shocked at the moment. They looked at Su Ping with awe and fear. Did all the battle pets sold in Su Ping's shop have Class A aptitude? Cleo, who was standing at the end of the line, changed her expression and hurriedly asked the employees in her shop about the situation. Soon her employees replied. They confirmed that the person who had a pet assessed was a customer from Su Ping's shop. Cleo couldn't have looked more awful after reading the message. She had not made up her mind in time to buy out all the remaining pets, even though she had intended to. She currently felt she had missed a fortune. Another one with Class A aptitude. So does this one. Oh my God, it's the 6th one. Exclamations were bursting out consecutively. All the people present in Su Ping's shop were stunned. Those who had previously been at the front of the line but later given up their spots were on the verge of a meltdown when they heard the exclamations. They could have bought one of those dragons if they hadn't left to snoop around at the assessment shop. Many of them lost their cool, wanting to slap their own faces. So does this one. A Fate State pet with a Class A aptitude. Oh my God, it's already the 2nd one. The 9th one is the same. Please hit me. Am I dreaming? Exclamations were heard nonstop. The customers who had bought pets from Su Ping's shop went to the nearest assessment shop to check their aptitudes, which was already teeming with people. Su Ping's shop, however, was dead silent. None saw it coming. Their speculation actually came to pass. 10 vast sky thunderous dragons had been sold in Su Ping's shop, and 9 had already been checked to have in a class. So, all of them had to be Class A. Soon exclamations echoed again. The 10th one is also a class. I can't freaking believe this. The customers inside Su Ping's shop, however, were already too numb to hear anything. Su Ping heard the noises too and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that a mid-level aptitude according to the system would actually equate to a Class A in the Federation. He didn't know if Class A was the highest quality. Su Ping decided that he had to find out more about the aptitude ratings in the Federation through his Lord badge. What about it? Do you want to train your pet? Su Ping asked, breaking the silence in the shop. Wow! Everybody was woken up all of a sudden, as if a bomb had been detonated in the shop. All of them shouted in awe. All Class A, oh my God. Please tell me that my ears are deceiving me. How can I tell you anything if your ears are deceiving you? Chapter 760, Soaring Revenue. Everybody was excited by the news that all the dragons were Class A. They looked at Su Ping in a different way. Their eyes were filled with shock and passion, as if he were a rare treasure. Yes, I'd like to train them, boss, said the man at the head of the queue once he came to his senses, nodding quickly like a pecking little chicken. What pet do you intend to train? Su Ping seemed very calm. His successful operation on the blue planet had assured him that the business in his shop would flourish as long as he gained enough popularity. He was quite confident of the system's criteria and his training, or rather, torturing abilities. Kara Whale, replied the young man quickly. He added, it's in the advanced phase of the ocean state. It's quite timid. He was going to continue, introducing his pet. Do you want normal training or professional training? Su Ping interrupted him and asked. The basics of a pet would become obvious in a training session. Even if the pet had certain special problems, they couldn't affect his special way of training. After all, no animal was unafraid of death. Even the undead beasts that had died once were still afraid of being devoured by other undead beasts. Well, normal training, please. The young man thought for a moment and chose the safer option. Besides, he couldn't pay 10 billion at once, which wasn't a small amount of money. Many magnates who had assets worth hundreds of billions might not even have a lot of liquid assets. "All right, summon your pet and make the payment," said Su Ping. He took out a notebook and was ready to write the customer's name down. He felt like he was doing business in Longjiang Bay City again, when he had to write down the customers' names in case he confused them. "Should I summon it here?" "Yes." The young man soon summoned his battle pet and then transferred the money to Su Ping. Joanna walked over and led the Kara whale into the pet room. It was a pet suitable for marine battles. It looked quite fat and cute when it was miniaturized in the shop. The young man affectionately watched his pet leave, and then gave away his spot when Su Ping dropped a hint. "Boss, how long will the training take?" asked another young man behind him. "Normal training takes a day or two, while professional training takes half a month," said Su Ping, who stated a longer time than what it would actually take. After all, he obviously had to train multiple pets in different batches after that day, which would take a much longer time. Huh? The second young man and everybody behind him were stunned. The training length that Su Ping had just announced was incomprehensible to them. Normal training would normally take at least a month. Devoted training could take years. They had never heard of any pet that could be trained within half a month, unless the trainer was very strong and the beast to be trained was of a low rank. For example, it would only take a 4-star trainer a day or two to train a 3rd-rank pet, but it would take a month for him to train an ocean state pet. "Boss, isn't it too quick?" the young man couldn't help but ask. Su Ping said indifferently, "If you think it's too quick, you're free to claim it several months later. Of course, you would need to pay extra nursing fees to keep it in this shop." The young man was at a loss for words. He thought it over carefully, deciding to have his pet trained in the end. After all, seeing 10 Class A battle pets was too shocking. The fact that so many pets were being sold on the cheap suggested that either Su Ping's shop was not interested in profits or all the customers were in fact hired actors. Even if the second case was true, the shop was quite remarkable to have obtained 10 vast sky thunderous dragons with Class A aptitudes. Everybody suspected that Su Ping's shop might be assisted by a 4-star trainer. The customer summoned his pet and made the payment. Very soon, the second training transaction was completed. He also chose normal training. After all, few people who weren't rich enough would spend 10 billion on potentially risky professional training. Next, Su Ping continued. Well, time zipped by. A few customers who didn't plan to train their pets left the line. The vast majority decided to try training their pets in Su Ping's shop. Cleo was one of them. Her turn was almost up. Cleo stepped forward and said, "I'd like to get professional training." She was cold and still unhappy about Su Ping's refusal, speaking as dominantly as she usually did. "My pet is a vast sky thunderous dragon in the advanced phase of the fate state. It currently has a straight B aptitude. Can you give it O or A aptitudes through training?" Everybody was looking at her with surprised faces, not expecting that she had a Class B fate state vast sky thunderous dragon. That was an already excellent pet. It could defeat 80% of the enemies in its level. It would almost be matchless among its peers if it was upgraded to a aptitude. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "The training is my responsibility. I can only guarantee that it'll be worth the tiny amount of money you paid." Everybody was rendered speechless when Su Ping referred to 10 billion as a tiny amount of money. That made them look at Su Ping with even more hopeful eyes. 10 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons had almost been sold for free at the shop. Maybe Su Ping was really not in want of money. Cleo's expression had a slight change. She remembered the two Class A dragons that Su Ping sold to Lily, which would cost more than 10 billion elsewhere. This guy probably doesn't care about the 10 billion. She narrowed her eyes ever so slightly, but her pride stopped her from giving in to a man. She said, "I know you're not short of money, but can you promise that my pet's aptitude will be increased by 1 level, at least to B+ after the training?" Su Ping almost felt like laughing. Considering the high-profile dragons he had sold, he had already figured out what a Class A aptitude meant. He could accomplish the task even with the normal training. If it came to professional training, he would not stop until the pet attained a high-level aptitude. That was the system's requirement. High-level aptitudes were greatly different and much better than those at mid-level. However, he was reluctant to concede after seeing the woman aggressively demand a promise. Su Ping had almost lost his cool when he heard the offers made for the pets. He was even more regretful than those who had failed to buy the pets. "I don't offer any promises. If you want to train your pet here, I'll be happy to oblige. If you don't, please get out of here. See you," said Su Ping indifferently. Cleo was rather embarrassed. She was well appreciated even within the Ryan family thanks to her beauty and talents, and yet she suffered consecutive setbacks when facing Su Ping. When did I piss off this guy? She secretly gritted her teeth. After seeing how cold and calm Su Ping was, she eventually clapped her hands and summoned her pet. "Fine, let's find out how good you are." She then quickly transferred the money to Su Ping. Everybody's eyes glittered when they saw how Su Ping disrespected a major client such as Cleo. They had acted prudently by paying 100 million for normal training fees, worried that they might be tricked. But the more arrogant Su Ping behaved, the more reliable they found the shop to be. "Anna, take it to the back," Su Ping ordered casually once he saw Cleo's Fate State dragon. Joanna approached them. Cleo instantly said, "Don't come any closer, it's quite violent and will attack any stranger. Let me soothe it first." She was stunned before she could finish. Everybody saw that Joanna stood close to the dragon and straight off patted its wings, which were its most sensitive parts. Still, the pet didn't respond aggressively afterwards. Joanna then turned around left. The vast sky thunderous dragon followed her, as if it were her battle pet. Cleo's eyes almost popped out. My pet abandoning its master so easily. They had been together for such a long time. She had never known it was actually a lustful dragon. It turned out to be tame and obedient in front of a prettier girl. Cleo was so angry she gnashed her teeth in fury. Su Ping's eyes twitched a bit when he saw the money he received, but he remained calm and said, "Do you need to train other pets? 10 billion could be converted to 100 million energy points." The vast sky thunderous dragon that Cleo had paid for was enough for him to upgrade the chaos spirit pool in his shop. Adding up the training fees he had previously collected, Su Ping had gathered almost 300 million energy points. "No," said Cleo angrily and then left. But very soon she looked back and said, "I'll test the pet carefully after the training is completed." Su Ping raised his eyebrows upon hearing her threat. He coldly replied, "By my guest." "Humph." Cleo snorted angrily and stormed out when she saw his reaction. Quite a few cars rushed close and stopped in front of Cleo's assessment shop when Su Ping was collecting money in his shop. "Are there 10 battle pets with Class A aptitudes here?" "Hello, I'm a reporter. Just now we received a message that said." "Really, it's true. They're all vast sky thunderous dragons." "Wow, I got them. They really are." The reporters soon found what was going on inside the assessment shop and were shocked. It was a thrilling piece of news. 10 vast sky thunderous dragons with Class A aptitude had appeared out of nowhere, right at the critical moment when the pet contest was about to begin. It would attract everybody's attention. The reporters interviewed the customers excitedly and soon found the source of the pets. As it turned out, all the pets originated from one pixie pet store at the turn of the street. Soon after, all the reporters swarmed into Su Ping's shop. Chapter 761, No Openings. "This is the place." Hello, are you an employee? You're the boss. Were the 10 Class A Vast Sky Thunderous Dragons really sold at your place? Why were they sold rather than auctioned? Young boss, please look at the camera here. With all due respect, may we know the family backing you? Boss, why did you sell so many Class of Vast Sky Thunderous Dragons in one go? You didn't advertise them in advance either. Didn't you suffer a huge loss? Boss, Su Ping had just completed the deal with Cleo when he was surrounded by the reporters. What is going on? Su Ping blinked his eyes speechlessly. He didn't expect that selling 10 mid-level aptitude pets would attract that much attention. It wouldn't have happened on the Blue Planet. It wasn't because the locals of the Blue Planet had seen better, but their available testing devices weren't as advanced as their counterparts in the Federation. Those who had bought or trained pets in Su Ping's place knew that the pets were very strong, but they didn't know how strong the pets were exactly, which didn't encourage a faster dissemination. After all, the descriptions such as very good or very strong were quite subjective, whereas Class A aptitudes were objective and unified in the Federation. It was very special to Ria's locals. Boss, your shop has sold so many Class A pets. Is it because a 4-starred master trainer is supporting your shop? Boss, we had never heard of your shop before. Is it a branch of a major chain from another planet that intends to compete with Ria's local corporations? After hearing the reporter's assorted questions, Su Ping had to raise his hand to interject. Silence. He spoke quietly, but his voice was intimidating and commanding. The noisy reporters were quickly silenced. They were naturally awed and fearful, as if a more advanced life form were looking down upon them. There's indeed a master trainer in this shop. As for competitions, this shop only does its own business and is not interested in competing with anyone. Su Ping added calmly, this shop will sell and train more Class A battle pets in the future. Be on the lookout for them if you're interested. You're welcome to return and report about them too. With that, Su Ping ended while looking at the reporters. Please continue with your own affairs. Business hours are over. It would be a huge waste if he didn't take advantage of the free reporters to promote his shop. As for the Class A aptitude, he was simply talking in a way that other people could understand. He considered himself more or less a master trainer. After all, he could train the highly regarded Class A battle pets. Once he thought of that, Su Ping drove the reporters out of the shop. Boss, let's chat for a while longer. Boss, it's barely noon and you're already closing your shop. Will you open the shop in the afternoon? Boss, what are your business hours? Boss, will more Class A pets be available as you said? Is it true? Care to tell us more details? The reporters, who hadn't even reached the ocean state, were pushed out of the shop by Su Ping with astral power. Soon there will be more details available for you. As for business hours, sometimes it's morning, sometimes it's afternoon, depending on when I'm free. Su Ping replied to some of the questions while shoving the reporters to the door. He then waved his hand before he turned around and got back into the shop. The reporters were left dumbfounded outside the shop. Business hours are completely random. What kind of shop is this? The brown-haired young man who had bought the first dragon was right outside. He had a wretched-looking face when the reporters were gathered outside of Su Ping's shop. He had been covertly lurking in the area because he wanted to find out what would happen. The shocking incidents that happened later had completely stupefied him. All of the pets were Class A. 10 Class A Vast Sky Thunderous Dragons appearing at the same time was a horrifying matter. He remembered how he had a chance to buy all of them, but he ran off because he feared that Su Ping would ask for his pet back. If he hadn't run out, he might have been able to buy all the pets. The young man felt like vomiting blood when he thought about it. The only thing that made him feel slightly better was that, since the shop had sold that many Class A dragons at once, they were probably uninterested in taking back the one he bought. Therefore, he still had a chance to visit Su Ping's shop later. Well, is it true? Damn it, who will possibly come to our shop in the future? This shop has been here for years. Why can't I remember a thing about it? It was never popular. How did it become so good all of a sudden? The Star's pet store was absolutely empty, except a few employees and their manager. The latter, who was a partly bald middle-aged man, looked terrible. The 10 vast sky thunderous dragons that had been shipped to Su Ping's shop the day before had shocked the entire street. They felt a lot of pressure, being the other pet store on the street, so they reported the matter to HQ, which arranged for a B-plus vast sky thunderous dragon to be shipped to them overnight. He had intended to attract all the customers who had gotten word of the 10 dragons in the other shop. This could potentially bring them a massive profit. Little did he expect that all the dragons would be Class A pets. He had been crushed and then scrubbed against the ground. The manager felt like killing himself right then. Not just his shop, all the other pet shops in Wafit had been eclipsed and their business would be affected. His shop had obviously taken the greatest hit, being on the same street. It was almost a nuclear attack. The manager couldn't contain himself any longer and burst into an outrage. Damn it, we must do something. We can't just be waiting to die. Move, move, attract more customers on the street right now. What are you doing here? Contact HQ and talk to the PR department. Let's claim that the other shop sells and trains flawed pets. Go. He would lose his job if the show went down. Even if he was transferred to another shop, his position wouldn't be as high. All the employees were frightened by their boss' anger and quickly got to work. Soon, the employees of the Star's pet store peddled and appealed to the customers on the street again. Even though the same B-plus vast sky thunderous dragon wasn't as attractive as before, some customers were still attracted to it. Even though they were regretful for not having gotten their hands on a Class A pet, they were still happy to buy a lesser one. Some customers entered the shop soon after. Most of them had been to Su Ping's shop. They then booed once they heard that the B-plus dragon would cost 500 million. The Class A dragons in the other shop were only sold for 400 million. Even the Fate State ones didn't go for more than $1 billion. The dragon is being sold for 500 million here. That's too crazy. The manager felt like his head was exploding as he heard the boos and complaints. That is just the market price. It was actually even several hundred million lower than the regular price. He might as well just quit and go home if he were to sell the pet for 400 million. He definitely thought that the other shop's prices were too low. He was trying to do business. He didn't know what the other shop was planning. Selling 10 Class A pets at such a low price was almost like a huge charity event. Even if it was meant to attract everyone's attention, it wouldn't be easy to earn the hundreds of billions that had already been lost. The manager could only cry in silence when he thought about his lunatic competitor, but he didn't have another choice. He had to try to talk sense into the customers, but everybody was still mocking and laughing at him. "Well, boss, I came for my pet. Are you here?" a clear voice said. Then Phileas walked into Su Ping's shop. He was slightly surprised, as all the reporters and the passers-by were talking about Class A dragons. Are they real? Yes. Su Ping was cleaning the shop. He was going to close and start the training sessions. Seeing the young man arrive, he said, "Your green alligator has been trained." Really? Phileas was quite skeptical. Is it really possible to train a pet in a day? Without further ado, Su Ping asked Joanna to take his pet out. That door will take you to the test room. You can give your pet a try. Feel free to use any skills without worrying about damages as the walls are reinforced, said Su Ping. Phileas looked at Joanna with a much more solemn expression. She then frowned, making him realize it was rude of him to stare at her, plus she was there with her pet. He lowered his gaze, only to see a pair of sharp and brutal eyes that were obviously showing dissatisfaction. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, yet its master didn't check it first. The green alligator was deeply heartbroken. Phileas instantly noticed that the green alligator definitely seemed to be much stronger. The vibe it released was more profound and better hidden. Although it had approached him, it seemed to be sneaking, ready to go on a rampage anytime. It does seem stronger, Phileas thought. Joanna turned around and left like a cloud after she finished arranging her pet training. Phileas felt relieved and looked down at the green alligator. He thought for a moment and said to Su Ping, "Boss, I'd like to test it. Be my guest." 10 minutes later, Phileas returned to the lobby. His eyes were glowing with excitement. He didn't see Su Ping on his way out. He looked around, only to find that he couldn't sense anything behind the walls and could only give up. He then remembered that there was a pet assessment shop nearby, so he quickly went there. He found many people who were gathered outside of the establishment. Class A aptitude. A vast sky thunderous dragon. Phileas raised his eyebrows as he approached the place, listening to the topics being heatedly discussed by those present. His expression was quickly changed for shock after listening for a while. Phileas stopped one of the passers-by and asked, "Are you sure it was sold at the shop over there?" He also made a pointing gesture at Su Ping's shop. "Of course, the Pixie Pet Store became famous today. Can you believe that they sold 10 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons in a row? Damn right, I'm still trying to process it. It feels like a dream. It has never happened before. I don't think this assessment shop has experienced anything like it before, haha." Everybody talked and laughed, obviously interested in the matter. Phileas was rather stunned. Did Su Ping's shop sell 10 vast sky thunderous dragons with Class A aptitude this morning? Oh my God, what did I miss? Phileas suddenly thought of his green alligator. Could it be that there really was a master trainer in Su Ping's shop? His heart pounded. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and paid for an assessment. A few minutes later, "Wow!" exclamations burst out of the assessment shop again. All the people who were still present looked at the rolling pillar with shock. The readings had soared up to the purple area again. Was it possible that another pet with Class A aptitudes had been detected? Damn, what day is today? Another vast sky thunderous dragon. Didn't the shop only obtain 10 of them? Is this one from the old stockpile? Which lucky son of a bitch bought this? All kinds of exclamations burst out of the crowd. Phileas was quickly angered by the jealous remarks, but soon found that more than one person was cursing. He could only turn a deaf ear to them while he stared at the testing pillar. Soon, the readings in the purple area were gradually stabilized. Several minutes later, a rating appeared on the pillar. Class A. Underneath the rating was the image of the green alligator. The audience was shocked again, not expecting to see a real Class A pet again. However, it was no longer a vast sky thunderous dragon this time, but a green alligator. Phileas was stunned while he looked at the results, feeling like his head had gone blank. The young man was unable to wrap its head around it. Class A aptitude. How is it possible? Is there something wrong with the device? His green alligator only had a B aptitude in the past, but then it became A. That was a drastic improvement. Phileas felt somewhat dazed. He went for the assessment partly to find out the green alligator's current aptitude and partly to see if the strength the pet showed in the test room would be reflected in the results. Certain special drugs could significantly strengthen pets for a while, but they could bring about dire ramifications. Such drugs could be detected in an assessment. Most dangerous and flawed training methods would leave detectable sequelae that could lower the rating. Even if the green alligator was 10 times stronger than its peers, its aptitude would be lowered if it had taken any drugs. The comprehensive conclusion was based on information drawn from many aspects. The rating meant that his pet had truly been strengthened, without any hidden flaws. It had truly been strengthened thanks to the training. Phileas was too shocked to speak. He had only paid 100 million to upgrade his battle pet to Class A. That was unbelievable. Another one. Fortunately, this isn't a vast sky thunderous dragon. In another corner of the shop, Cleo and her cousin Lily were both amazed at the rating on the pillar. The pillar seemed to be malfunctioning, as the ratings were all it manifested that day. This pet can't be from the shop over there, right? Cleo thought and became tempted. She instantly asked for the customer's file and then greeted him. "Hello." Phileas was still stunned when Cleo approached him. She was slightly surprised and confused when she saw Phileas' look, attire, and especially the emblem at the end of his sleeve. "Huh, who might you be?" "I'm the manager of this shop," replied Cleo casually. "You must be from the Morno family. Is this battle pet yours? Are you interested in selling it? I can purchase it for more than the going market price. This is my card." She offered a purple and gold card. The card alone was worth tens of thousands of astral coins. Phileas's pupils contracted the moment he saw the card, as it was only used by members of the Ryan family. "Hello, I'm Phileas." He accepted the card and spoke with a somewhat fearful tone. The Ryan family were the gods of Rhea. All the other forces had to lower their heads in front of that family. "How about it? Do you plan to sell it?" asked Cleo straightforwardly. Phileas hesitated and said, "Well, I'm sorry, but this little guy and I have been together for a long time and we're deeply bonded." Cleo instantly knew it was a no. The deep bond was just an excuse. Her keen mind could also glean that he planned to participate in the upcoming pet contest, all to bring hope to the declining Morno family. "Feel free to contact me if you ever decide to sell it," said Cleo with a smile. Phileas nodded quickly. Phileas finally took a breath of relief after walking out of the assessment shop. Confronting someone from the Ryan family was too stressful. His family could be affected if he ever pissed her off. "I must find Boss Sue immediately. If he trains my pets every day, won't they all get Class A aptitudes? If so, I can easily win the pet contest." Phileas became excited as he rushed back to Su Ping's shop. "Boss." Phileas saw Su Ping the moment he entered the lobby. He quickly called out to him, "Boss, I didn't see you, so I took a walk outside. I was hoping you would train more pets of mine. Here they are." He didn't say that he had gone to the assessment shop, fearing that Su Ping would be angered due to his expertise being questioned. Of course, he had indeed suspected Su Ping's expertise a moment earlier. "Okay." Su Ping wasn't too enthused to see Phileas. He said, "You're late. The pet spots in this shop are already full. Come again tomorrow if you want to have your pets trained." "What?" Phileas was stunned by the reply. He asked with widened eyes, "They're full?" "Yes, there are no more openings left," said Su Ping casually. Phileas was dumbfounded. He certainly wouldn't accept that. He quickly replied, "Boss, I can pay more money. How about 200 million, no, 1 billion for each pet?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at him, realizing that the guy had surely gone to have his pet assessed. He said angrily, "This isn't about money. Besides, you think you can hire me to do your bidding by paying a mere billion." Phileas was rendered speechless, but he knew that Su Ping was right. To improve a bee-green alligator to the level was something that even a 4-starred master trainer was unable to do. It might even be the work of a grandmaster. "Boss, I know this isn't about money. Can you just do me this favor?" Phileas instantly adopted a different approach and tried to appeal to Su Ping's sympathy. "I'm about to participate in the pet contest. If you train my pets, I will surely distinguish myself in the contest. I will tell everybody that my pets were trained in your shop during the award ceremony. It can work as a great for you." "It's your contest. Why should I care?" snapped Su Ping. "Also, I have other people who can advertise for me." Phileas was starting to feel anxious after being refused by Su Ping. He couldn't help but add, "Boss, I'm begging you. What can I do so that you can help me train my pets?" He couldn't be any more regretful. Had he known the effects, he would have left his main pet for training instead of the green alligator he wasn't planning on using. "No need to beg me, and it's useless even if you do," Su Ping said indifferently. "If you want to train your pets, come early tomorrow." Stunned, Phileas asked in delight, "Really? You're willing to train my pets as long as I wait in line?" "As long as you pay the money, why wouldn't I?" "Yes, sure, I'll definitely pay you. In fact, I can give you the money in advance right now." "That's unnecessary. This shop doesn't accept down payments. All money must be paid up front. No appointments, no defaults," said Su Ping coldly. Phileas was quite confused. Su Ping ignored him and left. Another person entered the shop at this moment and saw Su Ping turning around. She said with glittering eyes, "Boss Su." Su Ping turned back, only to find it was Mia. "You're back." "Yes," Mia said with a smile. "Someone just told me that you sold 10 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons. Is this true?" Su Ping nodded, "Yes." Phileas's pupils contracted when Su Ping personally admitted it. He regretted his decision the day prior even more. "Boss Su, can you sell me one?" When Su Ping admitted it, Mia's eyes glowed even more brightly. She said, "Just name your price. I'll try my best to raise the sum and give it to you." "You didn't catch any?" Su Ping asked back. Chapter 762, Law God of Lightning. "I caught one, but it only has a C+ aptitude," said Mia helplessly. She had indeed caught one and tested it on the way back. She was secretly happy when she learned that it was a C+ beast. After all, most of the wild beasts caught were Class C. The C+ beasts were the best among them. They could reach a B class after some minor training. If a master trainer was hired, it wouldn't be hard for them to raise the pet to a B+ class. However, she heard news about the 10 Class A dragons as she was making her way over to Su Ping's shop to have her pets trained. Class A, that was something that she could only dream about. Buying a Class A pet would have been much easier and less time-consuming than training one. Still, it would definitely cost more money. "All the vast sky thunderous dragons I caught were sold out," said Su Ping. "If you have one, you may consider training it. After all, improving it to Class A isn't that hard." Phileas was speechless. "Do you even hear what you're saying? Improving a pet to Class A isn't that hard. Just like how a certain big shot had said that making 10 billion was just a small goal." Mia was quite shocked, too. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss Su, you sold all the dragons you caught?" "Yes, all of them." Mia's eyes widened. She had seen 3 of Su Ping's dragons when they last met. Could it be that all 3 had Class A aptitudes? She couldn't have felt more regretful. She would have had a chance to buy one if she would have returned to his shop right away, but she missed the chance. She was rather angry with herself. That was all because of her being overconfident. How could a keen-eyed pet store owner catch random beasts? Why didn't I think of this earlier? But regretting it was pointless. Mia looked at Su Ping and asked, "Boss, when are you going to the rumbling thunder continent again?" She wanted to go with him. Missing a chance could be due to carelessness, but missing it again would be downright stupid. Su Ping shook his head and said, "I don't plan to go there for the time being. Maybe later." What Su Ping said made Mia think he was unwilling to reveal his schedule. She secretly heaved a sigh, but she understood that it was dangerous to expose one's schedule to a complete stranger. "Do you have other Class A pets in your shop, boss?" "Not for now." Su Ping didn't know what to say about her stubbornness. "Don't you have a vast sky thunderous dragon? Even if it wasn't born with Class A aptitude, it can be trained to reach it. Why do you insist on buying a Class A pet?" "It can be trained to that level." Mia was stunned. "As long as you have enough money," said Su Ping. "It just so happens that this shop has just begun to offer the king-level professional training today. One training session will cost 10 billion. Your pet's aptitude is guaranteed to reach Class A. Do you have the money?" "For real?" Mia gazed at him and suddenly exclaimed in delight, "I want to train it. As for 10 billion, I have the money." She didn't have so much cash in hand, but she could borrow it. She thought of a certain person. Su Ping nodded and said, "Everything is fine as long as you have the money. Prepare it and come back early tomorrow. There are no more openings today." Mia was about to take out her vast sky thunderous dragon, but was then dumbfounded by what Su Ping had just said. She had previously been able to train however many pets she wanted in Su Ping's shop, but now she had to wait for openings the next day. Phileas was quite relieved. He looked at Mia sympathetically when he noticed how Su Ping treated such a gorgeous woman exactly like he treated him. "I'll come early tomorrow morning then," said Phileas. Mia noticed Phileas and heard what he said. She didn't know what to say. It seemed that she wasn't the only one who wanted Su Ping to train their pets. Has the shop become this popular in a single day? It did make sense, considering the training results from the shop, and since it had sold 10 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons in a single day, it was only natural that the shop would become popular. She felt frustrated. She would have returned sooner had she known this. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Mia heaved a sigh inwardly while offering a graceful smile to Su Ping on the surface. Su Ping nodded. Once he saw the two customers off, Su Ping closed the shop, then found Tang Ruyan and Zhang Lingtang in the language school. How'd it go? Have you picked it up? We've learned about 80% of the common tongue, except for the uncommon words. Both Tang Ruyan and Zhang Lingtang were happy to see Su Ping. Su Ping nodded. He spoke in the common tongue to test them. Seeing how they answered fluently, he said, "Keep on learning and return to the shop to help me tomorrow." The large number of customers called for assistance. Tang Ruyan asked in surprise, "Do we have many customers?" "More than many." "Got it, I'll work harder." "Me too," Zhang Lingtang added cutely. Su Ping nodded, said his goodbyes and returned to his shop. He closed the door and ignored the reporters who tried to swarm in. That was a completely new batch of reporters. He wouldn't have time to do anything else if he took interviews every time. Once inside the shop, Su Ping checked the energy revenue made in the day. They were more than 380 million. He had earned more than 300 million energy points in a single day, which meant 30 billion astral coins. Cleo's professional training had produced 10 billion. The 10 vast sky thunderous dragons were sold for 60 billion, and the normal training for the other customers raised a sum of more than 20 billion. However, there was still a lot of work to do. The pets had to be trained in different batches, and the professional training would take days. Even if he took the pet every time he trained others, it would be hard to improve its aptitude to a high level simply by exposure to deadly experiences. He also had to use herbs and special environments to strengthen them. Alternatively, he could simply impart knowledge to the pet. If he shared some of the power of laws with the pet, its combat ability would probably soar immediately, and its aptitude would soon reach a high level. However, the power of laws was so precious that Su Ping preferred not to use it unless it was the only option. I should eat the Thunder Ocean fruit first. Without further ado, Su Ping found the Thunder Ocean fruit in his storage. It was a purple fruit enveloped by lightning. It also had protruding patterns that looked like scars. I hope I can understand the power of laws, Su Ping thought. The fruit only promised an increase in the odds of a new understanding, but he had never been a lucky guy. He simply hoped that the 80 million energy points he spent on it weren't a complete waste. He quickly chewed the fruit and swallowed. As he chewed the fruit, he felt how countless lightning bolts were bouncing inside his mouth. Had it not been for his high resistance, he would have been paralyzed or even blown up by the lightning. The bouncing lightning bolts ran amok inside his mouth like snakes. Su Ping had the strange feeling that the lightning bolts were alive. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to chew and then swallow the lightning bolts, bit by bit. The lightning bolts slithered inside his body like perky loaches. Su Ping felt that all his cells and blood were being activated. He had an epiphany at that moment. So lightning didn't just mean destruction. It could also bring forth new life. New life from destruction. Some of the bolts roamed all the way up and reached his brain while he was in a trance. Then, his head felt as if it were exploding. Countless jumping lightning bolts surfaced in his memory and gathered in the most profound ocean. That ocean was flooded with lightning. The lightning bolts were either exploding, rumbling, vanishing, or circulating. They were boundless and had various shapes. So the lightning bolts had that many variations. Su Ping's mind was gradually absorbed by those concepts. A long while later, Su Ping opened his eyes. Real bolts of lightning jumped out. Fizz, fizz. There was a lightning bolt in Su Ping's palm, bouncing and shrieking like a bird. The lightning flew away from his palm and floated in front of him without disappearing. The lightning emitted a special aura, which was the power of laws. While the energy from the lightning was weak, the power of laws was making space tremble, as if it could tear apart the primary space with ease. This lightning is alive. Su Ping gradually understood as he observed and thought, infinite circulations and birth from death, like the God who created the world. Let me just call you the God of lightning's law. The lightning seemed to hum and tremble after receiving a name. The power of laws that it released was even more profound. Su Ping also emerged from his meditative state. He knew that he didn't really comprehend and grasp that law until he gave it the right name. Naming it incorrectly would mean that he hadn't really understood the law properly, which could then gradually disappear in the end. Chapter 763, Pet Robbery. The God of Lightning's law was the third law that Su Ping had grasped. Su Ping was quite excited. Spending those 80 million energy points was definitely worth it. Not many people in the Fate state could have done that. Right when Su Ping intended to test the new ability in a cultivation site, someone suddenly smashed the door. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and spread out his senses. The shop would block the other people's probing, but not Su Ping's perception. He saw a young man wearing a blood-stained armor outside the shop. He was wounded and was knocking at the door anxiously. Huh? Su Ping quickly recognized him. It was one of the two young men who had rented the little skeleton earlier. He quickly changed his expression and searched for the little skeleton, only to find that the young man didn't have it. Shua. Su Ping rose quickly and rushed to open the door. Abbott, the young man outside, was quite shocked. He was about to talk after seeing Su Ping open the shop, only to find that the boss' eyes were even more cold and horrifying than those of the wild, vast, sky-thunderous dragons on the rumbling Thunder continent. Boss, not good. Someone took the pet you rented us, said Abbott quickly after overcoming his momentary shock. Someone robbed you, where? Su Ping looked at Abbott with eyes that were as sharp as sabers. Abbott didn't dare to look Su Ping in the eye. He was quite shocked. He detected that Su Ping was an ocean state warrior, but was still awed by him, even though the former had explored and hunted on many planets. Outside the city, Abbott focused on the matter at hand and quickly said, "We were on our way back to return your pet. Our captain even planned to come and thank you in person. But then we came across a bunch of people on the outskirts. They found that your pet was extraordinary after checking it with some sort of device, then forcefully took it from us." Noticing that Su Ping was becoming grimmer by the second, he quickly added, "We tried to stop them. This is why I have all these wounds. But they had two Fate State experts. Our captain was unable to beat them." Outside the city, Su Ping's eyes were cold as he thought. He closed his eyes, choosing not to yell at the guy. Soon after, he managed to vaguely locate the little skeleton through their bond. Judging from the power of the link, it was indeed in the suburbs. "Lead the way," said Su Ping coldly. In the meantime, he summoned the dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon and other pets from the nursing pens, and then sent them to his contract space. Abbott was stunned. He quickly said, "Two of them are Fate State warriors. Do you want to ask someone for help if we go there alone?" "I asked you to lead the way." Lightning glowed in Su Ping's eyes, which were strong enough to pierce through the mind. Abbott was so intimidated that his heart raced beyond control. There was disbelief in his eyes, thinking that Su Ping wasn't an ocean state but an actual Fate State expert. The daunting aura made him tremble, and all his pores were constricted. He would not dare infuriate Su Ping, so he quickly nodded and ran off. Su Ping closed the door and looked at the lightning rat underneath the statue. Seeing that it was looking at him, he said, "Watch over the shop for me." The lightning rat tilted its head in confusion and watched Su Ping walk away. There was deep thoughtfulness in its tiny eyes. In the suburbs of Wafat City, the scenery wasn't bad. It had green forests and fresh air everywhere. "This way." Abbott led the way. He used his special movement technique and flew like an agile bird. He looked back and his eyeballs almost popped out. He found that Su Ping was only a few meters behind him while moving in a rock-steady manner. It wasn't any body movement technique, just the boost of astral power. How could he be so fast without using any body movement technique? Abbott was appalled. What is this man's cultivation? Here we are. Su Ping's eyes were deep and cold. He could already sense with clarity where the little skeleton was. The distance between them was within the enforced summoning range. Without hesitation, Su Ping summoned the pet via the contract. But very soon, the power of summoning failed and disappeared. Su Ping's face had a slight change of expression. It meant that the little skeleton was either fighting or was being detained by something. A fate state battle pet warrior should be no match for him. Su Ping's face became darker and darker. The clarity of their bond improved as he got closer. He sensed the little skeleton was somewhat anxious, but then it gradually calmed down after detecting him. "Don't be scared, I'm on my way." Su Ping sent a telepathic message via the contract. He looked at Abbott, who was at the moment flying up and down like a bee, and simply dashed forward while grabbing the latter by the shoulder. Whoosh! Flash! Su Ping tore space open and flashed to appear tens of thousands of meters away. He then flashed consecutively after that. Abbott was both shocked and frightened. No wonder Su Ping had dared to go there with him in tow without worrying about whether it was a trap. As it turned out, the boss was hiding his cultivation and was at the fate state. Why else would he be bold enough to go there on his own to fight two fate state experts? In an empty forest. Several pits near the forest had been destroyed. Rock spikes and ash from fires could be found on the ground. Tusk. Based on the readings, this little is very likely a Class A pet if assessed. It might even be a super rare Class S pet. There was a young man in the field, standing next to a cage imprisoning a white skeleton. That cage was surrounded by runes and would unleash flames when the skeleton touched it. Its fingers would be burned. The flames were quite unusual. They burned the fingers even though they weren't inflammable. The skeleton would then have to break its fingers to isolate and evade the flames. Fortunately, broken bones could be regenerated at the cost of some of its energy. It's merely in the advanced phase of the 9th rank, and yet it has such extraordinary energy waves. It's unbelievable. This is definitely a super rare pet on the market. A young girl exclaimed, "If it's improved and reaches the ocean state, it'll probably win a good prize in the Universal Pet Contest." Let's assess it later and find out more about its bloodline. It would be a gift for you, Ms. Denise, if it has good upper limits, said the young man. He was a handsome, purple-haired man. The girl named Denise rolled her eyes and chuckled and said, "Would you really surrender this pet to me if it was indeed a rare pet with a star state bloodline?" The young man replied with affection in his eyes, "Of course. A minor pet can't compare to you, Ms. Denise." Denise covered her mouth and giggled after hearing his response. Once he saw she was giggling, the young man narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man on his opposite side before he said casually, "Get the hell out of here while I'm not in the mood for killing." A brawny middle-aged man begged on the opposite side, "Prince Randall, this isn't our pet, we only rented it. If you're interested in one of our own, we would happily hand it over to you, but we really can't give you this one." Two fate state pets stood behind him. He was also in fusion mode, with purple tattoos on his face and hands in the shape of claws. He was unleashing a daunting fate state aura. However, he could only implore at this moment. "Idiot," the young man said coldly, "if it's not yours, why are you still badgering me? This pet is lucky to be appreciated by Ms. Denise. It will make greater achievements with her. It would be a waste if it remained as a cheap pet for rent for the rest of its life." "Prince Randall, we won't be able to explain the matter to the owner if we give the pet to you," said an old man who had turned into an eagle. He stood next to the middle-aged man. Who are you? Do you think you deserve to talk to me?" said the young man with aggression on his face. "There's nothing I can't take on this planet. Uncle Lay, take their heads and feed them to my tiger." "Yes, sir." An old man answered casually and stepped out. He instantly unleashed the horrifying scent of a peak fate state warrior. Behind it, an enormous vast sky thunderous dragon stepped out and merged with him. Lightning constitution, extreme flash. The old man mumbled with lightning surfacing on his body and enveloping it with armor. Everybody who was standing on the old man's opposite side looked appalled when they saw the change. They didn't expect that a servant of the Ryan family could be that strong. In the next moment, the old man dashed over and approached the brawny middle-aged man, almost in the blink of an eye. Secret technique, rumbling thunder punch. The old man suddenly extended his fist where thousands of brilliant lightning bolts were gathered, as if lightning charges were attracted from the void. He pushed them out like a dazzling ball. The brawny middle-aged man's face changed as he unleashed his astral power to resist. Time seemed to have slowed down at the critical moment. Then someone made a sudden appearance right above the old man. The old man's pupils were slightly constricted. He then turned his head to look up. What he saw was nothing but a quickly expanding shoe. After a loud bam, the shoe kissed the old man's face. In the next moment, his neck was broken, making a noisy crack, and his body rushed to the ground, causing an earthquake in the woods. A gigantic crater appeared after the attack. The old man, who had shown a lightning constitution and used a powerful fusion technique, had already fallen apart, his brains flowing everywhere. In front of his corpse stood a man with black hair and black eyes, who was releasing a daunting killing intent. Chapter 764, Killing Them All. Standing at the front, Randall changed his expression into one of shock, not expecting that his guard, Uncle Lay, would be killed that easily. The man was a peak fate state expert who had a lightning constitution. He used to be quite strong in his level, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen as Randall's bodyguard. Denise was also surprised. She sized Su Ping up. In the meantime, the expressions of the two old men next to her also changed, becoming extremely solemn. They stepped forward and approached their lady, ready to protect her. "Who are you?" Randall snapped back from the shock and then wore a grim expression. He secretly took out a spatial treasure, planning to teleport himself away and send out a help signal. Su Ping didn't answer. He looked at the cage used to confine the little skeleton. The latter extended its hand at him when he arrived, but its fingers were again set ablaze after touching the cage. The little skeleton quickly chose to sever the bones because of the pain, and then moved its hand back. Su Ping saw how the little skeleton was injured. His eyes became even deeper and darker, like a starless sky. He looked up at the young man who had just talked and said, word for word, "Open the cage." Whoosh! It wasn't until then that Abbott had finally caught up to Su Ping. Su Ping had left him behind earlier, flashing consecutively to reach his destination. Randall realized what was going on when he saw Abbott. He sneered and said, "Is he your reinforcement? You want this pet? This cage is the most advanced titanium trap in the Federation. Nobody below the Federation." Su Ping suddenly pointed his finger before he could finish. There was coldness surging out of his eyes. After a bam, a dim and gray sword aura dashed out and tore space open. The cage fell to pieces the moment it struck. Whoosh! The little skeleton flashed toward Su Ping and looked up at him. The sudden explosion surprised Randall, Denise, and the guards. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw the broken cage. Randall's mouth was slightly open due to shock. He wasn't able to finish his sentence. Only Star State experts would have been able to break the titanium trap, which was designed to confine any beast below the Star State, except for the super rare special pets. Even so, this stranger broke the cage by simply pointing his finger. Is he a Star State warrior? Randall was getting scared. He swallowed the brutal declarations he was planning to say and then gnashed his teeth. "I'm from the main branch of the Ryans. My grandfather is O'Neill Ryan. I now see you're a Star State expert. Please forgive my impudence today. Why don't we forget what happened today?" Abbott, as well as the middle-aged captain, and his teammates looked at the black-haired young man in shock. Is that guy at the Star State. He was an expert able to travel through the universe without the need of a vessel, and was as strong as an interstellar spaceship. He couldn't be bound to any planet. Forget what happened today. Su Ping rolled his eyes indifferently and said, I'll spare you if you remain alive after this attack. Randall's face changed upon hearing that. He exclaimed, Senior, don't be too outrageous. My grandfather is a Star State expert too. There will be no place for you on this planet if you kill me, not even in the entire Zerapron solar system. Rot in hell. Without further ado, Su Ping snapped his finger. Boom! Space trembled after the snap of his fingers. The secondary space instantly fell apart, and two streams made by the power of laws flew out. They approached Randall in the blink of an eye. Bang! A purple yet transparent energy shield appeared in front of Randall. There were complicated energy circuits covering it. However, the shield fell apart the moment it appeared. Then, the power of laws pierced through completely unimpeded. Randall was appalled. He didn't realize what was going on until the shield appeared. Fortunately, he had already taken out a life-saving treasure, which was a dragon-shaped ring. He then squeezed the ring. Space around him cracked, and his body was absorbed into that space breach by a powerful attraction force. At the same time, an intimidating punch which was releasing the powerful aura of laws was about to connect. However, before the fist even reached its target, the lightning disappeared into Randall's body and exploded, also tearing up the fist that had yet to take shape. A boom resounded, then the dark secondary space was broken. The cracked space was quickly healed, squeezing out the torn flesh which fell all over the ground. There was nothing but silence. Everybody behind Su Ping was so shocked that their eyes were as wide as saucers. They could hardly calm themselves down. The prince of the Ryan family, the rulers of that planet, had died just like that. Even his body had been completely ruined. The nearby Denise soon showed an expression of shock, clearly not expecting that Randall would fail to escape even after using the Star State treasure his family had given him. It was brutal. The two old men by Denise were pale-faced, already determined to fight earlier, but then realized they would be as flimsy as paper if they countered Su Ping's attacks which contained the power of laws. The gap between the Star State and the Fate State was like that between the fourth dimension and the third dimension. You're next. Su Ping indifferently looked at them. Denise, both shocked and infuriated, said, Do you know who you just killed? He was from the main branch of the Ryan family, one of the three most talented individuals in his generation. He had been purposefully trained to reach the Star State and lead the family in the future. Not deigning to say a word, Su Ping simply raised his hand. The blood of the two old men felt freezing cold upon seeing that Su Ping was about to snap his fingers again. One of them quickly said, Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We belong to the Aaron Planet's Tyson family. Our lady is a student of the Humia Academy. Please forgive us for our offense today. Senior, for the sake of the Humia Academy, please forgive us for our wrongdoings today. What do you say? Denise felt less frightened after listening to what they said, remembering she was a student of one of the 5 best academies. She felt proud again and said, Indeed, you've killed a descendant of the Ryan family and pissed them off. Even if you don't care about the Ryans, the Humia Academy has influence all over Sylvie and will hunt you down if you do anything to me. Not even the leader of the Ryan family would dare to do anything to me. The more she talked, the more confident and calm she became. Is that so? Su Ping looked at her indifferently as he replied, I'll give you a chance to apologize to my pet. Denise was dazed by this and then looked at him in disbelief. Did you just ask me to apologize to your pet? You must be joking. It's just an animal, or rather, a tool for battle. You're asking me to apologize to a tool. The two old men were at a loss for words, feeling that Su Ping's demand was too outrageous. An animal, Su Ping said to himself. His cold eyes suddenly became calm. But the next moment, he suddenly made a jerking motion and unleashed an astonishing aura. The ground below his feet cracked. He tore into the secondary space and approached his last 3 enemies at the highest speed. You! The 2 old men realized what was going on in shock. They were about to freeze space and use secret techniques, but Su Ping's hands had already left the dark secondary space and touched their faces. Clang clang. Su Ping was so strong that the 2 old men's skulls were squished the moment he exerted his strength. Then he stood in front of Denise with their bodies in his hands. He looked down at her while being as straight as a spear, blocking all the rays of light. Denise was stupefied. It all happened too fast. She had thought at first that she had intimidated him and was quite proud of it when Su Ping retracted his killing aura. Then, Su Ping rushed at them with an even more horrifying killing aura. The 2 old men protecting her had been killed before they could put up any resistance. They were carefully selected Fate State experts. At this moment, while looking at the tall man in front of her, especially his eyes staring down at her, Denise was unable to think of anything, just as if her head would have been blasted by a lightning strike. The cold, emotionless, and disdaining eyes were forever etched in her pupils. Bang! Su Ping raised his hand and made a slapping motion. The power of the 3 laws was gathered on his fingertips before he pushed it out like the sun. After several explosions, the defensive treasures all over Denise were shredded by the power of laws. Among the 3 powers, the God of Lightning's law was surprisingly sharp. Denise realized what was going on and was about to beg for mercy in a fit of panic, but her head had already been shattered. Blood was gushing out profusely. Abbott and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs had almost popped out. The girl had stated that she was from the Mia Academy, yet Su Ping had still dared to kill her. The Mia Academy was too influential and important. Killing any student of the 5 best academies would lead to dire consequences, unless said student would have offended a Star Lord. Su Ping looked at his hands, still unsullied by all the blood shed. He resumed his calmness and nonchalant behavior. While ignoring the petite, headless, and spasming body which fell in front of him, he approached the little skeleton and smiled. "Let's go home." The little skeleton raised its head and looked at him, nodding its head. Chapter 765, Astral Crystals. Abbott and his teammates were dumbfounded by Su Ping's casual demeanor. Su Ping had just killed a student from the Mia Academy, and yet he didn't consider it a big deal at all. They had been worried whether or not Su Ping would kill them to keep their mouths shut. However, Su Ping didn't seem to care the least bit about them knowing. Right when Su Ping was about to leave, the brawny middle-aged man quickly said, "You must be the boss who rented your pet to Abbott. I can only thank you. It was of great help and we truly appreciate it. We came here partly to return it to you and partly to give you more money." "That won't be unnecessary," Su Ping casually responded. "You can come to my shop when you're free. Other fine pets will be available later on. You can buy some if you want." Huh? They were dumbfounded by such a response. Su Ping had just killed 2 people, yet he wanted to continue doing business. One of the victims was from the main branch of the Ryan family, and the other was a student from the Mia Academy. Why was he still not running? The explorers were even more astounded by his fearless attitude. The only possible explanation was that Su Ping had greater and more powerful trump cards. That was why he was fearless. Could any guy who advanced into the Star State be a fool? They all went through the roof as they thought about that. The middle-aged man said respectfully, "We will surely pay you a visit. Thank you for helping us today, senior." "That's all right. I'm just here to pick up my friend." The middle-aged man had a worried face as he looked at the corpses. He knew they would be affected by the event, even though Su Ping was the one who had actually killed them. The people behind the victims would unleash their wrath without restraint. "Senior, these are the items they left." The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a few treasures flew into his palm. He was rather tempted by them, but he curbed his greed and gave them to Su Ping. The latter glanced at the items. He wasn't planning on picking them up earlier, mainly because he wasn't short of anything. However, it wouldn't hurt to accept the items at this point. He had already killed those people anyway. It wouldn't make a difference whether or not he took the items. You should find shelter in case there are repercussions, said Su Ping casually after accepting the items. The middle-aged man became alarmed, then nodded respectfully. He had truly made up his mind to leave Rhea right after Su Ping left. The wrath of the Ryan family was too much for them to take. As for the Hugh Mia Academy, that was easier. They had nothing to do with those deaths. Although they had observed the whole thing, there would be no punishment due for their actions. Su Ping simply left with the little skeleton after accepting the items. The explorers began to breathe heavily when he left, as if a huge rock would have been removed from their hearts. This is unbelievable. The shop you went to is being run by a Star State expert. Oh my God, an honorable Star State expert is working as a small shop owner. There are too many experts in this world who like to keep a low profile. Let's avoid being cocky on our future trips in case we piss off any big shot that happens to be traveling incognito. Captain, should we leave Rhea? The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and heaved a sigh. Yes, we must. Make the preparations right now. Ager, buy tickets for us right now. Su Ping returned to his shop soon after. The whole thing was just a minor incident in his perspective. He didn't care too much about either the Ryan family or the Hugh Mia Academy. He believed he could take care of the Ryan family on his own. As for the Hugh Mia Academy, he didn't think it would decide to wage war against him for just one student. If they didn't choose violence against him, he could always hide in his shop until he reached the Star State. Those two people seemed to be from powerful backgrounds. I wonder what they left behind. Su Ping glanced at the items in his hand. He had noticed that some of the items were for storage purposes when the middle-aged man handed them to him. He easily recognized the patterns on the items. He had learned formations from Joanna for a while anyway. He could still recognize them, even though he couldn't make any. They're locked. Su Ping found it was impossible to open the items. He instantly found Joanna in the shop and asked, "Can you crack the locks on these items?" Joanna opened her eyes and looked at the objects. "Where did you get them? The blood is quite fresh. Did you kill their owners?" "Yes, I just did," Su Ping nodded. He sounded like he had just killed some chickens. Joanna was speechless. She knew that nothing good would happen after Su Ping left the shop. He wasn't a tame and obedient guy at all. "Let me take a look." Su Ping gave one of the items to her. Divine fire popped from Joanna's fingers and vaporized the lock set on the item, but she controlled it neatly without damaging the item itself. "It's just a minor lock," Joanna remarked casually after a few quick glances. Then she quickly wove a pattern before she patted it over the item. Very soon the item clicked. Joanna threw the item back to Su Ping and cracked the other items in the same way. Su Ping accepted the item. His senses then entered the storage item without meeting any obstacles. The first item was a bracelet which contained an enormous space. There was a hill of clothes by a corner of the space. There were luxurious dresses, shoes, lingerie, hairbands, and other women's decorations. All that mound of clothing and accessories had been loaded in a super closet in order. There were all kinds of secret treasures, but they only emitted the energy waves of the void state. Fate state treasures had been placed separately. There was another corner where glowing blue crystals had been piled up. The crystals emanated a dense and pure astral power. Su Ping was slightly surprised, as the crystals contained nothing but astral power. They looked like compressed and refined astral power. Are they training resources? Su Ping intended to investigate them later. There was miscellaneous stuff gathered in another corner, including a special glittering horn, something that looked like a beautiful spiky coral, and several maps. Su Ping suddenly noticed a blue card that was kept separately in a rather obvious place. He sent out a thought. The card quickly flew out of the storage space in his hand. The Hugh Mia Academy. Su Ping was surprised to see the words on the card. He focused his attention to see more detail, and a piece of introductory information flooded into his head. He realized it was a student card of the Humia Academy. No wonder it was kept in the most obvious place. It was probably more convenient to be taken out this way. There was also a lock inside the card. Behind the lock was the feeble aura left by Denise, whom Su Ping had killed. There were many places inside the academy where the students' identities had to be confirmed with the cards, as well as the aura imbued in them. Su Ping raised his eyes and asked Joanna, "Can you crack this lock?" Joanna was already used to the odd job Su Ping gave her. She accepted the item and frowned. "It's slightly complicated." Slightly. Su Ping was surprised. The student cards of the Humia Academy, one of the 5 best academies, were so important that the locks they used couldn't be bad. Joanna replied casually, "It was made by human beings anyway. You're just juveniles in terms of formations." With that, she quickly gathered divine light on her fingertips and drew a vintage and sophisticated formation. The lock on the student card was instantly destroyed. The aura saved behind the lock drifted out and vanished in the air. Joanna gave the card back to Su Ping and said, "It is now ownerless." Su Ping checked it and found that it did become an empty card. He casually tossed it into the system space. It was useless to him at the moment, but it might be useful later. Then Su Ping examined the other storage items one by one. He also found some astral crystals mixed in the 2 old men's items, but they weren't as many. Together, they would only have about 1/5 of what the girl had. It wasn't hard to imagine her position and privileges. She was only a Fate State warrior. Still, her resources were multiple times superior to resources than the Fate State men did. There were also astral crystals in the young man's storage item. They were about half of what the girl had. Apart from them, there were male clothes, secret treasures, and miscellaneous stuff. To Su Ping's surprise, there were some female clothes next to the male ones. Plus, their sizes were quite similar. Is the guy actually a drag queen? What a shame. Su Ping shook his head and collected the secret treasures. Then, he searched for information about the blue crystals with the Lord badge and easily found what he wanted. They were indeed training resources. The astral crystals were natural crystals which contain astral power. They had 5 levels, namely green, blue, purple, red, and golden. The higher-level astral crystals were much rarer. The quantity and purity of the astral power contained in them were significantly higher, too. Most battle pet warriors ranging from the ocean state, and the Fate State trained with blue astral crystals. Those who were poor even used green astral crystals. They're that expensive. One of them is worth 100,000. Su Ping looked for the pricing, only to be shocked. 1 blue astral crystal would cost 100,000 astral crystals. 10 of them would equate to 1,000,000. The purple astral crystals were even more expensive. They went for 1,000,000 apiece. Su Ping remembered the girl's hill of astral crystals. There had to be hundreds of thousands of astral crystals in it, if not millions. It is true that every genius is made of resources, Su Ping secretly remarked. Chapter 766, Ryan's Fury. Su Ping didn't waste any time after collecting the items they left. He called Joanna and picked several pets to train. Then, he entered the demigod burial with his own pets. He passed knowledge to the little skeleton first. The little skeleton had been rented earlier on. He had only passed knowledge to the dark dragon hound and the inferno dragon. He could also teach them another law since he had also perceived the god of lightning's law. Very soon, all the 3 laws were transferred to the little skeleton's head. Property, pet of the demon family. Level, upper position of the 9th rank. Combat strength, 183.2. Aptitude, ultra-low level. Talent skills, low-level agility talent, low-level strength talent, mid-level acceleration talent. Bloodline skills, Bone Demon, Eternal Revenant, Descent of the Bone King. Laws under control, Annihilation Boom, God of Lightning. Skills, Regeneration, Undead Enslaving, Advanced Saberplay, Puppetry, Door to the Netherworld, Nightmare Space, Bone Proclivity. 180, 3 points of combat ability. Su Ping was quite surprised. Not only had its combat ability surpassed the 100 mark, it was almost doubled its previous reading. The lowest combat ability of the Star State was 100 points, while that of a Star Lord was 1,000 points. The little skeleton had only grasped 3 more laws and 2 more talents, and yet the resulting combat ability soared dramatically. If it mastered more laws, wouldn't it become as strong as a Star Lord? There was also the matter of the skeleton's body, which was extremely weak and was holding it back. If it were in the ocean state, its combat ability would have probably risen above 200 points. It's only in the upper position of the 9th rank but is already as strong as a Star State beast. Still, its aptitude is only considered ultra-low. Su Ping's eyes flashed, feeling the harshness of the system again. However, considering the little skeleton's new combat ability, it could have escaped on its own if it were put in a cage again. The cage was indeed special, and was able to even confine peak fate state beasts, but was still vulnerable in front of the power of laws. Su Ping taught the god of lightning's law to the dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon and the purple python while petting the little skeleton. The dark dragon hound and the inferno dragon's combat ability had been increased by 60 points, which gave Su Ping a deeper understanding of the power of laws. One law could increase combat abilities by 60 points. He hadn't tested whether a better law could lead to a higher increase in combat ability, but his guess was that it would. He also realized that the further addition of laws would expand the increase of combat ability. For instance, their combat ability might be increased by 70 or even 80 points if they grasped a 4th law. After all, one more law would translate to double combat ability. If the new law worked with or even combined with the old laws, the power they could unleash wouldn't simply be that of them combined. I could finish the professional training immediately if I impart knowledge to the pets being trained, Su Ping thought quickly. However, it wasn't easy for him to figure out the laws, and he would rather not teach them to the customers' pets easily. It has an ultra-high aptitude, yet it still fails to make it into the Chaos Multiverse ranking. Su Ping looked at the purple python's aptitude and found they had risen from ultra-middle to ultra-high, and that its combat ability had been increased by 40 points. Su Ping wasn't sure what to make of that. As it turned out, the bottleneck to overcome the decimal point behind 99 would produce 20 points of combat ability. That was not what he hoped for at all. Su Ping shook his head, unwilling to stay any longer. He chose a dangerous place just like before, leading the little skeleton as well as a few customers' pets there. He fought his way through the dangerous site. Su Ping had taken frequent action during training, as the place had plenty of Star State beasts. Even god warriors could perish there. Su Ping fought the Star State beasts with the god of lightning's law. It was quite a mysterious law. It could both heal his wounds with the power of lightning and completely obliterate its objective. Life and death circulated in the law. In addition, it could strengthen Su Ping by almost 50%, which was a horrifying boost. However, Su Ping's longevity would be reduced when he tapped into the boosted state. He would also be massively burdened and might suffer injuries if he stayed in that state for too long. My combat ability seems to be higher than the little skeleton, but I'm not as good in the self-protection department. That fella is almost invulnerable. It actually reincarnates faster after mastering the law of annihilation. Su Ping had a better understanding of himself after using the Star State beasts as sparring partners. He was able to handle the enemies the little skeleton had trouble dealing with, although he had to try his best. His combat ability would soar to a higher level if he chose to merge with the skeleton. He would become even stronger if he merged with the Dark Dragon Hound or the Inferno Dragon again, and would easily kill enemies that could have worn the little skeleton out. Su Ping tried to adapt the 3 laws to his sword technique during battle. The attack would be more powerful than anyone could imagine if he managed to compress and fuse the 3 laws in one move. Soon, the training for the first batch of pets was completed. Su Ping returned to his shop and selected a second batch before he started training again. Fighting and training again and again. Su Ping and his pets became stronger and stronger. They also grew increasingly familiar with laws. The battles in that dangerous place attracted the attention of many forces in the demigod burial. They learned that a certain guy was causing trouble in various high-risk areas. But then they heard he was related to the war goddess, so he didn't dare to pry further. At the same time, when Su Ping killed Randall, in Ria's central continent, splendid and beautiful buildings stretched from the foot of a lofty mountain, reaching all the way to the top. That was where the Ryan family was located. There was a magnificent gate hundreds of meters tall at the foot of the mountain, with the name Ryan engraved on top of it in the most intimidating way. A piece of shocking news had just disturbed the leadership of the family just then. The sixth prince is dead. Prince Randall's astral thought has just disappeared. What happened? Who did it? Randall died. The family leaders were shocked and infuriated. Randall's father, the second son of the family's patriarch, was grieving. He had two sons. The other son had limited talents and was destined to serve the family as a mediocre administrator. Randall, however, had extraordinary potential. He had been born with a high-rated constitution. He was very smart, too, and was quick to grasp the sophisticated secret techniques. He became an advanced battle pet warrior at the age of 9. He reached the 9th rank when he was 12. He stepped into the ocean state at 17, then mastered multiple powerful secret techniques. He had also begun to unravel the mysteries of space. He could even fight some void state warriors without using his pets. He had reached the age of 23. He was able to deal with advanced void state warriors and escape from those in the fate state if he brought out his pets. One could say that the future was nothing but promising. It was even likely he would reach the limits of the fate state before becoming 100 years old. If he would have been fortunate enough, there were also chances for him to become a star state expert. And yet such a seated family descendant had died. Who did it? Have you found out where it happened? We've tracked him down by checking the expense records on his account. Something happened to him near Wafit City. Wafit City, on our very own planet. I can't believe it. Who's bold enough to kill our man on our very planet? Everybody was incensed when they found out he had died on that planet. It was their own territory. It was as if a stranger would have broken into their home and killed their child. How could they calm down? Get the surveillance footage from the satellites starting with the day before the accident. Investigate and find out where the accident happened and who was so audacious to do it, declared Crate, who was responsible for the family's daily dealings. He was also a firstborn son from the Ryan family, Randall's uncle. The news spread within the Ryan family like a tornado, shocking everyone. Randall, who had been a dazzling star of the family, had died on Rhea. How was that possible? Some people in the family gloated, some were ashamed, and some were worried that it was part of a plot against the Ryans. No more than 10 minutes passed. A video clip was delivered to the family leaders. The evidence was part of a satellite feed. It was focused on the suburbs of Wafit after adjusting the zoom. Randall was right there, accompanied by an elegant woman and several guards. The video showed how Randall had a conflict with someone and fought over a pet. Undoubtedly, he had easily snatched the pet. Then they talked. Soon, unexpected changes happened in the latter half of the video. Uncle Lay was next to Randall. He attacked, only to be stomped upon and killed by a stranger who had just emerged out of nowhere. What happened next infuriated every person who watched the video. Not only did the young man in the video execute Uncle Lay, but he also shattered Randall to pieces, not even minding to leave his body intact. Even the Star State secret treasure the family had prepared for Randall had failed to help him escape. It's the power of laws. He slashed the titanium cage open with his finger. He doesn't look like a local from this planet. He's a foreigner. I can't tell which planet he's from. Was he attracted to the torrent of thunderous dragons, or maybe the upcoming pet contest? Find him right now. A muscular man growled with deep sorrow. I'll cut him into 10,000 pieces. I'll enslave everybody who is related to him by blood for the rest of their lives. He roared aggressively like a wounded beast. Crate grimly asked someone to search for the young man. He watched the video and frowned. Judging from the situation, the pet nabbed by Randall must belong to this black-haired youngster who's clearly a Star State expert. Randall must have warned him of his backing, yet the guy still attacked him. I wonder where he's from. He's at the Star State. We'll have to invite our father's friends to help, won't we? Have you noticed the girl next to Randall? She doesn't seem simple either. I heard that Randall had been dating a student of the Mia Academy. Is this true? Could she be the student? Well, the other family members were shocked by the speculations being passed around. The woman had also been brutally killed in the video. If she was a student of such a prestigious academy, would the man act that ferociously? He dared to kill a student of the Mia Academy. Is he not afraid of being hunted in Sylvie? More importantly, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Even though Star State experts could drift in space, the Federation had advanced technologies that could scan every part of the universe except in dangerous sectors. The results were soon delivered. The black-haired young man in the video had been identified. The technicians found the suspect lived in Wafit after making use of facial recognition and the big data system. It just so happened that he also owned a shop there. Then, just after killing Randall, he simply returned to his shop and hadn't gone out ever since. What? Crate and the others present looked at each other with shock and suspicion on their faces. Is the man arrogant or plain fearless? Everyone knew that Rhea was the Ryans' territory. Their leader was a Star State expert who had plenty of friends and connections. Quite a few of them were staying in their estate. The guy didn't run off after murdering a man from the family. Is he waiting to be killed? It's great that we've found him. I'm going to kill him. Randall's father, Raymond, let out a furious roar with bloodshot eyes. Even if he's a Star State expert, so what? We'll ask our father to mince him to pieces. Our father loved Randall the most. Everybody looked at him with fluctuating expressions. I'll report this matter to our father. Still, he's a Star State expert who dares to stay after killing someone from the Mia Academy. We'd better find out more information about him first. If he's just being cocky, we'll make him pay a price he can't afford, announced Crate coldly. It was a promise of sorts to avenge his brother Raymond. After all, they belonged to a big family that had stood the test of time for 1,000 years and had plenty of members. Enraged as he might have been, Cratedbot dared to take reckless actions. It was rather perplexing to see how arrogant and fearless their enemy was behaving. He will have to give us an explanation, even if he comes from a powerful background. Men of the Ryan family can't die for nothing on our own territory. Nobody will respect us anymore if we don't do something. The other people also showed a grim attitude. Chapter 767, Queuing. While the Ryan family was seething with anger, far away in the distance in the universe, inside a splendid academy on an enormous planet. Sir, it's been detected that a new student's astral thought was destroyed. Where did the student die? Her expenses record showed that the last known place she visited was a Tier 3 planet in Zarapron, named Rhea. Got it. Ask the investigators to find out why immediately. At the same time, in a certain dangerous place within the demigod burial, Su Ping was fighting and training with a lot of pets. They had entered the deepest parts of that place. Su Ping had even encountered beasts beyond the Star State during their outing. The Federation would consider them to be on par with Star Lords. He was attacked the moment the beast took action. The laws didn't work on the Star Lord at all. Su Ping couldn't even understand the way the enemy attacked. He had to look for other Star State beasts to spar. As for the pets to be trained, Fate State beasts were enough for them. The weaker ones among them could activate their potential in the presence of Void State beasts. The ones at the Fate State would not benefit from it. They might even kill the beasts before they could react. If so, they wouldn't make too much progress even if they died 1,000 times more. I think my Fist of Exorcist is about to rise to the 3rd level. Su Ping's own combat ability was also soaring during the training. Apart from his improved sword technique, he felt that his fist technique was about to break through. The Fist of Exorcist's 3rd level contained the power of laws and was quite brutal even among Star State fist techniques. I'll probably grasp another law if I can make a breakthrough to the 3rd level, Su Ping thought. However, it seems that I must grasp the law on the 3rd level first for the breakthrough to happen. It seems to be quite a domineering law. Su Ping's repetitive punches helped him deepen his understanding of the fist technique. He vaguely realized that, even though it was just a simple punch, it contained a mysterious and unstoppable law. Su Ping knew he wasn't exactly talented, but his experiences were unparalleled, while he absorbed nutrition during the training sessions. In the outside world, someone was already waiting in line outside of the shop when Su Ping went outside. Phileas had just walked out of the Star's pet shop. He was dumbfounded after seeing that. Didn't the boss say that business hours were over? Why was someone standing outside of his shop in the afternoon? Had they started queuing already? Phileas was stunned for a moment, then remembered his green alligator. His expression changed as he joined the line. His green alligator had been found to be Class A. The unbelievable improvement in a single day could have only been carried out by a master trainer in Su Ping's shop. Rather, master trainers may not even have such ability. Perhaps only the 3-starred Grandmaster trainers did. Standing for a day outside was just a minor price to ask Su Ping to train his pets again. Phileas chose to stand in line as he thought about that. However, standing just like that was rather boring. He looked at the passers-by. All of them were surprised, obviously not expecting that anyone would queue in front of a closed shop. The young man ahead of him turned around and asked with a smile, "Bro, do you plan to buy a pet tomorrow?" Phileas raised his eyebrows and said casually, "More or less." He wouldn't hesitate if he could buy a pet, but he preferred to spend his money on training after having experienced Su Ping's pet services. Besides, he had only paid 100 million to improve his pet to Class A. It was definitely a bargain. He didn't doubt that a few more training sessions would help his pet surpass Class A. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. "Lily, this way." Phileas turned his head, only to find that 2 women were walking close. One of them was the shop owner from the Ryan family he had seen earlier. "People showed up this early. It's a good thing we're close. We can't let other people take advantage." Cleo was rather unhappy as she looked at the men in the line. They were already queuing before the day was over. It wasn't hard to imagine how busy Su Ping's shop would be. What infuriated her the most was the shop's uncanny rules. She had to queue up by herself. Being a member of the Ryan family, she was treated as a VIP in every shop and entertainment venue on that planet. Still, she was no different from an ordinary person at the moment, without any privileges. "Sister, didn't you say that he's a mean guy? Can we get more pets? I don't have room for more," said the purple-haired girl next to her. She had been dragged over, although she didn't want to be there. She was in quite the rush to fly back to her academy and see her family to show her pair of Class A vast sky thunderous dragons. However, her cousin dragged her to wait in the queue. Cleo snorted and said, "You can train the pets. Just terminate the contracts of your weaker pets if we find high-spec goods. I'll cover you while you're in a weakened state after the termination. But if you want to buy a pet, you don't have any free room for pets either, and you'll also become weak if you terminate the contracts with your old pets." Lily was confused. "Humph, I don't have to do anything by myself. Who would dare to touch me with my identity?" "That's true, you're the best, Cousin Cleo." Cleo raised her head and looked at the shop's closed door. She angrily remembered Su Ping's face again, which remained impassive, even considering her looks or identity. The guys she usually met had always behaved like sycophants or gentlemen, in order to impress her, because of her appearance and background. Some fools chose the opposite approach and purposefully ignored her to win her attention. However, she saw through their schemes right away and got even sicker of them. This time, she found that Su Ping really ignored her. She was so charming and had such a powerful background, yet the guy ignored him. That was unacceptable. You have successfully infuriated me. Cleo was angry, and even angrier to see people queuing up outside of the guy's shop so early. She wasn't happy about his flourishing business. However, there was no way that she would leave her spot in the line, either. How could she let other people take advantage? "Cousin, are we going to stand here until tomorrow?" asked Lily in a low voice. Cleo began to see the moment she heard that. The boss of this shop is so horrible. He asks customers to queue in person and forbids line cutting or spot swapping. That's outrageous. "Well, I was just asking. I'm not mad at you, I'm mad at this hop." Phileas, who stood in front of the two women, felt awkward once he heard what they said. Even the members of the Ryan family had to wait obediently. He felt lucky he didn't go home earlier, or he wouldn't have gotten a place, no matter how early he arrived the next morning. A girl with beautiful, silver long hair approached them at that moment. Cleo sensed something and looked back. Her expression reflected a slight change as she recognized that she belonged to the Layefa family. "Hello, may I ask if you're a lady from the Layefa family?" Cleo, being a shop owner, quickly extended her hand and greeted the stranger. She was quite surprised to see anyone from the Layefa family, the rulers of Zerapron, the solar system which Rhea was part of. Naturally, the Ryan family was subordinate to the Layefa family. "Yes." Mia offered a modest nod. She was reminded of Lane, whom she had seen earlier when she saw Cleo's hair color and emblem, then casually said, "Hello." Cleo instantly sensed that the girl seemed to have some sort of problem with her, but they had never met before. So, the only conclusion was that she had a problem with her family. Cleo asked awkwardly, "Nice to meet you. You're here too." "Wait in line," replied Mia briefly. She had intended to return to her hotel, but she abandoned her plan of resting in her hotel when she saw several customers outside of Su Ping's shop. The place would probably be crowded by the time she returned the next day if she did make the trip back. Well, Cleo was somewhat unable to follow up with a proper reply. "Someone from the Layefa family is waiting in line here." She was rendered speechless in the end, not expecting Su Ping to have the gall to refuse someone from the Layefa family. No wonder he didn't care about the Ryan family backing her. That guy was a real piece of work, unbelievably cocky. Phileas heard Cleo's greeting and the name Layefa. He was just as shocked. He didn't expect to meet someone from such a powerful family, led by a star lord. They controlled an entire solar system. He peeped back, not daring to stare at her. He didn't know what to say. He had complained about the queuing earlier, but then people from the Ryan family and the Layefa family had joined him. It was definitely an astonishing scene. The other customers in line also fell silent after witnessing the interactions. They felt lucky that they didn't go home, or they might not have found a great spot if they showed up the next day. As time went by, more and more people joined the queue. It was the first time going to that street for some passers-by. They didn't know what had happened previously, but they asked around, seeing that many people gathered in front of Su Ping's shop. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded by the news. All of them went and joined the queue, too. Even more customers joined the queue when the news was further publicized. The news was reported by various news outlets. The unexpected appearance of 10 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons shocked all the residents in Wafet. Some media disseminated the news throughout the camp continent via their channels. Chapter 768, Arrival. One of the TV channels was broadcasting the news. A young anchorman said casually, "Coming next, a shocking piece of news just in. According to our channel's reporters, there were altogether 10 vast sky thunderous dragons with such aptitude. Yes, 10 of them. All of them were sold by a shop named Pixie Pet Store. I believe you're as curious as me, dear viewers. Has there ever been a shop this lavish? This man here is the store owner. As for business hours, it sometimes opens in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon. The entire camp continent became chaotic after the news was reported. Finding one pet with Class A aptitude was already rare enough, not to mention the popular vast sky thunderous dragons, Ria's ideal pets. Selling 10 of them at once for no more than 1 billion each almost sounded like fake news. Nobody would have believed this story if it hadn't been presented by an authoritative news source. Everyone would have laughed, thinking it was something concocted by some troll. Pixie Pet Store, never heard of it. When did such a super pet shop appear? Has another corporation entered the market? Don't bother with that. Oh my god, 10 Class A vast sky thunderous dragons were sold on the cheap. No wonder the boss was so arrogant, declaring to open at random business hours. This shop is definitely peculiar among all the pet shops. Are you fools or what? This must be a marketing strategy of the shop. How could anyone sell Class A vast sky thunderous dragons for only 400 million? You're the fool here. If it really is a marketing strategy, why didn't he sell them for slightly lower than the market price, so that people like you wouldn't suspect? Even if he sold the dragons to the actors he hired, he did have 10 vast sky thunderous dragons that were publicly assessed to have Class A aptitude. Can you do that? Where's the shop? I think it's somewhere close. The trolls are here. This is obviously a scam. Are you kidding? 10 vast sky thunderous dragons with Class A aptitudes were sold for only several hundred million. Why does the shop even exist? This marketing strategy will surely backfire unless they sell all the other pets at the same cheap price. I already have 2 vast sky thunderous dragons. Just wanted you to know. People of the camp continent discussed heatedly on the internet. Some believed the news, and some thought it was an obvious scam. Many people chose to be cautious and wait some more. However, the reckless ones among them had already left for Wafit that evening. Some of the rational guys pondered over the available information, then decided to go and find out the truth with their own eyes. The night fell. The glowing neon lights on the buildings and the streets revived the whole city, making it even livelier than in daytime. Above their heads was a clear starry sky, and on the streets was the splendid nightlife. The beautiful girls that could hardly be seen during the day were all roaming at night. There was an already long queue outside of Su Ping's shop. That mediocre business street had instantly become the most famous in Wafit City, with several times more traffic than before. Customers were everywhere. The revenues of every shop on that street had doubled. Since it was currently under the spotlight, Su Ping's shop had attracted the most customers. Why are they waiting in line? Hey, didn't you read the news? The rules of this shop have been listed on the internet. If you want to buy pets, you bond with the pets on the spot and buy them in person. You can't give them away easily. And no matter who you are, you have to wait in line. I heard that the boss even declined an offer in the tens of billions. Really? That's so unbelievable. Why would any businessman refuse money? Who knows? We'll find out by tomorrow if it's true. So many people are waiting in line here. They can't be all wrong. You're right. Cleo, who was at the front of the line, heard the discussions and became gloomy. She was exactly the person who had offered tens of billions. Little did she expect that she would act as foil to make Su Ping's shop stand out. She became even angrier. Damn it, what's going on here? Outside the shop, a brawny man arrived with a few lackeys, only to be shocked when he saw what was going on outside of Su Ping's shop. He was none other than the man whom Joanna had thrown out of the shop on their first day of business. He was scared of Joanna's strength back then, so he went looking for his friends. He did not expect to see such pomp and hubbub after he returned. All the people who were waiting in line outside of Su Ping's shop was an already sobering sight. Is this the shop? A purple-haired young man's expression showed a slight change. He was feeling some pressure because of the shop's popularity. Most of the customers in line were Ocean State warriors, But there were also some void state experts. Those people were already enough to drown them. Nobody was here earlier in the day. What happened? The brawny man was rather stunned. Who cares? This shop has to be closed tonight. Damn right, he doesn't know who's in charge of this street. The few men who went there to make trouble were shouting arrogant remarks. Even if there are many customers, so what? Would they stand up for the shop owner if he's asked to close down? The purple-haired young man stood at the center of the group and frowned in silence. He noticed that something was off. Some of the customers in the line were quite strong. A few of them had even reached the fate state. There was also a familiar face at the front of the line. That woman was from the Ryan family. She wasn't from the main branch, but she was talented and respected. She would have been given much more resources if she were from the main branch, and she could have made greater achievements. Let's go. The purple-haired young man thought for a moment and decided to take action. In any case, he couldn't easily let go of someone who had offended his lackey. When the purple-haired young man and his lackeys went straight to the shop's door, many people in the line shouted, Hey, who are you? Line cutting isn't allowed, okay? Yes, go to the end of the line. The purple-haired young man ignored them and spoke to the brawny man, Go knock the door. The brawny man then tried to smash the door, but the door wouldn't budge, although his fist was strong enough to bend iron. His expression changed as he tried again, while exerting even more strength. Still, the second attempt was still unsuccessful. The door remained intact and solid, as if it were made of the hardest stone. His expression changed once again. He knew the shop was protected, but he didn't know that the protection would be that good. He immediately shouted aloud, Open the door! Open the door! There was no response. The people waiting in line watched them coldly. They wanted to see if the boss would come out because of the shouting. If he did, they could immediately enter the shop. As for the people who were yelling, they had to go back to the line again. Nobody wanted to lose their spot. The brawny man was quite angry. He shouted several times, but still, no response. His face was hot when he felt like 1,000 eyes were fixed upon him. He cursed while feeling embarrassment and furious. Still, nobody reacted even after he cursed for a long time. Many people started to wonder if the shop was empty. Was the boss somewhere else at that moment? However, someone saw that the boss had returned to the shop. He had not gone out since then. The brawny man walked back to where the purple-haired young man was and said with a contorted expression, Damn it, the guy is pretending to be deaf. The young lord frowned with flashing eyes and considered the situation. It was exactly at that moment when the whole street became silent all of a sudden. There was a blood-curdling aura, one that felt like a flood or a horde of beasts coming from afar, enshrouding the street. Everybody looked up, only to see that the source of the horrifying aura was not one person but three. 3 strangers were flying over from a certain point in the horizon. Their silhouettes grew as they were getting closer. Chapter 769, Horrifying Disguise. Everybody was shocked to see the 3 strangers, as if they were looking up to superior entities. Are they Star State warriors? Some of the customers in the queue were at the Fate State. They also felt cold and were trembling. They were too shocked to say anything. Anyone with a Star State cultivation could possibly rule a planet. And yet 3 of them had made an appearance. The fact that they were flying in Wafat City already suggested that something unusual was taking place. They could be from the Ryan family. Every descendant of the Ryans had permission to fly in the cities of Rhea. Alternatively, they had special identities from other forces, or boasted the power of the Star State. They didn't bother to conceal their auras, unstoppable as giant eagles blotting out the sky. Everybody on the street felt an enormous pressure and almost fell to their knees. As Star State, some Ocean State passers-by were already pale and shaking, about to kneel due to the pressure. They felt such an intense threat of death, as if they were facing Star State beasts. It seemed that the space around them had thickened and went beyond their control. It could suffocate them at any time. Their grandpa's friends. It's them, why are they here? While in the crowd, Cleo and the purple-haired young man were shocked to realize the three strangers were guests of the Ryan family. They were also friends with the O'Neills. Why have they gathered here? Did the 10 Class A dragons sold here catch their attention? Did they find out that there was a master trainer or maybe a grandmaster trainer backing the shop? Cleo thought quickly with flashing eyes. Whoosh! Very soon, the three men stopped above Su Ping's shop. Everybody on the street looked at them in awe. The previously prosperous street became dead silent. This is the store, right? That's right. This many people are waiting in line. Seems like the business here is quite good. Something's wrong with this store. My senses cannot peer inside. The three men floated above the shop and looked down at the shop indifferently. They were actually surprised to find that their senses had been unable to penetrate the shop's defenses. Let's do it. Make him come out, said a red-haired young man. His hair was fluttering in the wind and the bulging veins on his temples made him look aggressive. They looked like tattoos. He raised his hand as he talked, then he unleashed scorching flames. The space in contact with the flames began to twist and crack. As a result, the edge of the flames was almost black. Bang! He directed the fire to smash the shop, leaving a black trace behind. At the same time, a white-robed old man raised his hands as if he were about to sweep them through water. The customers outside of Su Ping's shop were pushed away by an invisible force. The space between them and the shop was lengthened. Even though they didn't move and the street didn't change, Su Ping's shop became isolated once the surrounding space was lengthened. The Star State experts are going to attack this shop. What is going on? Did this shop do anything to piss off these 3 Star State experts? All the people present were astounded by the scene. They were shocked by the Star State experts' methods, nor did they expect that they would attack Su Ping's shop. The next moment, the previous flames, which contained the horrifying power of laws, reached the top of Su Ping's shop under everybody's shocked eyes. All of them thought that the shop would be destroyed after a deafening surprise, but reality presented the opposite result. The flames died out without a sound, as if they would have been doused with freezing water. They didn't even cause a sizzle. What's happening? Were they blocked by the shop's defenses? I almost wet my pants. That attack definitely involved the power of laws. How can any defense block that? All the people on the street were dumbfounded. How rich must the shop owner be to equip the place with defenses that could resist Star State powers? The Ryans' HQ was probably the only place that had such luxuries. Su Ping's shop, which everybody thought would turn into ash, remained unscathed. It was quite shocking. Still mingling in the crowd, Cleo was quite stunned. On the other hand, the brawny man, the purple-haired young man and the others who were yelling on the street were quite astounded by such development. They didn't expect that the shop would be able to resist a Star State attack. It was obvious that the shop was supported by a powerhouse. No wonder he was so arrogant. The brawny man ducked his head and felt lucky that nobody had opened the door when he yelled just then. He probably would have been taught another lesson if a big shot were to show up. In the air. Huh. The red-haired young man was surprised to see his attack nullified. He sensed that his attack didn't hit a thing. It was almost like touching cotton, and then it was absorbed without causing a blast. His partners were also surprised. They didn't see it coming either, for an attack infused with the power of laws to be ineffective. It had to be noted that they could turn the entire city upside down if they wanted to. Star State experts could sweep across a planet. Given enough time, they could destroy it. Set up a barrier and let me have another try, said the red-haired young man with a low voice and piercing eyes. The old man and another black-haired woman nodded. They quickly raised a barrier, separating the shop from the street. Once the barrier was set, the red-haired young man took action again. His body glowed with a red tint, making him look like a brilliant sun. Violent energy was gathered on his hands, which were burning like magma. He then smashed down, unleashing an aura that swallowed the shop. The daunting attack caused the entire street to quake. However, the aura thawed like snow the moment it touched the shop's roof. There was no sound. It simply disappeared like the previous attack. I can't believe it. Both the white-robed old man and the black-haired woman were surprised by such an outcome. This shop remains untouched even after all the secret techniques and laws we've already used. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes in shock. He became gloomy as he looked at the shop, which continued to stand quietly. After taking a pause to ponder, he said, "Let's attack together. I don't believe that the defenses of this shop can compare to the O'Neill's Astral Diamond defenses." Both the white-robed old man and the black-haired woman nodded and gathered their strength. Soon after, their attacks were launched to consume the entire shop. The leaked power from those attacks made everybody on the street tremble. Some battle pet warriors who hadn't reached the ocean state had even fallen on their knees. Bang, bang, bang. The three attacks shattered space and struck the shop, only to disappear again. A solemn-looking trio attacked again. Brilliant attacks, secret techniques, and auras that contained laws were unleashed. The red-haired young man had already drawn out his weapon, which was a red, long spear. He condensed the shadow of a roaring tiger on his spear and launched it. The spear was deadly enough to pierce an ordinary star-state beast. However, the shocking attack disappeared again after hitting the roof. No matter how much power they exerted, the shop remained unmoving, like a reef by the sea. Bang, bang, bang. The primary space was torn apart. The shop then stood in the dark secondary space and showed no reaction to the bombardments. After the attacks disappeared and space was healed, everybody found that the roof of the shop remained undamaged. What level could such a defense be? The whole street was silent. Everybody was wide-eyed, too stupefied to talk. The three people in the sky breathed heavily. They were surprised and wary. That defense had turned out to be even more horrifying than the Astral Diamond defenses used in the Ryan family's HQ, which would have been unable to resist their attacks with such ease, and would have collapsed if they had kept attacking. However, there were no ripples at all on the shop's defenses. It seemed that they hadn't even damaged them at all. The man in the shop was bold enough to come back after killing the sixth prince. Was he relying on us being unable to destroy this shop's defenses? This can't be a top Black Star shield, can it? If so, not even O'Neill would have been able to break it if he were here. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. That was completely out of their expectations. They had tried their hardest for a long time and had almost ended up breathing heavily, yet they couldn't even break in. The power that such horrifying defenses represented made them flinch. Anyone who had such defenses installed had as many resources and connections as the Ryans did. While the Ryan family ruled that planet, it wasn't the only planet in the universe. Who knew whether some foreign adversary would ever decide to set up a branch there? Should we retreat? Yes. The red-haired young man's proposal was supported by the white-robed man and the black-haired woman. Exactly at that moment, the shop's door was suddenly opened. Su Ping walked out of the shop. He had just returned to the shop with a batch of trained pets when he detected several star-state vibes that were on a rampage outside the shop. He was slightly surprised, so he paused the training and opened the door to find out. He saw the lightning rat by the door the moment he opened the door. The rat had gotten a lot fatter. It was looking up at the sky with more curiosity and thoughtfulness than fear. Su Ping was not surprised by the lightning rat's reaction. After all, it had been to the chaotic realm of the undead with him. There were many people who were even more horrifying than Joanna's original self. It was a top world that could compare to the Archean divinity. Su Ping raised his head and saw three-star state battle pet warriors in the sky. Huh? Who are you? Su Ping was confused. He looked out of the shop, only to find that the customers seemed to be at arm's reach when they actually stood thousands of meters away. They were considerably separated from each other, but their cue was still obvious. Could it be that the vast sky thunderous dragons he sold had attracted star-state battle pet warriors? Su Ping opened his mouth and said to the strangers, "Are you here to train your pets? Today's business hours are over." Come again tomorrow. He then added, of course, feel free to get in line in advance. No line cutting is allowed. The three people in the sky were completely stunned. Queue up. Queue up my ass. So this guy didn't know about the attacks they had launched just then. He didn't know anything. Is he at the ocean state? How is it possible? Let me take a look. The white-robed old man took out a delicate device the size of his hand and aimed it at Su Ping. Su Ping was soon captured by the device. He had ocean state signals when the data were read and examined. The old man's eyeballs almost popped out due to shock. They had all seen the video where Su Ping killed Randall, so they recognized him immediately after they met. Su Ping broke the titanium cage with a slash made with his fingers, which indicated the power of the star state. He also killed multiple fate state guards. Yet you're telling me that he's only in the ocean state. Can anyone in the ocean state crush those in the fate state so easily? What a horrifying disguise! The white-robed old man gasped with shock and fear. Even a device specifically configured was unable to see through him, so his disguising technique was truly remarkable. The old man didn't believe that Su Ping was the only one with the ocean state paradigm. The other two strangers also wore solemn expressions. You're the one who killed Randall, aren't you? Why don't you come with us? Said the red-haired young man coldly. Su Ping was stunned, so they're not customers. Who's Randall? You mean the piece of garbage I killed earlier? Asked Su Ping curiously. The trio immediately became gloomy, and the red-haired young man said, I don't know where you're from, but this is Ryan family's turf. It was inappropriate of you to kill innocent people in the open. Besides, one of your victims was a student of the Mia Academy. So you're from the Ryan family. Su Ping was enlightened and lost interest in him. If you know I killed him, you must know why I did it. I'll give you a chance to apologize to me. I'll spare you if you do. The trio was stunned, while one of them nearly choked. Chapter 770, 1 against 3. We've come a long way to apologize to you. Are you drunk? The three of them were rendered speechless. They felt that Su Ping was too arrogant and disrespectful. He also held no respect for the Ryan family, either. What's going on? What are they talking about? The customers on the street couldn't hear their voices, due to the defenses and the special spatial tricks that one of the Star State strangers had used, lengthening the distance between them and Su Ping's shop. They could only see the conversation, but not hear it. Still, everyone was waiting earnestly. Sir, that's too cocky of you. The red-haired young man became cold. He said, You killed the sixth prince of the Ryans, a person who had boundless potential as a seed of his family. You want us to apologize to you, instead of you apologizing to us instead. You regarded that piece of garbage as a seed. You should thank me for screening out a black sheep of your family, said Su Ping casually. You are way out of line. The white-robed old man's expression also changed. The defunct Randall was a junior, but he was quite appreciated by O'Neill. Su Ping had just referred to him as a black sheep. Even if he was still the Ryan's black sheep. No outsiders had the power to kill him. Outrageous. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and said coldly, He could rob me of my pet just because he liked it. Talk to me with your fists rather than your tongue if justice doesn't mean anything to you. Who's backing you? Asked the red-haired young man solemnly. He would have attacked already if he could have discovered Su Ping's background. The Ryan family preferred doing over-talking. However, all their attacks had been blocked and neutralized by the store. The shop's defenses were extraordinary, and Su Ping's disguise technique covering up his real cultivation was horrifying. That was why the young man was still too scared to attack with full force. You're scared of my background, Su Ping sneered and said. If so, apologize to me and get the hell out of here. You're affecting my business. Your business? The three people were infuriated by the guy's arrogance. Why is he this rude to people of our level? Does he really think he's a big deal? Are you at the peak of the Star State, or maybe even a Star Lord? They would even be willing to kowtow to him if he were a Star Lord. Still, it seemed that he would have slapped and killed all of them without exchanging a single word, considering how arrogant he was, if he really were a Star Lord. Neither of the three strangers believed that Su Ping had the power of a peak star state warrior. After all, such a person would be qualified to be lord of a Tier 1 planet. They were so important that they could make a fortune every day without doing a thing. Such characters had inexhaustible money, enough to support an enormous family and raise tens of thousands of people with abundant resources. They wouldn't have to set up a shop there at all. "Sir, we've come here respectfully to discuss the solution with you. Do you have to be so rude?" said the red-haired young man with a brusque tone. He was still rather scared of the shop's defenses recently displayed. Once he heard this, Su Ping raised his eyebrows and said, "You've come respectfully. My shop is already isolated from the street. You must have attacked my shop, but it eventually resisted you. You attacked my shop without even talking to me first. Is that respect?" The red-haired young man was rendered speechless. They had indeed planned to force Su Ping to come out of his shop by attacking it. Little did they expect that the shop would be as hard as a turtle shell. Su Ping, who had been inside the shop at the time, didn't even seem to realize they were attacking. "Why bother talking? We're 3 against 1. You think we're afraid of you?" snorted the black-haired woman who turned out to be the one with the shorter fuse. She was ready to attack, with coldness written all over her face. The white-robed old man became solemn too and said, "Let's find out how hard your fists are, sir." "Hard enough to shatter your skulls," replied Su Ping indifferently. Whoosh! A black aura suddenly came close as the black-haired woman made the first move. She darted a black saber at Su Ping's neck through the torn space. The saber evaporated when it entered the safe distance of the shop. Su Ping knew that the system took action. Its notification popped up in his head too. "Do you want to punish the intruder?" "I'll do it myself," Su Ping replied in his head. He intended to find out if he could fight 3-star state experts of the Federation at the same time. He was able to do that with only 1 life when visiting the demigod burial. He was by the door of his shop. If the enemies were too strong, he could always retreat to his shop to save his life. That would be a great exercise for him. "Break!" Su Ping pointed his finger. Lightning emerged from his fingertip, and a gray aura entangled them. A sword aura instantly dashed out with the laws of boom and annihilation. The primary space was torn apart, and the secondary space was distorted. The black saber was then cut apart. The power of laws it had was shattered. 2 laws. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes and was surprised by the situation inside the secondary space. But he soon sneered and said, "Just so, take this." He suddenly punched. A scorching fist aura burst out like the glowing sun. The sun rose and illuminated the sky over Wafit City. The rays were so dazzling that even the neon lights on the street were eclipsed. The pressure of the sun was so powerful that it tore space apart. The twisted secondary space was spread out with darkness, excluding everybody on the street. Golden flames were still raging in the secondary space. Even the secondary space became unstable and had cracks. The white-robed old man and the black-haired woman stepped into the secondary space too. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. He didn't stay in his shop any longer, then stepped into the secondary space. What is going on? Did all of them go to the secondary space? Let's go to the secondary space and watch. Is he going to fight 3-star state experts? How is it possible? He's the owner of the shop, isn't he? Is the boss also a star state warrior? Oh my God, why would any star state expert do business there? All the people on the street were appalled. The primary space had already healed, and nothing seemed to have happened. However, they saw how the horrifying star state experts and Su Ping entered the secondary space. Some of the void state customers made use of the mysteries of space and also entered the secondary space. The ones with fate state cultivation didn't hesitate either. They tore apart space and entered the secondary space. "Let me." Cleo was quite shocked while she was lying low in the crowd. She didn't expect that Su Ping would be bold enough to accept a fight between him and the three-star state experts at once. Is he bluffing, or is he really a star state expert? Without any hesitation, she quickly dragged Lily and tore an opening into the secondary space. She was a void state genius of the Ryan family, and she was much more familiar with space than her peers were. Mia, who had been right behind them, was also stunned to see Su Ping disappear into the secondary space. She made a spatial opening of her own without saying a word. She was only an ocean state warrior, but she was quickly able to tear through the secondary space. She had obviously grasped Flash already, as well as the mysteries of space normally associated with those who broke through to the void state. That was the unusual talent of an Amir Royal Academy student. It was anything but unusual for them to grasp knowledge beyond their level. The geniuses among them could even easily beat opponents above their level. In the meantime, hardly had Su Ping entered the secondary space when he found that the power of laws that the red-haired young man had released tore the secondary space apart. The tertiary space, which was darker and more suffocating, had also collapsed. The fractures were getting bigger and bigger as they approached Su Ping. Su Ping watched coldly, simply letting his body be consumed by the tertiary space. It was a space where even star state experts had to tread carefully. The laws of space and void present were extremely destructive. They could cause authentic attacks of law. It was also said that some weird void creatures lived there. They were more like apparitions than creatures, causing dreadful things when anyone encountered them. So not even star state experts would easily enter the tertiary space. Swoosh! Su Ping felt like he was covered in ice the moment he arrived in the tertiary space. The tertiary space was so cold that it was almost like the North Pole. The sharp torrents of air were sweeping close by. The power of space they contained could have torn a regular void state beast into countless pieces. However, Su Ping was as sturdy as a fate state dragon with the second level of the solar bulwark. Their torrents caused nothing but shallow marks on his skin, which quickly healed after they appeared. A dazzling ball of fire dashed towards him at that moment. The fireball was burning and raging like golden fluid. Su Ping detected the vibe of laws coming from it. It was one of the laws of fire. He didn't know what the law was, but he was able to feel that his body as well as the energy in it were quickly burned into ashes when the heat of the fire reached them. He was being continuously weakened. The power of that law seemed able to burn up anything. God of Lightning, Su Ping suddenly took action and punched out. He unleashed the Fist of Exorcist that contained the God of Lightning's law. Including the Fist of Exorcist's own power, it soon moved closer and collided with the fireball in the blink of an eye. Bang! Although no audible sound waves were spread out, everybody unconsciously heard the deafening explosion. In the next moment, the golden fluid splashed out and illuminated the dark space. Su Ping's fist aura had lost multiple fingers and looked horrible, as if it were rotten. A third law. The red-haired young man and his partners were shocked after sensing the law that was completely different from the first two laws. Whoever mastered three laws had a power close to the mid-phase of the star state. It was also of note that Su Ping had yet to merge with his pets. If he did, plus the power of laws that his pets had mastered, he could definitely unleash a combat ability close to the mid-phase of the star state. Attack using full strength. The red-haired young man was rather gloomy once he saw that his attack had been nullified. Su Ping's law was even more powerful than the law that he had always been proud of, which made him feel both angry and shocked. His law of burning was one of the top-tier laws in the fire class. It was very close to the ultimate truth of fire. Some laws were more powerful than others. The laws that were closer to the truth and had a better match were the most powerful. Their collision just then suggested that the law that Su Ping made use of was closer to the truth of lightning. If he practiced and became more familiar with the law, he would definitely grow up to be one of the strongest among those in the star state. Chapter 771, Void Assassination. Boom! 5 vortices appeared and opened behind the red-haired young man. Horrifying creatures stepped out of it. 5 battle pets, all in the star state, emerged with the most daunting auras. There was a dragon, a demon, an elemental pet. The dragon had deep red scales with multiple and sharp horns. It was magnificent and looked like a true T-Rex. The demon was enshrouded in a black fog that seemed even darker than the tertiary space. It reeked of the stench of death. The elemental pet was a golden tortoise that had sharp blades on its turtle. The blades looked like the fins on the backs of sharks and were very sharp. Once the pets were summoned, the red-haired young man also activated his constitution. Red stripes appeared on his skin as if his body were ablaze. He turned into a burning man, and his eyes were filled with golden flames. The fire by his elbows looked like roaring wings. "Merge," the red-haired young man roared. The red-scaled dragon, which had unleashed her explosive aura, let out a roar. Although sounds couldn't be transmitted, the roar echoed in Su Ping's head loud and clear, indicating that it wasn't just a sound but also a mental attack. After merging, the red-haired young man became even stronger. He became twice as tall, with dragon horns above his head. The flames on his skin were consolidated and covered him like lava, almost dripping. Seeing that the red-haired young man got serious, the old man and the woman didn't hesitate to summon their respective battle pets. The white-robed old man had 6 star-state pets, and so did the woman. The space was instantly filled up by star-state auras. When a dozen star-state creatures gazed at someone, they were enough to paralyze battle pet warriors below the star-state. The star-state creatures brutally looked down at Su Ping. Su Ping instantly became as insignificant as a grain of dust. 13. Su Ping looked at the pets, 3 of which had merged with his enemies, so 10 were left. Every star-state pet was hundreds of meters tall, some even reaching 1,000 meters. There were smaller ones only dozens of meters tall, but they were just as strong. This is exactly why battle pet warriors are horrifying. The more advanced they are, the stronger they will be, Su Ping thought. A battle pet warrior could hardly be defeated by a beast of their level. After all, they could summon multiple pets of the same level to outnumber their enemies. There's still time if you're willing to surrender and come with us. The old man, who had just merged with a pet that looked like a giant toad, had become fat, with green spots on his skin. It made him even uglier than before. He was so creepy that many people would be horrified after seeing him. Die. The black-haired woman was cold. Her hair turned into sharp sabers and her fingers were like hooks. There were spikes all over her body. The pet she had merged with seemed to be a plant. The black-haired woman charged at him as she talked, suddenly disappearing like a ghost would. Flashing in the tertiary space would require you to tear into the deeper fourth space. However, the fourth space was so dangerous that even star-state experts were hardly able to break into or survive it. The attempt could be very risky. Su Ping slightly raised his eyebrows after she vanished, but he wasn't nervous. She didn't tear the fourth space open. Bang! He didn't look back. He simply turned around and punched at a certain place. A blast was heard close to Su Ping's back, where the black-haired woman suddenly appeared. Her sharp claws were bounced back by Su Ping's fist. There was shock on her cold face. She didn't expect that her secret technique would be seen through. The law she understood was part of the water class, which was called mirror. By using the law of mirror, she could project herself into any water drop that could reflect light and travel using reflections. It was almost like a flash movement. Such a flash depended on water elements. However, mirror was quite useful when moving in the tertiary space, where the normal flash was not optional. Even though there was no water there, the spatial torrents were everywhere. She had combined the law of mirror with the mysteries of space and created a technique named void stealth. It was a powerful assassination skill that she was really proud of. She could hide in space fragments or travel among them. Such a secret technique even allowed her to kill peak star-state experts if they were caught unaware. Moments earlier, she had pretended to attack in front, but Su Ping saw it through and precisely predicted the place where she would appear. That was impossible. They had never met before, and they didn't know each other's methods. The odds of a successful assassination were quite high under such circumstances. Su Ping remarked casually as he looked at the shock on the woman's face, "Why do you want to kill me so badly? Do you want to die?" He didn't stop acting while he talked. His sword appeared in his hand, and then he bent down and unleashed a strength boost and a super acceleration. Slash. He used several boosting skills related to the wind and lightning classes. They were the king-level skills able to accelerate them. His weight was almost reduced to 0 when used at the same time, and all the objects in his eyes were slowed down. Then, he pointed his sword upwards. A sword aura was drawn and accelerated halfway, cutting the target apart. PFF. Blood gushed out and a piece of chin fell. The black-haired woman retreated at the critical moment, disappearing into the torrents of space and leaving nothing but the splashing blood. Su Ping turned around and looked. He saw the woman staggering out of a space fragment hundreds of meters away. Her chin had been cut off and her blood was flowing. Her tongue was slipping out due to lack of the chin's support, which was quite horrifying. Her previously pretty face had instantly become hideous. Su Ping was quite calm. He was slightly regretful for not managing to kill her with his attack, but he hadn't really tried his best anyway. After all, he hadn't merged with his pet yet. Is this the performance of the Star State level in the Federation? They are indeed much stronger than Nai Huofeng, and can probably kill him with ease, Su Ping thought. Su Ping had developed a deeper understanding of the Star State through all the battles against Star State beasts in the demigod burial, and the communication with the Star State god warriors under Joanna's command as he made his way over to the battlefields. The Star State could be divided into 3 phases, namely the early, the middle, and the advanced phases. The top of the advanced phase would be the peak, which was only 1 step away from the Star Lord State. To reach the mid-phase of the Star State, you had to master at least 3 laws, or have a deep understanding of one specific law. As for the black-haired woman, Su Ping felt that she was as strong as beasts in the mid-phase of the Star State. As for Nai Huofeng, he was probably in the early Star State phase. He was the weakest person in the Star State that Su Ping had ever seen. Any of the Star State beasts in the demigod burial could have brutalized him. After all, the Star State beasts had absorbed natural divine power in the demigod burial and were much stronger than the Star State beasts outside. Even if that black-haired woman merged with her pet, she could hardly defeat early Star State beasts in the demigod burial. It seems that the battle techniques in the Federation aren't as powerful as I thought. Su Ping made a simple conclusion based on the woman's attacks. The woman then began to move crazily. Green fluids appeared and quickly covered her body, forming a sort of spiky armor which resembled a sea urchin. Su Ping remembered the pet equipment once he saw the armor. He was quite surprised that the pet equipment could be used while in a fused status. The woman's eyes became dark after putting on the pet equipment. Then she emitted a dense, dark energy. She looked even more mysterious and unpredictable. Body tissue grew and quickly formed a new chin. Rot in hell. The black-haired woman dashed and disappeared again. Then she reappeared right on Su Ping's left side. However, she also appeared on his right side before he even attacked. Following that, she was also behind, below, above, and ahead of him at the same time. She was everywhere. Each of the women was attacking using different techniques from different perspectives, making it impossible for Su Ping to either counterattack or dodge. This is a remarkable battle technique. Su Ping's eyes glittered. They weren't just normal clones, as they had been purely created by a battle technique. Chapter 772, Potential of the Force Field. She managed to split into 8 people with her strength in the fusion status and made use of the power of laws. Not bad, not bad. Su Ping observed her and became even more interested. He rolled his eyes quickly, and he soon wore a smile as he looked at the identical women. Rot in hell. The black-haired women dashed at him at the same time and extended their sharp blades at him. Their moves were as quickly as lightning, blocking all his retreats. Super acceleration. Su Ping moved like a ghost and escaped from the encirclement. He completely activated his cells. Lightning enveloped his feet and the rest of his body, and he threw a punch the moment he broke out of the circle. Divine energy. Dazzling golden light appeared on his fist. He used the low-level strength boost and the fist of Exorcist at the same time, as well as the battle technique he had tested in the demigod burial. It was a combination of laws and secret techniques. The power of annihilation and boom were entirely compressed on the fist. The waves of destruction, contrasting with the dazzling golden light, seemed so powerful that they could almost shatter the tertiary space. All the black-haired women turned around with shock in their eyes. The punch was so powerful that she found it impossible to resist, as if she were going against a planet. Swoosh! It was exactly at that moment. A scorching streak of red light was shot close by. It was another fist aura, except that it was red-colored and looked like burning magma. The two enormous fist auras collided in midair. Although there wasn't any sound, the waves resulting from the explosion left everyone's heads humming. The blast was radiating like golden tides, shaking the audience. The fist auras gradually subsided, and both of the fist auras disappeared. The red-haired young man emerged in front of Su Ping and said coldly, "Are you still not going to summon your pets? Show me what you're capable of." "Okay." Su Ping raised his eyebrows after seeing that his fist of Exorcist had been nullified. It was true that the second level of the fist of Exorcist wasn't overly powerful. He could have probably finished them off easily if it would have already advanced to the third level. "Come on out." Whoosh whoosh. 3 vortices appeared. The little skeleton, the Inferno Dragon, and the Dark Dragon Hound walked out of the swirls. While the Purple Python had a Star State combat ability, it was probably only capable of fighting against Nai Huofeng. After all, its level was too low, and it could hardly unleash all the power in the 3 laws. Huh. The red-haired young man became solemn when Su Ping summoned the 3 pets, but then they were shocked once they gauged their cultivation. They particularly noticed Little Skeleton among the group of pets. Earlier on, they had seen from the satellite video that the skeleton had been caught in Randall's titanium cage, having been unable to break free. Su Ping had to go there to rescue his pet. It was impossible for such a pet to be at the Star State. Then why was it summoned? To get killed. As for the other 2 pets, they didn't feel Star State pets either, but it was likely that they were under disguise. "Merge," Su Ping said to himself. He simply merged with the Inferno Dragon, and his aura instantly became much more intimidating. Bones cracked in his body. He grew from 1.8 meters tall to about 2.5 meters. Scales and fangs also appeared. The warrior trio became senior upon seeing Su Ping merging with his pet. Su Ping had already shown an intimidating prowess with his fists techniques, resisting the red-haired young man's attacks without fusing with his pets. He would only be more horrifying after merging. Thick fluid surfaced on both the young man and the old man. It covered them, forming a primitive yet delicate armor. "Prepare to kill him." The red-haired young man grimly took out a spear, which was thick and red-colored. It hummed as if it were intelligent. His partners weren't taking things lightly either. Both took out their secret weapons. Su Ping took a soft breath and canceled the fusion. He didn't ask the little skeleton to merge with him again. He did this because he realized that his senses and his energy had already reached the maximum level. He could even feel how the pores of his 3 enemies were constricting. "I'll give it a go first." Su Ping took out his sword. He would merge with the little skeleton if he couldn't finish off his enemies in his current status. Once again, he wanted to have a feel for what the Star State battle pet warriors in the Federation were capable of. His sword moved. His body followed. The law of boom created lightning bolts underneath his feet and fully activated the cells on his legs. Including the super acceleration, everything was slowed down in his eyes, as if they were completely still. He could clearly see the contracting pupils of his enemies and the shock found in them. Lightning Prison, live or die. Su Ping used the new sword technique he had created while in the demigod burial. It hadn't been perfected yet, but it was already powerful enough when he used it. The 3 laws he possessed had been condensed in the sword technique. Lightning and gray air entangled the sword. There was a crack in space as the sword aura was spread out. Oh no! The red-haired young man was the first to react. He noticed that Su Ping was moving too fast. He was so swift that he could hardly be seen. Then, a horrifying sword aura was directed at him with much more energy. Shocked, he hurriedly summoned his pet, which was a golden turtle. A streak of golden light flashed into existence. A shield that looked like an eggshell appeared in front of the young man, followed by a golden turtle which turned out to be quite fast. The shield was broken in almost an instant, and the sword aura continued its path to cut the turtle's shell. The young man instantly saw the result. The shell had indeed been cracked. The sword aura had penetrated through the protections, leaving a gap several meters long, then dashed out from the other side of the golden turtle. The young man's pupils contracted. He quickly protected himself with a lava shield. The white-robed old man and his pet had concurrently released skills that contained the power of laws, but they were instantly obliterated by the sword's lightning. The sword aura didn't vanish and disappear until 3 skills in a row were destroyed. All 3 of them were quite shocked. The sword aura had pierced through the golden turtle, which had resisted almost 80% of the attack. Still, the remaining power was still too horrifying. The power of 3 laws was combined. He's close to the middle phase. The red-haired young man looked grim. He wouldn't feel scared if Su Ping had only mastered 3 laws, but he had managed to fuse 3 laws in one technique, making it 5 to 8 times more powerful than any of the laws. Let's attack separately. The white-robed young man also realized what was going on. The former contempt shown on his face was soon discarded. He said solemnly, "He's alone, no matter how strong he is. Also, the power of 3 laws seems to be his limit." "Pretend to attack him while I sneak up on him," said the black-haired woman. Their communication was telepathic. It would have been idiotic if they straight out told their target they were going to ambush him. The red-haired young man no longer dared to be cocky anymore. Su Ping's previous attack had made him realize that he probably couldn't defeat Su Ping in a duel. Acting tough was out of the question. They soon split up and attacked Su Ping from 3 different positions. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a shadow flashed in front of the white-robed old man. It was the little skeleton. It moved like a ghost and slashed with its saber out the moment it appeared, forcing the old man to stop. Lightning surrounded the little skeleton's blade, which consisted of 2 laws. The old man would end up dead or heavily wounded if the attack landed. What the hell is this? The white-robed old man narrowly dodged the attack. He was shocked to find that it was the skeleton confronting him. He clearly remembered seeing on video that the pet had been imprisoned in the titanium trap. And yet it was performing the power of laws. Such power of laws, it's the same as that guy's. How is it possible? Did he impart his knowledge to his pet? The white-robed old man was shocked by the thought. Not everybody was able to pass knowledge to pets. It was a highly sophisticated technique. More so, passing knowledge to pets usually required contracts, but most Star State warriors wouldn't easily impart knowledge to their pets even if they could, unless they shared a deep bond, or if they did so for their most important pets. Even though they could become stronger if their pets were stronger, there was still a chance of betrayal, which was a concern shared by a lot of battle pet warriors. This guy knows how to pass knowledge, and he has passed 2 laws to his pet. No wonder this skeleton is much stronger than before. The old man's expression changed, but soon he felt infuriated. I'm in a fused status, and yet he only sends a battle pet to stop me. Shift. The white-robed old man quickly made use of a strange law, which wasn't particularly destructive, but was quite effective for life-saving purposes. After he took action, a streak of green light dashed out and relocated the little skeleton to a point 10,000 meters away. Once he got rid of the skeleton, the white-robed old man charged at Su Ping and simply ignored the pet from then on. Once Su Ping died, the pet contracts would be gone and it would be easy to take care of them. However, a cold saber aura almost brushed past the old man's face when he moved forward again. The old man's pupils contracted and he looked back, only to find that the skeleton was already back, right next to him. How could the skeleton move 10,000 meters so quickly? But very soon, the white-robed old man noticed a short bone underneath the skeleton's feet that hadn't fully taken shape yet. Is it bone transformation, a secret technique of the undead? The white-robed old man instantly realized that the skeleton had left a bone as a medium before it was relocated. The bone transformation skill allowed it to reincarnate through its bone fragments and use them as platforms for flash movements, just like how the black-haired woman jumped via water drops. What kind of skeleton is this? It has mastered such a rare ability. The white-robed old man was rather shocked, since bone transformation was one of the best life-saving abilities for skeletons. As long as there was a bone left, they could still be reborn from that bone, even if their original body was destroyed. There was also the ability to use the skill for flash movement in that space. If you're unwilling to leave, just die then. The old man took action and fought the little skeleton with the power of laws. He asked his battle pet to attack Su Ping while they fought fiercely. At the same time, the dark dragon hound had also moved to stop the black-haired woman with its defense skills. The 3 laws that Su Ping had taught him had been integrated, making them much sturdier than before. Even the law of annihilation, which was purely about offense, was used creatively by the dark dragon hound. It was adapted as a skill that would defend with something akin to a water membrane that would obliterate anything that attacked it. The passive-aggressive way of attacking was quite unusual. What dog is this? The black-haired woman intended to circumvent the dog, only to find that it had so many skills that she couldn't get rid of it just yet. It was almost unbelievable. She was an assassin, and still she had been held back by a dog. More importantly, the dog was even taunting her. It never tried to attack her. The only tactic was to defend itself. It was obviously taunting her. While the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound kept the other 2 enemies occupied, the situation didn't look good on Su Ping's side. He was surrounded by 10 Star State pets along with the red-haired young man. 3 of the pets were as strong as the Dragon King that Su Ping had met on the rumbling Thunder continent. Kill him! The red-haired young man unleashed the power of his constitution and swept out his spear with the law of burning that would incinerate everything it touched, including the less powerful laws. Su Ping felt that the energy in his body began to ebb as the light shone over him. That skill was powerful within the radiation range. The 10 pets weren't idle, not hesitating to use their skills while their owner fought. Some of the pets had even mastered 2 powerful laws. Force field. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, not underestimating his enemies in the slightest. Almost all of the pets were using battle equipment, which, according to what he had learned, could increase the pet's astral power or contain special effects, apart from improving their defenses. The equipment allowed the pets to become almost as strong as the Star State pets in the demigod burial, even if they didn't have divine power. Boom! A dark plate appeared behind Su Ping. It looked like a spinning, dirty world. Unlike the force field from before, that one was bigger and had fewer phantoms. However, each floating phantom felt so real that they might step out of the force field at any time. Help me! Su Ping's eyes became sharper as he called out to his aides. He had attained a new understanding of the common force field after he became a legendary warrior. He already made use of its power after all the battles and exercises in the demigod burial. He was able to summon phantoms, from the force field to reality as projections, as long as he provided enough energy. Boom! Explosions were bursting out in the tertiary space, where the sound could still be transmitted. The force field behind Su Ping stopped circulating, and a phantom came out. Such specter was an ancient arm covered in a fur that looked like dry grass. A barbaric and primordial aura was spread. The arm seemed illusionary, but it stopped in front of Su Ping before the law-based skills struck him. The next moment, those skills disappeared like melted snow when they bumped against the arm. What? The red-haired young man was stunned by the outcome. The picture was quite shocking. An arm even bigger than that of a star-state pet had emerged from the gigantic shadow on Su Ping's back. Break! Su Ping suddenly exerted his strength and unleashed the astral power in his cells. Then, the ancient arm turned as if under his control and made a sweeping motion with Su Ping's body as the center. Bang, 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 bang. The space seemed to freeze. Many star-state pets were knocked away by the arm. Su Ping had gauged that the arm was as powerful as a mid-phase star-state beast. The only shortcoming was that it had a high energy demand. He had dozens of times more astral power than other ocean-state warriors, but making use of the force field would still drain him. The attack was almost as good as his most powerful attack while using a dual merging. Down. Su Ping controlled the arm to press down. The entire tertiary space seemed to freeze. Su Ping's body, however, continued unrestrained. He sprinted with super acceleration and stomped on the red-haired young man's chest. The young man roared furiously, but he could not control his body. He fell out of the tertiary space and went back to the secondary space. This momentum continued, falling until he was jetted out of the deeper space to land on the outside world, crashing on the street outside of Su Ping's shop with a loud boom. Chapter 773, Fiasco and Escape. The whole street was silent. Those who lingered were in the ocean state and below. Their eyes were wide open, wondering what had happened. All they had seen was a person who fell out of nowhere and crashed on the ground. The street collapsed. All the shops except Su Ping were affected by the crash and had cracked walls. While in the midst of a cloud of dust, the red-haired young man lay inside a giant pit. Su Ping stepped on his chest, making it impossible for him to move. There were two deafening explosions right after. The dust had yet to disperse. The cracked street instantly collapsed. Many Ocean State and ninth-rank battle pet warriors made quick evasive motions, shocked by such development. Those who were weaker could only jump to the buildings nearby or fly using their pets. "Is this the best you can do?" said an indifferent voice within the dispersing dust clouds. Then there was a roar akin to that of an exasperated wild animal. After that, the dust was wiped out and a dark space had been torn open. Two people disappeared before anyone could see things clearly, leaving the damaged street behind. Boom! Both the Void State warriors and those in the Ocean State who were still in the secondary space, thanks to their special abilities, were stunned. They had just seen two blurred shadows appear at dozens of times the speed of sound and then disappear, so fast that they couldn't even see them clearly. Some of them realized what was going on and quickly returned to the outside world. However, once they were back outside, the two men went back to the secondary space and collided fiercely. Red flames and golden light splashed out and surrounded them. Half a second after the start of such a fierce battle, they tore the secondary space open and entered the even deeper tertiary space. However, space was torn again after they went in, and a frightening hand that was filled with a primeval air was extended from the tertiary space and laid a destructive finger on a man. The man was entirely clad in red, holding a long spear. Fiery shields appeared on his body, but all of them were broken. They were reformed and broken continuously. His body, pressed by the finger on that gigantic hand, penetrated the secondary space and came out. Boom! After a deafening explosion, one finger emerged from the void and pressed the red-haired young man to the street. The space around him was locked. The ancient truth exuded by the finger had dissolved the power of laws wielded by the red-haired young man and remained invulnerable. It was quite a shocking scene. The people on the street hadn't snapped back from their previous shock yet, but then they were again witnesses to another astounding scene. The fingers seemed to have traveled from another ancient world, easily suppressing a star-state warrior. The secondary space was also dead silent. The giant hand, which seemed to belong to a primeval god dwelling in the tertiary space, stood in the secondary space like an enormous pillar. One of its fingers had also gone beyond the secondary space, and only the thick arm could be seen. What creature is this? I feel like my soul is shivering. It's so horrible. I want to go. Some of the Fate State warriors' faces changed as they sensed the horrifying pressure. The less courageous Void State experts had pale faces and weak legs, just as if they were in front of a horrifying animal. Well, still watching amongst the crowd, Cleo and Lily were both stumped, not knowing what creature it was. The nearby Mia was just as shocked. The arm's aura was even more terrifying than her grandfather. It seemed to belong to an ancient god that was looking down at that planet. Swoosh! Still in the tertiary space, Su Ping saw through the secondary space and was aware of what was going on. He was slightly relieved to see that the red-haired young man had been successfully suppressed and immobilized. The projection from the force field had consumed half of the astral power in his body and was equal to his best attack. That was exactly how horrifying the force field could be. Force fields were elementary advantages of those with star-state cultivation. However, different force fields had different power. The power of a force field depended on what a person had seen and endured. The worse experienced and endured, the more horrifying force field could become. As for the flowers that were raised in greenhouses, they could only project ordinary stuff, even if they grasped how to create a force field. The creatures summoned would not be the least intimidating. Take this attack. Su Ping turned around and gave a cold look at the black-haired woman, who was fighting the dark dragon hound. He still remembered her sneak attack attempt a moment earlier. Whoosh! He drew his sword and slashed at an unimaginable speed. It was a move he had practiced 1,000,000 times. Space was shaking, and the power of 3 laws were compressed on the sword. Su Ping had already made note of the expertise displayed by star-state experts from the Federation through his exchanges against the red-haired young man, so he didn't go easy on her. While she was trying to break the defense skills that the dragon hound had activated time and again, the black-haired woman felt a chill. Goosebumps rose all over her body. She looked back and saw the brutal sword aura. Hiss! The black-haired woman gasped in fear. Having no time to keep her trump cards, she moved back and her pupils went black. Her life essence and her constitution were activated to the highest level. There was a swoosh, and her claws tore the void open. A crack appeared, and she then escaped into it. She ran off into the 4th space. It was a space that not even star-state experts could rip apart easily. The 4th space was extremely dangerous, since it contained the power of chaos. The deeper a space was, the closer to the nature of the universe it would be, and the more likely one could encounter truths. However, the truths that had already taken shape in the universe could hardly be grasped there. Adding to that, the pervasive environment was extremely harsh and dangerous. Once she made her escape, Su Ping turned cold. No longer did he suppress his sword aura anymore. The sword aura instantly cut space open and disappeared into the 4th space. Su Ping didn't know if his attack had landed, as it went beyond his control and senses after it entered the 4th space. What's going on? While fighting the little skeleton, the white-robed old man detected the unusual energy and immediately saw that scene. He was shocked. That youngster didn't use his full strength. On the other hand, the red-haired young man was nowhere to be seen, and a horrifying arm had extended out of the dark force field behind Su Ping and through the tertiary space. Damn it! The old man no longer wished to fight after seeing all that. He didn't expect Su Ping to be so strong, easily able to fight 3 enemies on his own. Their 10-star state pets had worked with the red-haired young man, but they didn't beat Su Ping. Contrary to their plans, the red-haired young man was gone. No wonder he dares to mess with the Ryans. The idea flashed in the white-robed old man's head. He was so frightened to see Su Ping that he stopped fighting and quickly entered the secondary space. Then, he returned to the outside world through the secondary space. He saw the enormous finger extending from the void, right after returning to the outside world. The red-haired young man was being pressed to the ground like an ant by such a finger, unable to break free. The old man's expression quickly changed. He was about to rescue him, but then he sensed something and opted for a quick getaway. The highest speed he had used was when he entered the secondary space. The fastest movement in the outside world couldn't compare to a flash while in that inner space. A short distance in the tertiary space could mean dozens of kilometers in reality. The fourth space was even more unbelievable. One could easily travel across planets while traversing it. The white-robed old man entered the secondary space in the blink of an eye. He ignored the void state observers and disappeared into the tertiary space. Then, he fled at full speed. However, Su Ping was just as strong as him and was also in the tertiary space. It was the body movement technique, as well as other secret techniques and laws that mattered. For instance, the black-haired woman's law of mirror had a flash effect in the tertiary space and was a great escape skill. It could allow her to escape from mid-phase star state experts who weren't good at running. Chaotic and destructive spatial turbulences were all over the tertiary space. A fate state battle pet warrior could easily be killed there. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Ping narrowed his eyes and dashed out like a lightning bolt. He made use of the law of boom on his feet and fully activated his cells. He also used the movement techniques he had learned in the cultivation sites. They were nameless but extremely fast, especially when used over short distances. Sensing Su Ping's pursuit, the white-robed old man was shocked. He roared angrily, "Block him!" Several Star State pets immediately rushed over and stopped in front of Su Ping after unleashing a few attacks. Su Ping slashed and resisted the attacks, but he was effectively delayed, failing to get closer to the white-robed old man. The old man gritted his teeth when he saw that Su Ping wouldn't let him go. He tore into the fourth space and vanished instantly. Su Ping frowned when he saw the old man go to such lengths to escape, so he stopped. Summoning vortices appeared next to the white-robed old man's battle pets at that moment. All of them were recalled. Su Ping saw this happen without a care. He thought for a moment and decided to stop chasing the enemy. If a Star State expert was determined to run away, it would be considerably difficult to prevent it. The fourth space was chaotic. Su Ping would have to tread carefully even though he had the solar bulwark. He could be killed if the enemy took advantage of the environment or launched suicide attacks. He preferred not to risk his life. He actually cherished his life quite a bit, even though he had gone through countless deaths. After all, there were no grievances between them. He didn't have to fight as hard. Su Ping spread out his senses and found that he had reached the sky of another city after only half a minute's pursuit. He remembered that there was quite a distance from Wafit to other cities. There were hundreds of kilometers even from the center of Wafit to its suburbs. The distance coverage in the tertiary space was truly shocking. Su Ping slightly shook his head and returned. He found that the black-haired woman's pets were gone when he rejoined the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. She had obviously survived his sword aura attack in the fourth space and had most likely fled. Su Ping looked at the remaining 4 Star State pets that belonged to the red-haired young man. They were confronting the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound together. The 4 pets were obviously scared of him, considering how they reacted when he returned. Chapter 774, Compensation. Su Ping looked at the pets and ignored them. Perhaps due to the little skeleton and his other pets, Su Ping had always been tolerant of other people's pets and would prefer to take care of the battle pet warriors first, instead of dealing with the pets. Whoosh! Su Ping left the tertiary space with his pets and went back to the outside world through the secondary space. The giant hand from his force field was instantly dispersed. Su Ping approached the red-haired young man and said indifferently, "Don't try to flee, or I'll chop off your head the moment you take action. Give it a try if you don't believe me." That was quite a threat. The red-haired young man, who was struggling to leave, stopped moving and asked, "What do you want?" The astonishing speed that Su Ping had shown in the earlier battle was too high for him. He wasn't confident of making it out alive. He could tear into the fourth space and break free or fight Su Ping there, but it would take time for him to enter the fourth space. Besides, when considering the distance between him and Su Ping, he would probably be chopped up to pieces even before he got into the fourth space. That guy was undoubtedly in the mid-phase of the star state. Maybe not even O'Neill himself would be strong enough to defeat him. "You offended me, and yet you're asking me what I want," asked Su Ping indifferently while looking down at him. In the meantime, on the back street, Cleo, Mia and the other Void State people returned to the outside world from the secondary space. Phileas was among them. Although he was at the Ocean State, he had Void State pets that could help him enter the secondary space. Phileas' head was a mess at the moment, attempting to overcome the shock. He wasn't able to clearly see the recent battle, but the scene in front of his eyes was already astounding enough. The formerly high and mighty Star State expert was talking to Su Ping while lying on the ground. Su Ping, on the other hand, was looking down at him as the victor. That was a Star State expert. He was an expert just like O'Neill, the planet's dominator, a being able to travel through the universe without the need of vehicles. Still, such a man had been defeated by Su Ping. The boss of that tiny shop was also a Star State expert. Phileas remembered his past actions before Su Ping. He didn't feel he had done anything inappropriate back then, but still, it had been too bold and outrageous of him once he realized Su Ping's identity. He would probably be beaten and punished severely if anyone of his family ever learned that he had spoken to a Star State warrior so impolitely. Phileas became more horrified as he mulled over the situation. He already started to consider how he should apologize to Su Ping. Cleo was standing nearby. She was stupefied to a stronger degree because she knew that the man Su Ping had just defeated was one of her family's honored guests. There was obviously a grudge between him and the Ryan family. No wonder Su Ping wasn't at all interested in her previous offer when she hoped to cut in line. Cleo found her answer, but she was slightly confused. If there were conflicts between Su Ping and the Ryans, why did he accept her professional training request? Is he intending to kill my pets? The thought scared her, but she soon thought otherwise, because he could have easily killed her on the spot if he really wanted to harm her. Cleo was so confused that she couldn't think straight. Mia was just as shocked. She didn't expect that the boss of a random shop on a Tier 3 planet would be a Star State expert. Her father was right. Certain experts loved keeping a low profile. It would be for the best to never be arrogant when moving outside. No wonder the training effect of this shop is so shocking. Even someone with Star State level can only work as a manager. There must be a master trainer in the shop, if not a 3-starred Grandmaster trainer. Mia was quite shocked. Even the leader of the Layefa family had to treat Grandmaster trainers politely, always making an effort to not piss them off. After all, Grandmaster trainers could raise Star Lord pets, and they often made friends with many Star Lords given their special profession. Offending a Grandmaster trainer was tantamount to affronting a group of Star Lords, which was all kinds of bad. The entire street was quiet at the moment. Nobody dared to even breathe aloud. While still inside a pit on the street, the red-haired young man wore a complicated expression. He gnashed his teeth and said, "It's true that I offended you first. I'm willing to compensate." "How?" replied Su Ping casually. "How do you want me to compensate?" The red-haired young man became a lot more hopeful after hearing that Su Ping wasn't determined to kill him. Su Ping said coldly, "Your life is in my hands. Your partners have escaped. Nobody will come to rescue you. Now name a price for your life." The young man's expression had a slight change. Given Su Ping's peaceful tone, he had already guessed that his partners had either died or escaped. He was slightly relieved to hear that they were still alive, but he still felt horrible. The red-haired young man pulled himself together and looked at Su Ping, begging, "I'll give you all my secret treasures and wealth. How's that sound?" "I can get all that after I kill you," said Su Ping calmly. The young man looked terrible. Su Ping was implying that those things didn't belong to him anymore, and he had to trade other stuff in exchange for his life. However, strong people like him always took their valuable items with them, except for their houses and other assets that couldn't be carried. Otherwise, the valuable items wouldn't belong to them anymore after they died. The red-haired young man gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Do you want money? I can give you money. If you don't need money, I have sources to buy some rare items. I can buy them and give them to you. I also have invitations that are limited in number. I can give them to you so that you can join certain top circles." They were all the additional treasures that he could offer. For instance, he had joined certain circles thanks to a lot of effort. Such circles only welcomed a limited number of people. Money and star state rank wasn't enough to get in. "Really?" Su Ping raised his eyebrows after hearing what the young man said, not expecting that he could really offer something interesting. He thought for a moment but then felt slightly uncomfortable to be watched by so many people. "Okay, get up. Let's talk in my shop." The red-haired young man was relieved to feel that Su Ping's killing intent was gone. He nodded and stood up. He also recalled his pets that were still in the tertiary space. Su Ping led the young man into the shop and didn't relax until they entered the shop's safe area. He would be able to suppress him with the power of the system once they were inside. If the system refused to help, he could still ask Joanna to take care of him. While Joanna's reincarnation wasn't at the star state yet, that red-haired young man was probably unable to beat her. After all, Joanna knew much more laws and truths than Su Ping did, and her methods were imaginable. Her real combat ability was even more horrifying than Su Ping's pets combined. Obviously, the young man didn't know he had entered an inescapable place. He only knew that his life was momentarily out of danger. Once he relaxed, he then noticed that the whole street had been turned into a mess because of their fight, and some of the shops across the street had collapsed. However, Su Ping's shop remained absolutely intact. He again remembered that their joint attacks didn't shake Su Ping's shop and could only smile bitterly, becoming even more wary of Su Ping. He was even more wary of Su Ping than he was of O'Neill. O'Neill was his friend and was only 30% wary of him. However, he was 120% wary of Su Ping. After all, Su Ping was bold enough to stay there after killing a student of the Hugh Mia Academy, one of the best academies in Sylvie. Su Ping was only slightly stronger than himself, still far off from the peak of the star state, but who knew if someone stronger was backing him? It would make sense that he had the courage to kill a student of a prestigious academy if he had a Star Lord supporter. The red-haired young man was even more scared and regretful when he thought of this possibility. He was a respected Star State warrior, but got defeated after standing up for O'Neill's grandson. It was so not worth it. Although that grandson had been an excellent seed, he was just a grandson anyway. He had the potential to reach the Star State, but only the potential. He could only reach that level if he grew up smoothly, without any trouble. Still, life was never smooth. Setbacks and sufferings were the norm. Chapter 775, Circle of the Star State. Su Ping had taken the red-haired young man into the shop, while the latter was busy feeling sorry for himself. Su Ping glanced around and saw that the lightning rat had returned to its original position, falling asleep again. Does nothing attract its attention anymore? Su Ping heaved a sigh and shook his head. Certain people would never come back after they were gone, but the rat didn't seem to have realized it. Maybe it has, but refuses to believe it. Su Ping was silent for a moment and looked at the rodent. He didn't think further. Time would heal everything. That was certain. "Let's go in," Su Ping said to the red-haired young man and closed the shop. As for the ruined street, it wasn't his fault. The Ryans had started it. The whole thing belongs to the Ryan family. Go ask the Ryans for compensation. Su Ping believed that not even the city mayor would come after the battle, unless the leader of the Ryan family came along. Still, Su Ping didn't consider it a big deal. He could always hide until he was strong enough if he couldn't defeat them. The people outside finally could breathe in relief after Su Ping closed the shop. All of them whispered in shock. "I think the Star State expert's been kidnapped. Be more confident and drop the 'I think.'" What about the other two Star State people? Did they flee? Did the owner defeat 3 enemies and capture one of them alive all by himself? What's the background of this shop's boss? Why would a Star State big shot run a shop here? Is it fun? "My shop is completely ruined." "Hey, I heard this was the shop that sold 10 Class A Vast Sky Thunderous Dragons. Did someone say that it was fake news?" Fake news? Do you think a Star State big shot cares about money? He wouldn't have hesitated even if he sold 100 Class A pets. It's not like they were in the Star State. You're right, that Star State big shot is probably doing this for fun. Does money mean anything to him? Isn't there a rule about queuing in this shop? Will they still do business tomorrow after what happened today? Business? The 3-star State big shots are guests of the Ryan family, aren't they? This boss is clearly an enemy of the Ryan family. The family master will probably come in no time. Should we continue waiting or should we run? I don't want to get hurt by accident if they fight. While they discussed, many people looked at the collapsed street outside of Su Ping's shop and hesitated. It was then that a person dashed out of the crowd. It was the young Mia. She decided to keep waiting after much deliberation. She could always walk away if O'Neill did show up. Considering her identity, even he had to give her face. He would not dare to hurt her. After all, that planet was under the control of the Leifa family. Even though she was not prominent in her family, the Leifa name was still inviolable. Everybody was surprised to see the silver-haired girl be the first to step out and began to whisper again. Some interstellar travelers recognized her identity from her hair color. Gradually, more and more people stood behind her and queued up. Since someone from the Leifa was standing in the front, why should they be scared? As more and more people joined the line, those who wavered the most chose to follow the trend. However, the cautious ones among them were still observing. They had even retreated, in case the master of the Ryan family made an abrupt appearance, not giving them time to escape. The previous line was disrupted by the battle and had to be reorganized. Phileas hesitated when he saw that a lot of people flew down. He eventually gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He decided to try his luck. The Morneau family was declining. He had to rise and find a way out for his family. Su Ping's shop was exactly the hope he saw in front of his eyes. If he could train all his pets in Su Ping's shop, and if all of them were improved as much as the green alligator was, he would definitely distinguish himself in the pet contest and make his family famous. The rise of such an unusual talent among the descendants of the Morneau family would make others pause and hesitate about taking advantage of his family. Everyone kicks a man who is down, but if an expert stood next to the man, fewer men would kick him, and there would still be a chance for him to rise again. I wish I hadn't wavered and trained my main pet instead. Phileas was rather regretful and nervous, wondering if Su Ping would be angry because he had questioned the service. On the other hand, Cleo had a troubled expression while she stood farther apart from the queue. She certainly couldn't join the line anymore. Su Ping had pissed off the Ryan family. If the family master came and saw her waiting in the line, his wrath would be beyond what she could bear. She even regretted paying $10 billion for the professional training service in Su Ping's shop. She would inevitably be punished if it was found out. Although she was talented, she wasn't from the main branch. Talent didn't really mean much in that world, as many capable people were suppressed by incompetent superiors and could only manage to get by. Their talents were just glimmers until they were strong enough to overthrow those on top of them. No wonder he doesn't care about money. Cleo's expression showed a myriad of emotions. "Cousin, should we go back and report the matter to the family right now?" Lily said in a low voice next to her. She seemed harmless and innocent, but she turned out to be quite flexible in the midst of trouble. After a moment of stupor, Cleo instantly realized that it was better for her to report the matter to her family first before it blew out of proportion. It was better to take the initiative than to wait. Inside the shop, Su Ping didn't care about what was happening outside. There was too much on his plate. He hadn't trained all his pets. Those guys had arrived at an awfully bad timing, interrupting his enjoyable training sessions. Su Ping sat down on the couch and said angrily, "Tell me, what can you offer?" Once he stood inside the shop, the red-haired young man looked around, wanting to find out if there were other experts present. He soon found that it was impossible for him to scan the other rooms in the shop. Even the ordinary areas that were open to the customers seemed impenetrable, only because they were separated by one door. One door was enough to block his senses. His senses were definitely not weak, but he was completely unable to tell what was behind those closed doors. Were there also defenses inside the shop? The young man found this hard to believe and was quite shocked, but he didn't show it. He snapped out of his thoughts once he heard Su Ping's question. He took a deep breath while staring at Su Ping, who was sitting on the couch. "I have fixed assets. I've also invested in certain corporations. My shares are much more valuable than the money I have. There are also some astral crystal mines that provide me with plenty of astral crystals every year." Su Ping listened on quietly. 10 minutes later, he nodded and asked, "Is that all?" In fact, he was quite satisfied because what the red-haired young man had offered was far beyond his anticipation. He could earn a trillionaire income. What did trillions mean? Wafit's GDP was only 10 billion per year, and the richest guy of the camp continent only had several hundred billion. That red-haired young man had 1/10 of Ria's wealth, not including the secret treasures, astral crystals, and other resources he carried on himself. Those items had been collected with great effort. They were much more valuable than several trillion astral coins. Su Ping only felt sorry that the money couldn't be converted into energy. His shop's revenue would have soared if it could. However, the money could be useful in other aspects. Su Ping only exploited him because he wanted to do something for the Blue Planet. His current expenses were based on the taxes from the Blue Planet. The planet's infrastructures would vastly improve if he invested several trillion. He had accepted his role as Lord of the Blue Planet, and he intended to do whatever he could to fulfill his responsibility. The red-haired young man gritted his teeth and said, "There's also an exclusive circle. I can offer you my spot. The circle includes the star state experts from all the solar systems and planets across Sylvie. They come from powerful backgrounds and special forces. You can make friends with other star state experts there. The leader of the circle is a Star Lord. It's said that the deputy leader is also a Star Lord, but they rarely show up. It's best not to disturb them. Things will be much easier for you in the future if you make more friends there." His heart was dripping blood. That spot meant more than all of his possessions. He had gone through a lot of trouble to suck up to a local peak star state expert in order to receive an invitation to join the circle. He was just a lackey inside the circle, but he was eloquent and good at playing cute. He had made friends with some of the strong star state experts, including O'Neill, who was another lackey of sorts, and was also part of the group. They sympathized with each other and became friends. He was originally a rogue expert. He eventually accepted O'Neill's invitation, so he traveled to Rhea and became a guest of the family. A proportion of the astral crystals and revenue exploited on the planet would be regularly submitted to him.